hour in the middle of the afternoon where there were a few unpleasant deliveries. Tom Taylor will be cursing his luck because he got a particularly awkward one that took the shoulder of the bat. And then it seemed to settle down again.
Yeah.
And you could see the conditions in which there might be quite fast scoring. And yeah, there hasn't been very much fast scoring.
It was almost as if, and we talk so much about this ball, the Kookaburra ball, it was almost as if when it got softer, when it got older, it was more dangerous.
Yes. So we've got 96 overs today. We've got to finish the one that's in progress first. I got a local radio up there in about 5 minutes. So do you want to take this one, Dave?
I will. It's Tom Taylor, Pavilion End, opening up, and his first ball is to Dan Mosley, who's forward, defensively pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. As Mike was saying, comfortably the best morning of the week. It's been a bit grey and grim every morning. We've had some odd bits of sunshine, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4 little clouds in the sky, and apart from that, it's lovely shade of blue. Here's Taylor. Right arm around to the left-hander and push back down the pitch. Taylor on his follow-through does the fielding. There were a couple that turned yesterday, and maybe Bertie Foreman on loan from Sussex for Worcestershire will have a big part to play in this as the frontline spinner. Brett D'Oliveira can always twirl a couple, of course.
Can. Welcome listeners to BBC Sports Extra 2 who are with us. I hope it's as sunny wherever you're following this broadcast as it is here at Edgbaston.
Here's Tom Taylor in bowls and played back down the pitch. Taylor himself does the fielding. Just a bit of a sum up really for those of you just joining us. Warwickshire in total need 393 to win. Worcestershire need to take 8 wickets, or it could be a draw, or it could be a tie, yes. Of course. And they are resuming on 55 for 2, no addition to that total so far this morning. A nice bit of breeze blowing across the ground as well today, as the flag at the far end of the ground indicates. Coming from left to right, so over Tom Taylor's left shoulder. Not that the breeze is going to make too much difference down there, I wouldn't think. Nice shot here, flicked away, down to fine leg. It's only going to be a single, but nice way to get off the mark. And Warwickshire go to 56 for 2. Get off the mark this morning, that is. Mosley has 24. Malik has 19. Put on 44, these two. Worcestershire took those 2 early wickets last night. Both the openers went. Yates palpably LBW to Shazad. We could have given that out from here for 8. And then Davis flicking the ball to Bertie Foreman with a diving catch at mid-wicket off the bowling of Taylor, and he went for 3. And here is Taylor bowling to Malik. Malik is forward. The ball's gone squeezing down towards third man. I'm not quite sure that was where he was aiming. In fact, I've done him an injustice just watching a replay. He did open the face of the bat, so he deliberately steered it down there. The ever enthusiastic Foreman chases it down, and at the end of the over, Warwickshire 58 for 2.
So that completes the incomplete over from last night, so it'll be 96 overs from this point. And you imagine if Warwickshire do bat for 96 overs, they might not be very far away from this, although the scoring rate throughout the rest of the match has not necessarily been as high. You could envisage a situation where if you had wickets in hand, and let's say that, for example, Bo Webster was one of those wickets, that short boundary might be quite tricky to defend. We saw Warwickshire got into some interesting tactical contortions yesterday, trying to deny Ethan Brooks any more pops at that short boundary, and they did for a while, in a very odd spell of cricket after tea. Khurram Shazad is going to bowl the first over from the Birmingham end. A local radio update in a few seconds' time, if you bear with that. Here's Mosley hitting a rising ball to backward point, and he doesn't get a run. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the fourth and final morning of the County Championship derby between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, and in the best batting conditions of the match in bright sunshine. Warwickshire facing a very tall chase, looking for one of the highest targets they've ever reached if they were to get it to beat Worcestershire. 393 is the requirement. They've added 3 runs in the early moments this morning to be 58 for 2, but with the short boundary in play, it is maybe gettable if they can keep enough wickets in hand for long enough. Dan Mosley and Zen Malik in possession to start the day. Warwickshire needing another 334 more to win at 58 for 2. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Just to point out, folks, that Henry Cullen is keeping wicket for Worcestershire. Did the few hours we had last night. He is on because Gareth Roderick has picked up an injury. So Cullen keeping wicket.
And keeping wicket to Karam Shahzad, who rushed his second delivery past Dan Mosley's outside edge, but this one he's met with the middle of the bat, and Mosley up on his toes to force it to extra cover. Shahzad has been the outstanding bowler in this match. 6 for 42 in the first innings to undermine Warwickshire's first innings right from the very start, with 4 wickets in his opening burst. And we got Rob Yates in the first over last night. At 12 for 2, Warwickshire's position did look a sorry one. Maybe a bit more optimistic now. Shahzad bowls from round the wicket, bringing the ball back into the left-hander, but not soon enough to prevent Mosley from letting it go safely through to the wicket-keeper. Worcestershire, they'll be keen to win it, won't they, having set up this chance, having only won 1 championship game this season. If they could win, then they're not so far adrift that they could get very much back into contention with 4 more games to go after this one.
Puts a bit of pressure on the teams above.
It would.
Looks as if Yorkshire won't win today. Looks as if Essex will.
Might bring a few others into play as well. Mosley defends out on the offside, and it's fielded in sprightly fashion by the busy foreman.
Looking at the table down at Hampshire, when there was a chance that they could have won that one, but on a very flat, the flattest of flat wickets, Hampshire batted out the day. But a similar situation today, really. But if they could, as I was saying earlier, if they chip out a couple this morning, Worcestershire.
Well, then they'd certainly be in a good position. Shahzad has Mosley forward on the walk and hit on the pad. Ball runs into the offside. It's a maiden for Shahzad, his first over today. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. And Warwickshire 58 for 2 with 95 overs to go.
A Worcestershire win wouldn't necessarily take them off the bottom of the table, but it would sort of take them,
draw a few into
that bottom group, as it were.
Including, I suspect, Warwickshire, who have a delicate run-in. They go to Chelmsford next week, still going to play Essex home and away, and go to Surrey and Notts, which is not the easiest set of fixtures left.
Tom Taylor's on his way from the pavilion end, right arm over to the right-hander, and that's just sort of squeezed out on the offside, just behind square, and there is no run. Tom Taylor actually starts off in shade because the shadow from the floodlight pylon and then the bank of lights on the top, which projects a big letter E. In fact, it's a backward E, isn't it, onto the outfield. So that's where Taylor turns and strides away. This ball has Malik coming forward, plays it solidly into the covers where Ben Allison is the fielder. The breeze blowing the side screen at the far end of the ground. It's a sheeting over the seats, but haven't seen that in the first 3 days of this contest. Not a huge crowd in today, sort of scattered around, mostly at the far end, then away to our right. I'm sure there's quite a few in the members underneath where we're sat. Taylor in bowls, Malik forward, Allison fields. 2 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, out on that very short boundary, and a fine leg. I did catch one of the ground staff last night, and I said, how far is that boundary there? And he said, it's 50 metres. So I'm not sure what the minimum is, but I suspect it might well be 50 metres.
I think it is 50 metres, but I'm going to...
Taylor in, bowls. Malik check drives down the ground. There's a bit of work there for Adam Finch, which he doesn't complete successfully. Goes past him and over the rope for 4. Got the dive in, Finch, but didn't get his hands on the ball, and he really should have stopped that. 50 partnership between these two. It's come off 64 balls, of which Malik has contributed 25 and Mosley 23.
I'm going to look up. Have you seen the MCC Cricket Laws app?
Yes.
So if you press the wrong button, you can get a version of Stephen Fry you can't turn off.
Here's Taylor in, bowls and beats Malik outside the off stump, just angling in and then nipping away. Yeah, good ball that from Taylor. He had to play at it, Malik, because if he'd gone straight on, it would have castled him if he'd have left it. But he played at it and whipped into the gloves of wicketkeeper Colin.
I'm sure those of you listening to this will say, well, look, a proper cricket commentator would already know this off the top of his head, and he probably would. But it'd be under setting up the game. That'll be under one of these laws, won't it? Where is it?
That minimum boundaries you're looking for.
That's what I was looking for, yes. You know, when you start a job and think, I shouldn't have started this.
Taylor in, bowls. Malik is on the back foot but comes forward as he plays the shot to mid-wicket, where Jake Libby is the fielder. End of the over, 62 for 2. Warwickshire, they need a total of 393 to win. Dan Mosley has 24 and Sam Malik has 25. It's nice to see the sun, but when it shines on the scoreboard it is a little difficult to see it. But
yes, it's a nice problem to have.
It
to
is.
Use that. I need to get. I'm back covering football soon, Dave. I need to get my Football Manager's cliches big book updated. And nice problem. Football managers always have nice problems to have, don't they? It's a nice problem to have.
you're looking for positives already.
I certainly am. They are.
It's trouble with cricket, it's not a game of 2 hours.
They are all a great bunch of lads. Here's Khurram Shahzad, who doubtless is one as well, and Mosley is forward defending the ball into the offside, and there's no run. I am gently taking the mick to all the football managers listening, but I am, and this goes just as well for cricket managers and coaches, or wherever you want to put it, captains.
It's a game of 4 days.
Because, well, quite. Because there are not many other jobs where every day you have to come out and talk to some oik who's never done your job.
No.
Who wants to ask you annoying questions about it.
What's the story?
Yeah, well. So I have a fair bit of sympathy for that. Perhaps more than some people think I should. Here comes Mosley pushing away into the offside and hitting it confidently out the middle of the bat to Foreman, who is fielder-in-chief at the moment. The ball followed him around a bit in the first innings, and it's doing that again now. And he's made a good impression all round, I think. Well, we haven't seen too much of him bowling yet.
No, very enthusiastic in the field.
Yeah.
Hung around a bit with the bat.
He shaped up quite nicely with the bat, even though he didn't get an awful lot of runs.
Oh.
And he's waiting extra cover as Mosley goes up on his toes and defends the ball back to Shahzad, who doesn't trap it very well. It sort of bounces off his foot and he angles it away into the leg side, but there's no possibility of a run. 62 for 2, Warwickshire. There are a few people in there. It's a good day for coming and topping your tan up today. The best day of the match, but you'll want to be at the city end if you do that. That's where you can get brownest or possibly pinkest. Use the appropriate sun factor or put a hat on, all that. Shahzad bowls to Mosley, who defends again on the move, pushing it firmly enough to mid-on and generally out of the middle of the bat so far. So it's been a secure start from Mosley.
Yeah, no great alarms for either. There was the one that went past the edge of Malik's bat, but apart from that, not too much to worry the
Look at
batsman.
this. Phil's on the case. Look, Phil Britter we'll hear from soon.
Oh, is he?
He's more efficient than me. Says all cricket grounds don't have specified dimensions, but the ICC has set a boundary-size regulation for international matches. Okay. Mosley's defending the next ball from Shazad into the offside. So for international matches, the maximum size of the boundary should not be longer than 90 yards, 82 metres. And the minimum should not be shorter than 65 yards, 59 metres from the centre of the pitch. But that's for international matches.
Yeah.
So, thanks, Phil. So, yeah, I think 50 and 90 is what I was looking for, and I'm presently failing to find in the laws. But I'm in my head between 50 and 90. So, I look, they wouldn't have set it up within a legal boundary. But it is clearly a particularly short one. This one from Shazad is full and wide of the off stump, and Mosley is not having anything to do with it. So it's the end of another maiden from Shazad, 62 for 2. 24 to Mosley, 25 to Malik, and Warwickshire have added 7 runs so far today.
I'm sure at Trent Bridge, when they play on one side of the square, that boundary down towards the scoreboard there, that is probably just about minimum, I would have thought.
And on grounds like this, where there's an enormous volume of cricket is played, and I dare say at Trent Bridge as well, you kind of do have to use the extremities of the square. There's no criticism of Warwickshire for doing that.
No. Taylor is in bowls, and this is pushed away on the onside to Libby at mid-wicket, and there is no run. If you look across, I think the next 2 wickets nearer to the Holly stand are probably practice pitches, but then you've got the odd still play with the odd second 11 game on here.
Generally play them either on the Colts ground next door or occasionally at Portland Road, don't they? I think.
Yeah, still there's the odd seconds game played on some of the main grounds.
Oh, they're not playing there. No, they're just playing them all at Portland Road now.
Women's games being played on here, the 100, lot of games. Taylor in bowls, played back down the pitch. Taylor on his follow through. Does the fielding. Umpire Michael Goff just going and checking where Tom Taylor's foot is landing, and then, as umpires do, just partly remarking the crease line with his right boot. 62 for 2. 393 is the 393 is the magic number. And also, of course, we're counting down the overs during the day, as Taylor is in bowls, and this is played solidly to Finch at mid-on, who on this occasion gets down behind it. Wasn't going as briskly as the one that he missed earlier, but he got in behind that one. So, as I say, we'll watch that overs number go down. Although, of course, if Worcestershire were to get the spinner on, got through their overs quickly, maybe get 2 spinners on, they might well bowl more overs than it says up on the board. Here's Taylor in bowls, and that's a nice solid drive by Malik. Oh, and Brett D'Oliveira has misfielded. Put that one in your diary, folks. You don't do that very often. It was straight to him as well, so whether he bobbled on something or it's difficult to understand that. 63 for 2.
Yes, he's usually a very reliable fielder.
Yeah, whether he thought they were trying to nick a single and perhaps took his eye off the ball. If you were really cynical, you'd think he probably wanted Dan Mosley to face Tom Taylor bowling around the wicket. If you were really cynical. But I don't think that was the case. Here is Taylor, and this ball he has a swish at this one. That was not a great shot. He was walking into it and just wafted the bat at it. He's looking at that short boundary, but that really, at 11:15 in the morning, was probably not the shot you want to be playing.
No, he's been on the move a bit. Law 19, and I am looking at the ECB regulations for the county championship. Law 19.1.1a.
Ah, good. Didn't want to be 1.1b.
No, well, you don't want to be that. I mean, there is a 1.1b, and and I can tell you that they are in compliance with that as well. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Taylor in bowls, and this time Mosley, he's on the back foot, but he comes forward as he plays a shot, pushes it out on the offside. Good over from Taylor, and Warwickshire are 63 for 2 at the end of it.
Yeah, this is what your licence fees for, look.
Okay.
The ground authority shall aim to provide the largest playing area subject to no boundary exceeding a distance of 90 yards, not metres, from the centre of the pitch. A. In any event, the distance from one square boundary to the other square boundary shall not be less than 120 yards. Well, I think they're okay there, because it looks nearly 120 yards on this side on its own.
Yeah.
And neither square boundary shall be shorter than 50 yards, which is only about 45 metres.
Yeah.
The straight boundary shall be a minimum of 60 yards. Distances shall be measured from the centre of the pitch to be used.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I reckon that. Well, I'm certain they were fine anyway, but there you are. Shazad's going to start a new over with the short boundary to the offside as he bowls to the right-handed Malik, but he fires this down the leg side, and Malik waves his bat in a token fashion at it without really playing at it. The part B is actually of note these days. It says a gap of 3 yards between the boundary and any perimeter fencing or other solid object is mandatory.
Yeah.
If this results in a boundary shorter than the minimum being required, then the ECB domestic cricket operations must be contacted for approval. That rings a bell to me. The first memory I can have going with my dad to watch county cricket was arriving at New Road, actually, of all places. Shazad is going to come in and bowl, and Malik is defending. We got in the ground about probably 20 minutes after the start, went down to the front, and the first thing we saw was a thud, and it was Tim Curtis sliding across the boundary over the rope and hitting the board right in front of us, and you'd have thought he was coming through it. But that got our attention straight away. It's the first bit of county cricket I can remember.
Well, there didn't used to be a rope at one time, and I'm sure somebody's told me, or
Shazad's bowling to Malik, who's defending on the offside.
did I see it, a suggested memory, that you had to get it over the boundary boards for 6. You had to get it over the fence, because there probably weren't any boards on it then. You had to get it over the fence for 6. And the oval, which is a massive ground, I'm sure that I've read that didn't have a boundary rope, and so you had to hit the fence.
Well, my understanding is that until 1910, the laws were that to score 6, the ball had to be hit out of the ground.
Oh, right.
Which is of some interest for various reasons. Shazad bowls a short delivery, and Malik flexes his knees and keeps out of the way of it. The much quoted record fastest century for England, the Gilbert Jessop innings, the Oval in 1902, was scored under that regulation. So to score 6, he would have had to hit it out of the ground. Now, quite where they defined ground being, but I think it was meant literally
out to the ground.
And in 1910, it became the boundary. So that's quite a significant difference. Shazad bowls, and Malik turns this into the leg side, but there isn't a run. Now, not all grounds weren't built up as they are now.
No.
Like here at Edgbaston, to hit a ball out of the ground now, even with the boundary short on this side, that really would be quite a big hit.
Yeah.
Saw a few hit over the old pavilion. Had one through the window on one occasion, through the little box on the roof. But there were a few hit into the Edgbaston Road behind us, but you'd be... I mean, you'd be doing well to do it now.
Yeah.
Shazad bowls a bouncer, which Malik's swaying out of the way of. So they are quite happy just to see off Shazad for the time being, which, given how he went in the first innings, seems fair enough. And it's 63 for 2. During the day, we shall also be hearing from Phil Britt and from Chloe Brewer. It's nice to have a proper cricketer in our midst. As well as you, Dave, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Chloe will be with us in the fullness of time. Fresh from a gym session?
Yeah, we've all done that this morning.
That's it. Hey, look.
Nice lad, Jim. I had a session with him this morning. Had a cup of coffee.
Good. So we should leave for about, give it 10 minutes. We'll hear from Phil and Chloe.
Here's Tom Taylor. He's bowling right arm, angling the ball in to some oohs and ahs there from the Worcestershire field. It looks as if Dan Mosley got a fair old bat on that. Oh, it did sort of just angle a little bit and it hurried him, but he's played it away on the offside. And a little bit of kidology. He's come all the way down to talk to his partner now, Mosley. Probably saying to him, was that close, or are they just having me on? 63 for 2. It's good, gritty county cricket, this. No quarter given. Taylor in, bowls, pushed away.
There's been a wicket early on at Scarborough, which is of some interest to Worcestershire at the moment, because Yorkshire have been in charge of that game throughout. Unless they can make Surrey follow on this morning, though, it seems pretty certain to be a draw. And Surrey are only just under 20 runs away from doing that. They have lost a wicket this morning to be 350 for 5. But then once they reach the follow-on mark, then that probably should be a draw. Yorkshire are the team immediately above Worcestershire in the county championship. Oh no, apart from Essex, aren't they? Yorkshire are the team you're trying to catch at the moment.
Taylor's next ball pushed out to D'Oliveira at mid-off.
Essex look close to winning. They might well have won by lunch. Sussex there at Hove, 261 for 9, only 39 runs on. So you'd imagine that Essex will wrap that up fairly quickly and be back up the... I suppose they have to go back round up the M23 up to London and round, wouldn't you? I suppose you're going back to Chelmsford from Hove.
Yeah, Dartford Tunnel.
Oh, that'd be
good luck with that.
Be a joy.
Tom Taylor is the bowler. Dan Mosley is the batsman, and there's an appeal that's going down leg side. I would have thought from this angle, if we get a quick look at it, we will be able to.
Looked pretty leg side, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
In the other First Division game going on at the moment, Notts in a similar position. If they can force the follow-on against Hampshire, they might be in business. And that would really put pressure on Surrey at the top if they could win today. But there's a lot to do. Hampshire 381 for 7. Need another 48 to avoid the follow-on at Southampton against Notts. But they could do it.
Just sort of looking at that replay, it was a good shout, that. It probably was, yeah, benefit of doubt to the batsman. It was just going down maybe, but a good shout. Taylor in again, forward. Pushing is Mosley to the offside. Kashi Valley from extra cover does the fielding.
The Worcestershire are, as Warwickshire did yesterday, trying to cover 3 slips worth of space with 2 men.
Yeah.
So there's a man, sort of a slip and a half. We had Dermot Reeve talking yesterday, very interestingly, about in what circumstances you might consider to do that and whether teams ought to do it more. Here, nothing's come especially fast off the bat, has it? And there's a lot of things that have not really carried.
Taylor in again, pushed out on the offside. Made over for Tom Taylor. He has 1 for 31 from 9 overs. Worcestershire fielders racing round, and I'm not sure what their over rate is in this game. There's nothing up on the board, but they will know what it is at the start of play. You can lose points, of course, if your over rate isn't great. I wouldn't have thought it was too bad.
No, and teams seldom do they? They have a good habit. Oh, I must thank Darryl, who's just sent an email. He found exactly the same piece on line about the boundaries as I just did. Thank you, Darryl. Thanks for the search. I think I just got that before I saw your email, but I appreciate you taking the time to do that, and thanks for being with us.
Good man.
Shazad's going to start a new over, and forward comes Malik, and he's into position nice and early to defend that away into the offside. Then nearly through the first half an hour here today without being unduly alarmed. No,
there's the one that went past the edge of Malik's bat, and there was a shout for LBW against Mosley, but the ball doesn't seem to be doing anything untoward. It's still relatively new. This is only the 19th over with it.
There's a bit of breeze still. The sight screen staying still for the moment. The flag just wobbling at the far end from us, and Malik's driving. This is a good one. He's found a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. It hasn't quite got enough urge on it to go all the way to the rope, but they will have 2. And he's into position nice and early, Zen Malik. He shaped up quite well last night in the gloaming. And he's timing the ball nicely so far today, without chasing anything.
Yeah, a bit of a push drive, we would call that.
65 for 2. Slips a little closer together at this end for Shazad. I imagine the ball will come quicker off the edge from him than from any other bowler in this game. If indeed it does, it comes right out of the middle here again, though, for Malik, who again has not tried to hit it hard. He's just content to place it into the leg side, and they get 1 run as it's efficiently fielded. A man running round from deep square leg.
The ever enthusiastic.
It's Sam Mannigan, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've been having a chat with him, haven't you?
I'd have a chat with him this morning, yeah, about his granddad, Dennis, who, like Basil D'Oliveira, came from South Africa because he wasn't allowed to play cricket there, although Dennis did play 3 first-class games in South Africa, but came over to play football for Brighton, but went down to the cricket ground one day and somebody said, do you fancy having a hit, and played 130 games for Sussex.
It's a good tale. Shazad bowls outside the off stump. Mosley with a easy looking stride over to the offside, lets it pass safely through to Henry Cullen, the substitute wicket keeper.
He's had a good week, Henry Cullen. He's got a double century for Worcestershire seconds against Essex. His second double century for the second team. Holds the record for the highest score. Played
in the T20 game between these two counties the other day, didn't he? Or a couple of weeks ago at New Road.
Yeah, rattled a few. He's very promising young man.
66 for 2. Shazad round the wicket, and Mosley's letting this pass outside the off stump. I'll bring. Well, shall we have Chloe Anfield for half an hour after this over? I think do that, and then I'll pop back at 12 o'clock.
Sounds like a kids' programme. Rosie and Joe, Chloe and Phil.
I think
they'll probably be on a canal boat somewhere.
I expect so.
Yeah.
We got through In the Night Garden was the thing when my kids were little. So
mate.
is that still a thing?
I worry about the bloke who wrote that.
Well, don't we all? I worry about the fellow who had to watch it. Here's Shazad round the wicket, and it's pushed away into the offside by Mosley. There's no run. There was a chuckle from behind me, which makes me wonder which of Chloe and Phil is an In the Night Garden devotee. One of them will tell you, no doubt.
It's a bit scary.
In a few moments.
In the Night Garden.
Is it?
Upsy Daisy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, there we go. All right. Chloe and Phil will get back to the cricket for you. We'll go and just wobble on about rainbow or something.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be Macca-Pacca.
Oh, well, good morning.
Good morning. You can be Eagle Piggle. How's that?
Oh, what a way to start your day.
This one from Taylor is played defensively by Malik. Back to the bowler. In the Night Garden, they used to have offices in the factory which I used to run. They were based. They used to do the filming down near not far from where I was based. Yeah.
I was a bit concerned at how in depth
so
you
we
knew.
had the company which ran it, used some spare offices we had.
Okay.
And I still, well, not now, but I've just wait as Taylor is in and bowls, and this one's played up to mid-on. Having done a lot of child minding over the last 15 years for my daughter, I've had successive grandchildren, one every 5 years, and they've all grown up watching In the Night Garden. Yeah.
Okay.
And all of the other ones, so I'm a bit of an authority on it, actually.
Yeah. If you've got any questions about In the Night Garden,
you just send
Phil's
them
your
to
man.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
And I had a friend that's somebody I knew who got the franchise for making all the toys for that.
Really?
This one into the offside, and there's no run again. Yeah, they made an absolute fortune out of
Yeah, I could imagine actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, raking it in. So
Yeah.
for offices, did they do the filming or whatever?
No, they
there?
just they did the filming on a secret location,
Secret location, okay.
and the offices were just basically where we were, for their administration side. And we weren't allowed to say anything. It was all,
Hush, hush.
hush hush.
Until now.
Because you didn't obviously want people tromping over their area. Taylor in bowls, and Malik defends stoutly again.
Yeah, I could imagine for In the Night Garden fans to be clawing at the doors.
It's a clever idea, and it's held. It's survived the test of time. I think it's still on as well.
Is it? Still going?
Oh yeah.
How long has it been going now?
Oh, 25 years.
Wow.
Probably more than that. 66 for 2. If you're interested in the Night Garden, that's it. We'll finish now. It's Taylor in his 10th over. He's in bowls, and it's left outside the off stump and through to the keeper. There's no run. It's a lovely morning here in Birmingham. We haven't been able to say that much this match. It's gloomy skies and the floodlights on for much of yesterday and the day before. But this morning we're back to that weather we had in June and early July. Well, May, June and July. It was hardly had a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, there wasn't
8
many.
to 10 weeks. It was terrific. So it runs away from us. Ian and Bowles and Malik again. He's right behind that one. He's on 29. Mosley's on 24, and it's 66 for 2.
Yeah, the weather means that there's not as many knitted jumpers out there, so you'll be delighted.
No, well, we can actually see who the players are, but I haven't got the scorecard. Actually, I left the scorecard over on my desk. It's Mike's got one. Thank you very much, Mike. Ah, lovely, thank you. Should know them by now, but it does make a difference when you can actually see the numbers, and I'm sure the people in the crowd will feel the same, that when they can see the numbers of the players, they can at least know who's done the fielding or who's taken a catch.
Perfect.
Last night we lost the 2 wickets, Rob Yates and Alec Davis, but so far this morning we've had 35 minutes, and so far from Warwickshire's point of view, so good.
Go around from the city end, and that's defended to extra cover there. And yeah, I think we'll see a fairly defensive day here from Warwickshire. We've obviously had a pretty exciting few days. Well,
it doesn't matter. That first innings, that they had absolutely no answer to Karam. He was, he just ripped them through. So it's, but having got that early breakthrough last night, he's been a little.
once again, full of length and driven to the right hand there.
Crowd this morning, I would say, is probably the smallest we've had in all 4 days. There's a big crowd of schoolboys, or schoolgirls as well, perhaps. School children is probably the best way, who I can hear shouting. They're not quite so noisy as they were before play started, but they're in this morning.
Once again, on a length defended to mid-wicket there. Yeah, I heard them in the gym actually when they.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, when they came in, I was like, oh, it sounds like school kids' day.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that, but the schools have finished, haven't they? So you wouldn't think it would be schools. Perhaps it's a youth club or another sort of group which they've got.
Maybe a cricket club.
Could be. Yeah, it could be a junior section from a club. But yeah, school trip. We had all the school trips, which are normally June and early July, and then once they break up, the teachers are the last thing they do. And they're quite right. So I don't blame them at all.
4th ball for the City and bumper this time, and it's gone down to fine leg for 1 bounce, and sent back in. Just a single from it.
So down there below us, is, what's this running round the boundary down here? Who did the fielding down at fine leg? He's getting some applause. So
Who's wearing number 6?
I'll ask Dave who that is in a second, because I think that's another substitute fielder on there. We'll check in a second who that one was down there. Matthew Waite, that is. That's Matthew Waite down there. I was going to say, just looking at him, yeah, it is.
Karam in once again on lap, driven up the ground to a tumbling skipper there who cuts it off, dot ball.
So we've got Matthew Waite on, and we've got Henry Cullen on. So we know that Gareth Roderick is off the field, and I just wonder who else is off this morning. It's all right, we're just having a quick look round to see if we can spot which one it is. Anyway.
Final ball.
67 for 2.
And here comes Karam from the city end. Final ball was over, short of a lamp, ducked underneath by Malik, and that brings it ending over 67 for 2.
It was Adam Finch who'd nipped off the field, and Matthew Waite had come on just to take over from him for that over. So, nothing too eventful there.
Stick his feet up for 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's obviously going to come into the attack. I think we've seen Karim Shahzad has bowled from the Birmingham end throughout the morning so far this morning. I wonder whether we're going to see Adam Finch. He might have just gone, put his bowling boots on, or
see physio maybe.
Maybe
get taped.
If he's fielding, he'd like something a bit more comfortable than his bowling boots.
Yeah, very true.
Here it's going to be a bowling change at this pavilion end. So Tom Taylor out of the attack, and Ben Allison comes in for his first bowl of the morning. He had bowled an over last night, but here he is bowling from the pavilion end full, and the first one is whipped away in the air past mid-wicket and down to the fence for 4. So Dan Mosley gets the boundary. He takes on to 71 for 2. That was a nice help yourself, but very close to picking out Damon D'Oliveira at mid-wicket there.
That was a bit, hold your breath.
Dangerously close. But, he would not have wanted to go, because it was a real loose full toss first opening ball of the morning.
Most dangerous balls they are.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing how the bad ball more often than not gets the wicket, how often it gets a wicket. Allison in, and again bowls, and Mosley this time places it into the ground, then attempts as it bounces up to give it a tap towards Damon D'Oliveira, who does the fielding, but misses it. In theory, if he had hit the ball and they were being really pedantic, they could have him out for hitting the ball twice.
Yeah, I just thought about that. I was like, surely you're not going to do it. But never know.
But there was no need for him to actually tap it the second time. But still, in comes Allison. Mosley runs a fantastic pickup and shy at the stumps. Has knocked the stump out of the ground from Taylor, but Mosley had made his ground. At the other end, Zach Malik was very slow to respond, and had that throw been to the other end, Malik would have been well short of his ground.
Yeah, he could have been.
But Taylor picked it up from mid-on, and in one swoop through, and the middle stump went flying, but just at the same moment as Mosley arrived at the wicket. I think he had more purpose than Zach Malik there. Allison in for ball to Malik, who gets up on his toes and plays it away to D'Oliveira at extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was a good bit of work in the field, but also very well ran. You can see straight away that Dan was on his way.
Yeah. I think in the end he was running. He was flat out running to the danger end, yeah. So there wasn't too much of a problem for him. 72 for 2. And there's Allison again in over the wicket bowls, and this is runaway down through the vacant third slip area. They won't go all the way down to the third man boundary, but they get back for a couple of runs. So Malik moves on to 31 with that shot, 74 for 2 the total. As Warwickshire continue this morning just to take it fairly steady without racing along. They still need a huge number of runs, another 319 to win the game, but they're slowly working in a recovery position from where they were last night, as Allison in and Malik defends back out into the offside. Dollarbeer does the fielding and there's no run. Let's check the test match score. 252 for 2 England, so they've reduced just down to 106 behind. Elsewhere, Essex have dismissed Sussex to win that match at Hove by an innings and 39 runs. So they took those last 3 wickets this morning fairly quickly. So a good haul of points for Essex, which is going to take them well up the table, just behind Warwickshire now. Not just a handful of points behind Warwickshire at the moment. With Warwickshire's points, which they've got so far from this game, they're 8 points behind. But they now play Warwickshire in the next 2 games.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, it's going to be a big game then.
Yeah. And it's beginning to box up a bit down there at the bottom. So Warwickshire and Worcestershire both need to get both of them need to get as many points as possible from this game.
Finch change from the City end, just on a length to start the over. Just come back on from getting his bowling boots on to get into the attack.
It's his first bowl of the innings. He didn't bowl at all last night, so that was the first time he's bowled in this innings.
Yeah, get the old bowling boots, get ready to go, and he's coming right on round to left-handed Dan Mosley, who just defends it back up to mid-off once again.
Attention please, all stewards to post, all stewards to post, all stewards to post, code red.
That's effectively just announcements over the tannoy for all stewards to post, which effectively is a standby for all the stewards. There's something, either perhaps a fire in the kitchen or something, or who knows what it is, but they're all now just, they'll be stood down in a moment.
Finch again on a length. He's looking for the single. He's set off, but Malik's uninterested.
The worst I ever heard that all stewards to post was when I was at the Grand National many years ago, where they had the bomb scare, and it was one where they had to actually cancel the race. The Grand National was cancelled.
Really?
It was pushed. In the end, they ran it on the Monday, but on the Saturday it was cancelled. And I had got 2 tables of customers I was entertaining.
Yeah. Finch outside off, left alone, through to the keeper.
And I'd left them, really good host, I'd left them to go over to the saddling enclosure, because we'd been there for the 3 days, and I was looking at to see the horses quite close up. So I'd left the guests with some of my colleagues, and everybody went, and these were the days before mobile phones, so there was no immediate way of getting hold of my wife and the guests and my colleagues.
Gosh. Finch short of length, flicked down towards that fine leg boundary. It's cut off really well with a tumbling stop down there and parried and sent back in.
But and we all got evacuated from the course from wherever you were. You went immediately out, so it wasn't, and all the tables you just got up and left. You couldn't go and get your coats or your belongings. They were all left, and I ended up, to cut a long story short, stood outside the course with a whole heap of other people who were just, well, what do we do? No coats or anything. This is March as well, April rather.
Last ball of the over defended by Dan Mosley, 76 for 2.
Early April, and we literally had no coats, very little cash in our pockets because it was, mine was in at the table, and we ended up standing there for about 3 hours, hoping that some colleagues would come along or some friends, which they didn't. And I ended up in Toxteth Leisure Centre. Yeah, we got bussed, and the police, and it was a real military operation. You will come with us, and you will be taken to. And it wasn't, I want you. You were really taken over, and we were moved because of this evacuation. And we were put into Toxteth Leisure Centre, and what looked as though it was going to be for the night. Just break off as Alison is in, starting a new over. This is turned away on the onside by Malik. He gets a single. And I was very fortunate because I went down to this reception which was heaving, and this taxi driver walked in and said, "Does anybody need a taxi?" And I said, those days I was living down in Solihull just south of Birmingham, and I said, "Interested in taking me back to Solihull near Birmingham?" And the guy said, "Let me phone my boss." And his boss must have said, "Look, if they're in trouble, yes." And he took me all the way back.
Blimey, that's lucky.
Yeah, and at the end of it, what he charged me was absolutely ridiculously low, considering he probably hadn't got a return fare. As Mosley comes down the wicket, advances down, looking to take Alison on, but in the end just parries it down to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But my wife and who was there, and my colleagues, they had to. Fortunately, one of the colleagues had got a friend who ran a transport business, and he came all the way up from Pershore near between Worcester and Evesham, and drove up to Liverpool and brought them back. And I was home in the taxi long before my wife.
Good work.
But there was no way you could be in contact with each other. This one is pulled away by Mosley. A shorter delivery, gets around, swings it away down to fine leg, all the way down there for 4. Nicely picked up, and nice looking shot from Mosley, who moves on to 36, and the total goes on to 81 for 2. And Warwickshire trail by 311, and they need 312 to win. That's a long run down to that fence from where the wicket is. It's gone down to the sort of long leg boundary and into the boardings, which are probably another 20 yards from the boundary edge. So nice pick up from the left-hander. He's on 36, 81 for 2. Alison again is in and bowls, and Mosley is getting a similar shot, but not with the same contact this time, and he'll just pick up the single as Shad comes in and does the fielding and restricts them to a single. So 37 Mosley moves to, and Warwickshire move on to 82 for 2, and 310 they trail by, so 311 to win with 8 wickets in hand. And Malik now is ready and facing, and he comes forward to that one. Nice solid shot out to extra cover, and not getting as much, a little bit of help and movement which we've had over the last couple of days with that cloud cover's helped it a bit. Hasn't been excessive, but with this ball, but these conditions I definitely think favour the bat.
Yeah, for sure. You won't get any interference from any moisture being in the air.
We saw one which got Rob Yates, which kept pretty low last night in that first over, but generally the bounce has been fairly predictable. Alison in bowls, and this time looking to turn it away on the onside. A ball which is a little bit shorter and rising on him, but it catches him, and the glove drops down in front of him. And just running through, Alison tidies up. It's 82 for 2 at the end of that 24th over. So we've got 84 overs remaining in the day.
Yep.
For Worcestershire to take these 8 wickets, or Warwickshire to get these 300 runs.
Yeah, what's been the most effective bowling on this service? Obviously I've dipped in and out, but I haven't watched every single over of the last 2 days. What's been most effective for bowlers on this?
Who has been the most
Like what
effective?
type of bowler? Yes.
Yeah, definitely without question, Karim Shazad's spell in.
Finch coming round, short of length, defended to mid off.
He bowled beautifully with the new ball in his opening spell, then came back with an older ball, but then got it to just a little bit of reverse swing on it, and he bowled. When he came back, it took him an over or two just to get the line right, but once he got it, he was very, very difficult to play. So he bowled beautifully in the first innings.
Yeah.
So I'd say he's been the pick of them.
Finch full length worked into leg side, no run from it as mid on sends it back in.
Well, I've not heard the stewards stood down yet, so I'm just wondering what that is, because what normally do... funnily enough, just to finish that story off, when we'd been there on the opening day of the Grand National, as we'd arrived at the course quite early one morning, they were doing the tests, and one of the tests is they say to the stewards, like, red code is your reaction, and they were doing the tests over the tannoy. So when I heard it for real on the Saturday, I thought, oh dear. And it
Finch short of length flicked into the leg side, and you can hear as that crashed into the advertising board. That's added 4 to the total.
Dan Mosley had a difficult season this year. He came into the Warwickshire side at the beginning of the season, really couldn't get any runs, lost his place in the championship side, then went to play with the England A side and got
a ton, didn't he?
Got his first class ton, and then came back, couldn't get back into the championship side.
Really?
Obviously played in the T20. But,
Finch on 11, that's just beating the outside edge. Excited shouts from the fielders out there.
I'm just talking him up, and he very nearly gets himself out. But he's looked. First innings, he only got 4, but he certainly looked much more comfortable and confident. It still hasn't got, obviously, a championship century. Yeah, all that talk about Jacob Bethel's not got a century. Dan Mosley, of course, played in the white ball for England during last winter, based on what he'd done during the T20 competition, where he'd been very successful.
Finch once again on length defended to cover there. Yeah, they both had a really successful year.
Yeah,
didn't they?
but neither of them have got hundreds. Dan's got quite close to it, but hadn't. So still hasn't got in the championship. Well, and Jacob just hasn't played any cricket. Going to be now at the end of July virtually. I think this season he's played 1 championship game for Warwickshire and 2 T20 games, and apart from that he's not played any domestic cricket. So I hope he's practicing well.
Final ball of the over, flicked into the leg side, and that's a sneaky little single there to mid on, bringing the total to 87 for 2.
I must be honest, if I'd have been a 21-year-old, I would have wanted to be playing as much as I possibly could.
I'm sure he's cracking on with lots of cricket.
Well, there's a big difference between doing nets and playing out in the middle there. You're nodding your head in agreement.
That's true. Anyway, cricket here. 87-2. What do you think Warwickshire will do rest of today? How do you think they go about it?
I think they've got some hard work ahead of them. But they've got a lot on these two. Then you've got Webster and Barnard, Kai Smith. But I think it's a lot of work to do. New over from Allison, and his first ball is to Mosley, who comes on the move, playing that one down into the onside defensively. He looks this morning, Dan Mosley, as though he wants to take the bowling on. He's coming down and using his feet to take on the quicker bowler. Damon Oliver is just having a chat with him, and they're making a move, bringing a man out of slip here, second slip.
Attention please,
Sorry, I said Damon. It's Brett D'Oliveira, isn't it? Gosh, so many years of saying Damon. Brett D'Oliveira. I've done that many times. Sorry. Brett. He's now brought in a second mid-wicket from his second slip. As this one is turned away behind the square on the onside by Mosley, just for a single. I think that's a smart move. When he played that that shot earlier on, the first ball which Allison bowled, it went through there in the air. And he's seen that he's looking to turn it into that gap, and I think that's a clever thing to do. Just make it more difficult for him to score through that area and possibly get a catch.
Yeah, I think you can kind of see what their game plan is. There's a couple more short balls and probably what you've seen up front. I think utilising that long boundary.
Malik waits, Allison bowls, and it's just played a little awkwardly by Malik. I think he was looking to play it away a bit square on the offside, but he got turned around a little, and in the end that one just in the air a little while. Wasn't a catch, but Allison just got him to play, perhaps held it back just a touch. Well, the old day for the suntan, I think, down at the Birmingham end. Gets pretty hot on those seats. Allison bowls, and Malik is stout in defence.
Yeah, I think it'll be a sun trap over at the City end, just in front of our change rooms. You see the window slightly cracked open, but it gets so hot over there.
Yeah, is that your changing rooms with all the white?
Yeah, so those white windows are our gym.
Right.
And
okay.
then to the right, literally behind the sight screen, is our changing room.
So all that steam coming out there is where you were doing your exercise. It's still cooling down in there.
Yeah,
is it?
yeah.
It's much like that when I leave the museum. This one is chopped down into the ground, and there's no run.
I don't doubt it at all.
It's all the hot air we talk, I think. That's in there. During the test match, when it's really, obviously busy, behind us, near our storeroom, but the catering people have got all the fridges. But the fridges generate the enormous amount of heat, and it makes the far end of the museum roasting hot.
Really?
Yeah, so it does get quite hot in there. Here's Anderson in, and we'll make a move here at the end of the over as this one's driven up to mid-off. There's no run. Dave will come in, and so will Mike. We'll do a double change.
Another double change, what a treat.
Yeah, I'll move. You can stay on till Mike comes in, and then you can hand over to Dave.
Right. I've got about a minute to cause as much chaos as I can. I've got a really good hot topic of discussion for later.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I'll let you think about it.
Oh, good. Okay.
But it's a
Yes.
We've a big bench discussion recently has been what a chip and what a dink is with cricket.
A chip and a
Do you
dink.
chip it over the infield? Do you dink it over the infield?
I think if you look at Dave and Phil and I, we're looking around this commentary box, we all know exactly what a chip is. We're very familiar with chips.
Yep, chips. What about dinks?
Dinks, not so much. But I know a good chip when I see it. All right. More of that anon. Finch is bowling, and Mosley's not chipping it or thinking of chips. He's probably thinking of chips. And it's pushed away into the offside. Chips, Dave. Let's put an idea in the head for Friday lunchtime. It's still
call them fries now.
fish and chip fries.
You can get dirty chips as well, don't
Can you?
Yeah.
What, you'd be so bold.
I think that's like potatoes that you leave the peel on.
Oh, okay.
And then do them like chips. I think they're dirty chips. I'm not sure. I'm frightened to Google it.
Not on a work computer. Finch bowls. This is edge between keeper and slip for 4 runs by Mosley. Perhaps the first really false stroke he's played this morning. But he pushed a little bit away from his body at that. There's only one slip, and it went perfectly between Cullen and Adam Hose, and neither of them moved until it was on its way to the rope for 4.
Yeah. First slip would have had the chance of catching it, but such is the game.
Do a local radio update in the next few moments. But Warwickshire have had an entirely satisfactory first hour. 300 more they need. Finch bowls, and Mosley miscues a pull. He's going to get away with it. He gets a run. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. We're an hour into the final day of the game here between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. The Bears have successfully negotiated 15 overs today. They're 93 for 2. They need another 299 runs to win, which is an awful lot. Their first objective will be to try and make sure they don't lose to Worcestershire, who started this game bottom of the table, but would probably move off the bottom or certainly push others back into the relegation battle if they were to win here. But they haven't had any success. Dan Mosley's just survived a nick through the slips, but otherwise has looked good for 48. Zen Malik 32. Warwickshire inching along to 93 for 2, needing just under 300 to win. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And Malik, who has not looked hurried at all today, pushes away into the offside, but 2 false strokes from Mosley in this over. The edge through between keeper and slip, and they're still... Hosey's still trying to work out where that went, rubbing his head.
You were right. It perfectly.
Yeah.
Neither of
right
them
in the middle.
Could get at it, and yeah, I think he's standing now a bit closer to the keeper.
He certainly is on the for the right-hander. Malik turns this away into the leg side. It's the end of the over. No, he didn't. There's one to come. And Mosley also, just while I was doing that update, miscued a pull, but it dropped in the end safely into the leg side. But he hasn't really been in much bother this morning, Dan Mosley, until then. Warwickshire will have to keep it steady for a little while longer if they're going to feel safe. Finch bowls a short delivery, and Malik plays the outstanding shot of the day so far without really putting any great power into it, just eased it off the back foot through extra cover for 4. Good shot. He's 36 and Mosley 48, and Warwickshire 97 for 2 with 81 overs still in the game. Chloe was just posing the question a few moments ago about how Warwickshire might go about chasing this, and I do think, I spoke to Corey Rocky Choli, came up for an interview last night, and he was very much talking in terms of they could get these. Their first objective presumably to try and secure the game. Well,
they'll bat till lunch.
Yeah,
they'll have a chat at lunch, and then they'll, if they're batting at tea, if you, I don't know, let's say they were 4 or 5 down at tea, but closing in on the total, I think they'll just play it as it comes. Allison in bowls, wraps the pads, half an appeal. Now there's 2 mid wickets, but they are, I'm going to say, they're probably a pitch length from the batsman. D'Oliveira and Brooks in there, still just the one slip. Although it does appear to me as if Adam Hoses may be a little bit closer to the wicketkeeper. Might just be the angle and an illusion. Allison, right arm around in, bowls, and will come down. He's hit that over the top as Mosley, and he's going to get 4 for it. Just getting to the pitch of it, cracked it away. 100 comes up for Warwickshire, 101 for 2, and 50 for Dan Mosley off 89 balls with 9 fours.
Only his second championship 50 of the season, Dan Mosley. Has made those runs for England Lions, as Phil was talking about, but this would be a particularly good day for him to make a landmark score in a championship game. Got 63 in the first innings of the season against Sussex, but it's been fairly slim pickings for him since then. After the first innings, his average in the championship this season dropped below 20, and he's good enough to be aiming quite a bit higher than that, Dan Mosley. But he can bat all day if he wants.
Well, that last shot has prompted Worcestershire to call wicketkeeper Henry Cullen up to the stumps. He's got a helmet. Ben Allison, I would say, He's a bit quick. I wouldn't fancy being stood up to him, but there again, I'm not a professional wicket keeper. 101 for 2, and he's forward, plays this one to D'Oliveira, who is the square of the two short mid wickets. In the Test match, England have moved on to 268 for 2, Pope 34, and Root on 35. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire, Hampshire, this is going to be a bore draw. Hampshire are 403 for 7. They still trail by 175, but even if they didn't avoid the follow-on, there's a little chance of a victory there, I would have thought, a result. Essex have won by an innings and 39 runs against Sussex. Allison in bowls, initially going back and then coming forward, pushes the ball out on the offside. It's going to be a dull old draw at Scarborough as well, where Surrey are 392 for 5, playing for bonus points there, against Yorkshire, who made 517 for 6. Cardiff, Glamorgan need another 103 to beat Kent. They're 86 for 3 at the Gardens. Here's Allison bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Mose, who drives and is stumps. I think saved Worcestershire 3 runs there. That was a very straight drive, and it looked to me as if it was going to the boundary. I couldn't see mid-on or mid-off getting across, but he's straight at the stumps at the non-striker's end and picks up a single, 102 for 2. Derbyshire need another 314 to beat Leicestershire, but they're 132 for 5, so basically Leicestershire need 5 wickets for victory. Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, 142 for 3. They still trail Lancashire by 34, but one might think that
it ought to be savable from there, shouldn't it?
Should be, yeah. Northants are 105 for 5 in their second innings. They need another 259 to avoid an innings defeat. Unlikely. Here Allison is over the wicket to Malik, who plays away on the offside, and there is no run. And that's it. Yeah.
I'm interested in the way the pitch is playing today. We've had 28 overs of this innings now, so you would think we're coming towards the end of the best bit of the ball. And we have seen periods in this game in which it has been hard to raise the pace of scoring. Worcestershire certainly seemed to find it difficult yesterday, admittedly in entirely different overhead conditions to this. And there was that one period in the middle of the afternoon where the ball seemed to lift. There was the one that we wondered if it had gone through the top that dismissed Tom Taylor. But it settled down, and so far today, nothing much looks as though it's done anything notable. Adam Finch is going to see if he can change that, but Mosley's driving pleasingly through the covers, pleasingly for him. He's going to get a couple of runs. Even Bertie Foreman is pleased because he gives him something to chase, and he's been very eager in the field, and he makes sure they get only 3 rather than 4. He gets in the groundsman's good books by replacing his divot in a particularly green piece of the outfield. So he's probably quite a good golfer, as well as a cricketer, I dare say. Many cricketers are, aren't they?
Well, and a hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, make you sick.
Quite.
I hate those people who are good at everything.
3 to Mosley. He's 56, 105 for 2. And Finch bowls a short ball, and Malik, who looks as though he's had plenty of time, whatever he's playing or not playing at this morning, has ducked underneath it.
Be interested to see when Worcestershire introduce a little bit of spin. The 4 medium pacers have all had a trundle this morning. Though Finch is only in his 4th over. He does look the most likely to take a wicket, I think, Finch. He's probably the quickest of the 4. Maybe Shazad is as quick.
Well, he's a much taller bowler, isn't he? So his weapon is perhaps bounce as much as anything else, although he doesn't get a lot here as he pitches this up to Malik, and he turns it easily into the leg side. But nothing much has rushed the batters. There was that today. There was that one nick that went through the slips, and slightly miscued pull from Mosley, but not a lot really for the last day of the game. As early as the first day, Warwickshire were of the opinion that it would probably spin later in the game.
Yeah, there must be a bit of rough outside
Yes.
the left-handers off stump.
And there was a bit there off the pitch for Rocky Choli yesterday, I think. Slow spin. As he's flicked away by Malik, backward of square leg. He wants two, and he should get it. Oh, Foreman's left the ball behind, so he will get it. He's covering quite a lot of acreage there, Bertie Foreman.
He is, isn't he?
But we imagine he will be bowling before too much longer. And whether this 2 weeks is potentially an audition for something more, who's to say? But if it is, then today's the big day for him.
Yeah.
Spinner on the last day. 107 for 2. Malik goes up on his toes, punches into the offside, and straight to extra cover.
The ball, when Karam Shazad came back for his second spell in the first Warwickshire's first innings, he got it just to tail a little bit, just to get a bit of reverse on it. This is only, what, 29th over with this ball. I can't imagine it's going to do much of that yet.
Finch tries again, bowls a short ball, but Malik's been unhurried by any of those. And he's got very supple knees because he has no problem flexing underneath it. And it's the end of the over. 107 for 2, 56 to Mosley, 38 to Malik, who's looked a very assured player so far this morning. And these two make a nice combination. I don't think they've batted together all that often. It is a reshaped Warwickshire batting order for this game, with Sam Hain unavailable and Tom Latham, well, was going to be unavailable one way or the other. Whether he has yet gone to Zimbabwe to play for New Zealand, I don't know. There was a question mark over whether he'd injured his shoulder at Derby the other day, but I suppose as the international captain he'll probably end up there anyway, unless it's too bad. But he wouldn't have been in the picture anyway. And had Latham and Hain both been available, maybe one or both of Mosley or Malik wouldn't be playing in this game. But here they are.
And they're doing all right this morning. It's going to be Ben Allison to continue from the pavilion end, bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, and Mosley drives back down the pitch, 4 runs. Allison stuck out his left hand. I think he might have got a fingertip on that, but it was hit with such power it raced away to the boundary, much to the delight of some youngsters who are in the ground.
Yeah, they enjoyed that. We had a big party of youngsters. I can't remember whether I mentioned this when you were on with me the other day, but for one of the women's games here, the women's T20 Blast, that was played in the middle of the day, and it wasn't immediately apparent why, but it was deliberately played at that time to encourage school parties. There were 1,500 of them here, and it was they really added to the day. It was great.
Allison in again, and this time played off the back foot to Brooks, who is the wider of the two men at short mid-wicket, who immediately throws the ball to skipper D'Oliveira and then has a conversation with him, making a suggestion. Maybe Brooks is going to have a bowl. He's going to go, where's he going? To a very straight, he's at a mid-arm position, but he's so close to the pitch that Malik, the non-striker, has to move across if he's going to run round him. And he doesn't have to run around him because he's got that one away. Well, it may just not get to the boundary. I was convinced that was going to get there, but a nice solid shot there. But they are going to run 3. But a nice on drive. When it left the bat, I was convinced that was going to go to the boundary. These are put on a century partnership. They came together last night when Warwickshire were 12 for 2. So a good effort. They are now 114 for 2.
And they've lifted the scoring rate a bit recently as well. So picking up boundaries pretty regularly.
Yeah, Mosley's been the more aggressive, shall we say, of the two. Malik playing a solid hand at the other end. Allison in and bowls to Malik, who's a little bit hurried by this one, but gets a bat on him, plays it down, backward of square on the leg side, and picks up a single. A group of 4 persons enter the ground. Such is the not sparsity, but it's not a huge crowd, so 4 people.
Going for their lunch, I think.
They are. Yeah, I think they're going for rehydration.
Well, because everybody knows it's now 12:15, so the proper cricket fan who brings his or her lunch with him, him or her,
he's at it
by now.
So yeah, he's off to find either
something
food
else
or drink. Some changes in the field here, but Worcestershire have gone back to this these 2 men at mid-wicket, as I say, about a pitch length from the bat. Allison in bowls, and it's played out to mid-on where Taylor is the fielder. I'm going to say they're not close catchers because they're both walking in as the bowler comes in, and if they were close catchers they'd be standing still.
Yes, but I mean we've already seen Mosley flick the ball between them in this over.
Yeah,
along the ground, but nevertheless, how often is a batter's favoured scoring stroke? He's often the one that also is a weakness.
Allison bowls, and it is played to Brooks, one of those 2 mid wickets, and at the end of the over, 115 for 2. Ben Allison has bowled 6 overs and a wicket for 35 runs. Finch possibly to continue at although it looks to me as if I think Mr. Bertie Foreman is about to bowl. He's striding up to the stumps, and he's going to give his cap to Steve O'Shaughnessy. So first spin of the morning.
Well, this might turn out to be quite a significant moment in this game, because if Worcestershire are going to bowl Warwickshire out, on the evidence that we have seen so far today, then maybe the seamers aren't going to be able to do it, or at least not on their own.
No, it's pitch looks pretty good. We've gone on and on about this Kookaburra ball, but it is now 30 overs old, so they reckon that that's about the extent of its hardness. So yeah.
Well, we'll soon know, I imagine, if he's going to get much encouragement from the pitch, or indeed the ball.
He'll probably prefer to bowl to the left-hander.
You'd have thought so. If there's any rough to be had, that's where it'll be. He starts off very full to Malik, who plays this gently out through the extra cover gap and takes the run that's on offer. So he hasn't got to wait long to have a bowl at the left-handed Mosley. And we'll see if there is any rough. On the first day, the pitch marked up a bit at the other end, the end from which Foreman is bowling from, and we can still see the scuff marks there outside the off stump where Ollie Hannon Dolby was landing his big plate. But at least from this angle, it doesn't look to have marked up quite so much at this end where Foreman is trying to bowl to.
No, there's a few that he can aim at. They're quite wide, though.
They are. There's just a slip and a shortish extra cover, and Mosley's carefully forward to his first ball. As he's bowling to the left-hander from that end, the short boundary is in play to the leg side. Mosley would be hitting against the spin to go there, but obviously, as we've said, it's quite a short one. And he's going to play a premeditated paddle sweep, and it'll get him 4. He's played it well. Was in position very early for it, and helped the ball on the angle it was going and away for 4 runs. And played like that, it looks a very easy stroke. It's got to be played well, though.
Yeah, as you say, premeditated, but no great pace on the ball, obviously with the spinner bowling, so you've got to create a little bit of power off the bat, but didn't seem to on that occasion, just seemed to steer it.
Yeah, and it went briskly enough. And now he reverse sweeps and hits that harder, but there is a fielder out there at on the deep cover sweeping. And Brooks, who's a very good outfielder, sends the ball on its way. So they have just one, and Mosley's up to his highest championship score of the season, 68. And the total has advanced to 121 for 2. So they're starting to make inroads into it now.
Yeah. 271. Still a long way off, but
it is. But you could imagine a situation where you could get some momentum going, and bowlers might have to go on the defensive, as Warwickshire did yesterday, of course. Now Malik is forward, pushing gently into the offside. There's a man at mid-wicket, but he's not very close in. He's maybe 20 yards from the bat. Foreman loops this up to Malik, who is just thinking of defending and does exactly that. So it's the end of the over, 6 runs gained in Foreman's first over. And Warwickshire have had a good half an hour here. They have, in the last 8 overs, they've advanced the score by 45 without an enormous amount of risk in that time. Or at least not apparent risk.
yeah. Well, it looks as if Malik is set to play the anchor role. Mosley's played some shots. And, yeah, everything looks fairly comfortable. Couldn't see any great turn there for Foreman. It's only his first over. But no great spin that we could see. And Adam Finch is on at the pavilion end.
Yeah, I think he bowled from both ends in the first innings, didn't he, for memory serves? Had to go from this end as well.
He's going to bowl around the wicket to Dan Mosley, who's just retaken his guard. Finch just uses his right boot to scuff the ground to make sure he's in the right place as he 4 strides into his run-up. Away he goes around the wicket. This is clipped through square leg for a single. A comfortable single. 1-2-2 for 2. Almost Richie Benno's favourite score, which was of course 2-2-2 for 2. Mosley goes to 69. And Malik has 40. And there are 4 clouds in the sky. Well, you could count those little ones if you wanted to, but
It's the best conditions of the match, overheads anyway.
comfortably, yeah. Is Finch bowling right arm over medium pace and driven by Malik to mid-off, where Allison is the fielder, and there is no run. There's looking out over the city centre, the city of 12 cranes, as we counted them the other day. That's cranes as in metal things, not some giant bird that's suddenly roosting.
Do you get 1 or 2 wading birds on the canals in Birmingham occasionally? Not sure if they're cranes though.
Oh.
He's a crane and wading, but I think it is.
Oh yeah. Here's Finch's next ball.
Oh, sure.
Driven with a bit more power this time by Malik. There's a chase here for Allison down to the boundary. Ball's not going to get there because the outfield is still fairly lush here. But they will come back for 3. And Worcestershire, not desperate, but certainly looking for a breakthrough here. As we were saying at the start this morning, if they picked up a couple of wickets in this session, they'd be relatively pleased. But so far, they haven't got the one, and in all honesty, don't really look much like getting one.
No, they haven't caused too many problems this morning, really.
I kind of think it's going to be a mistake from the batsman to get a wicket. Finch in bowls. Mosley plays the ball down to the gully area. I won't get a run there.
We've mentioned a few times, or I have mentioned a few times in this game, about Zen Malik being a product of the South Asian Cricket Academy. And indeed there's one on each team, isn't there, with Kashif Ali?
Yeah.
But Saka have announced this morning that 2 more stepping up. They count them as graduates, 14 and 15 into the men's professional game.
Oh, right.
Amrit Basra going to Derbyshire and Daz Ahmed to Gloucestershire for the One Day Cup, so that's excellent.
Finch in bowls very short and down the leg side. Mosley doesn't do anything with it, lets it go by, and then walks somewhat almost angrily off towards the cover point area, as if I think he believes he should have hit that.
He just taken guard again as well.
Yeah, he just suddenly got a bit agitated. Finch in bowls, and this is again down the leg side, and again gets the bat out the way. And at the end of the over, it's 125 for 2. Mosley has 69, and Malik has 43.
Just the settling partnership that Warwickshire wanted this morning, that at the moment, at 12:30, is keeping their options open in this game, leaving them with the possibility of a push later in the day. And they really need one more win, I think, probably, to settle any nerves. They might get into trouble in the lower half of the table before the end of the season. Foreman is going to bowl, and Malik's quickly onto this. He was only a little bit short, and he's hit it off the back foot. Again, not hard. He's not hitting the ball hard, Malik. He's just placing into gaps and taking one run. And as a result, has not really played with any risk this morning, which seems a good role for him. He's 44, and he's building a pretty good body of work in his first season of Championship cricket. Now Mosley on the move, plays this in the end back to the bowler, but he's starting to look a little more aggressive. Mosley flicks the bat, twirls it in his hand, and Foreman bowls to him. Oh, he reverse sweeps and he's caught at gully, and he's so cross with himself, Dan Mosley. 126 for 3. He set up for the reverse sweep again and hit it precisely to Jake Libby at backward point, who might have been placed there for just that stroke, and with a huge space on that side of the ground to hit the ball into, he's hit it directly at the fieldsman. Mosley caught Libby, bowled Foreman 69, and Warwickshire 126 for 3.
He will be bitterly disappointed with that, because he didn't have to play that shot, really. Okay, you're looking for runs, but is that the shot you need to play? They've been going along very comfortably, haven't they? As we were saying, it's going to be a batsman's mistake that brings the wicket, and he's made that mistake and bought the wicket.
He just started to look fidgety in the last 10 minutes, didn't he? You mentioned that in the last over.
The last over from Finch, when he get onto a ball down the leg side, he went wandering off and looked quite angry with himself.
Well, that's unfortunate, because I know how eager Danny's to really make a significant score, and today would have been the day for it.
Today was the opportunity. I think not much in the pitch, ball's not doing a lot, and good field placing by Brett D'Oliveira and the bowler, but I think Dan Mosley has rather got himself out there.
Bo Webster is the new player at number 5, and he lost his wicket to Foreman in the first innings, trying to be aggressive in Foreman's first over, and hit him straight to mid-off. I wonder what policy he will adopt here, with 266 more needed to win and 7 wickets in hand. Foreman bowls with a slip and a leg slip, and Webster goes back and hits this first ball hard with a great chopping motion up to mid-off. Slip, leg slip, backward point. The short boundary is to his offside. There's a man at deep extra cover on that boundary. Mid-off, mid-on, quite deep set. Mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a backward square leg about 25 yards from the bat. And forward comes Webster, defends into the offside. Imagine him playing positively, but I wonder how positively. Half an hour till lunch, and an opening for Worcestershire. Foreman is going to scuttling to bowl again, and Webster is taking a step across the offside and defending, and it's the end of the over. Successful one for Bertie Foreman. A wicket in his first over in the first innings, a wicket in his second over today. He's right in the game. And Warwickshire 126 for 3, with Malik 44. Webster has just joined him. We get Chloe Brewer back in here, I think, in a moment.
Yeah, shall
Coming for me? Do you need?
I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, if I stick around till 1 o'clock, I want to have Chloe here, and then...
Yeah. I'll go make the tea.
Oh, right.
Do something useful.
And we're more from Dave Bradley in a little while. 1, 2, 6 for 3. And an opening for Worcestershire, which they are going to try and force open by bringing Khurram Shahzad back to bowl from the pavilion end here, Chloe, which I think is the first time he's bowled from this end in the match, and this feels like quite a big moment.
Well, the first one from the pavilion end, Van, and it's full of a length and gone through to the keeper for just this little switch up here.
Oh, that's an interesting move to bring him on straight away with the new batter out there, and Webster, he's a good player, an international player, and he's in form.
Yeah.
But it just feels like a big moment, doesn't it? Half an hour till lunch.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire are going to want to sneak another one here,
Yeah.
and obviously that's not what Warwickshire will want at all.
You want your big player for the big moment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're here to do. So hopefully he'll stick around with this little bit. Once again, full of length and driven into the leg side, and they'll just rotate the strike this time.
He times the ball nicely today, Malik. He's looked a pretty good player. He's 45.
Yeah, he's shaping up really well. They're really locked in. So far this morning, what I've seen, it hasn't been any kind of loose shots, getting agitated or anything.
No. Appears to be in a nice mode out there, Zen Malik. Zen, I suppose. nice. The clues were there.
Yeah, it's just joined the dots up. But yeah, it's a good batting today, actually. Clear skies, that's what you want, isn't it? Third delivery from the pavilion and full of length and driven up to mid-on.
Webster and Malik were batting together in the last time Warwickshire won a championship game. It was at Headingley in May, when they were chasing an awkward target. I'll have to look it up, but it was something like 180 on a pitch that had seamed all the way through.
Okay.
And it was a smashing game. Pitch had pace, so you could play shots, and good players made runs in that game. Joe Root got 90, Bo Webster got 80 in the first innings.
Yeah.
But it seemed all the way through the game.
Okay. Khurram once again on a length, and that's played late towards the third man, and they've taken 2 from it. Just guided it down towards that boundary.
Yes, just ran it into the gap. And when they came together with Warwickshire 4 wickets down, they still needed 70 or 80 to win.
Yeah.
And Malik saw it home with Webster.
Okay.
And made, I think, an unbeaten 49. And it just felt like a real breakthrough performance. They won by 5 wickets in the end, chasing 186. And it just looked a real breakthrough moment for Malik to score runs when the pressure was on. Is he again today?
Once again, full of length, and that's flicked through the leg side, and that'll be 4. Both mid wickets, diving attempts, but to no avail, and 4 more is added to the total.
It's a very small channel to play that stroke through for Webster. There are 2 players, they're not quite one behind the other. We can't quite tell from the angle we're at looking across, but Brooks is quite close to the bat. He's about 3 pitches away, and he's a bit straighter. And then Ben Allison is level with the umpire, really, at a more orthodox mid-wicket, and Webster managed to thread the gap between them.
Hit through, yeah, he did incredibly well. Final ball defended there by Webster, so Warwickshire 133 for 3. Yeah, he did well to thread it through the gap there, actually.
Well, so often the player's favoured scoring area is also the one where they can be vulnerable to flicking up a catch.
Yep.
And that position sort of close in mid-wicket seems to be one of the more fashionable ones this season. I don't know whether teams, especially with the change of ball, the different ball teams are trying to find different methods. But who's this down here? Kashif Ali putting extra gear on. He's got some big... They're almost wicketkeeper pads.
Yeah, they are,
black
aren't they?
ones. They're very nearly as big as a wicketkeeper's. In fact, they might even be a wicketkeeper's
I
pad.
think they could be.
And he's put them on under his trousers so he can go and field at short leg. But they're like hockey goalkeeper pads. And he'll be straining the stitching in his flannels there to stretch them over. And he's quite close in at short leg there. All padded up. So there's a slip and a short leg for Foreman to bowl to Malik, who stands very still with his bat in the air and drives through extra cover. Good stroke, and it is going to beat the fielder on the boundary. Malik goes to 49, and that's the first more forceful stroke he's played in a while. Only his second boundary of the morning, but he looks in control.
Yeah, he absolutely looks like he's in the driver's seat, and he's got a really, calm vibe about him today. He's just kind of chilled at the crease, taking his time, don't need to do anything.
Got very supple wrists. He's very wristy players in Malik. Foreman bowls Fuller, and Malik is forward in defence. Was it you, Dave, who compared him to Vikram Solanki the other day? Or was it? Yeah, plays in that sort of style. Yeah, all wrists, all a bit. Yeah, Three Musketeers and all that. Dave's twirling an invisible sword behind him. He's not demonstrating anything, he just does that this time of day. Foreman bowls and Malik pushes forward into a gap on the offside, and Foreman, who's as eager as a puppy, runs after it.
It's just practicing his Harry Potter spells.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I'll take your word for
Must
that.
be.
He's too busy watching in the night garden. 137 for 3. There's a bit more breeze has picked up. It's pulling the Warwickshire flag. Still no Worcestershire flag. Worcestershire, come on, sort it out. Next season.
4 days to do
Next
it as
season
well.
we want a flag here. Let's have it. Knitters of Worcestershire unite. Forward comes Malik and defends into the offside. Do you knit a flag? I don't suppose you do knit a flag, do you?
No.
You can't knit. Well, I can't knit a flag.
Embroidery, mate.
Embroidery. You know, ask an expert. 137 for 3. Foreman waits very still at the start of his approach. Now he hurries in and Malik leans forward, defends a ball that's a little bit more to the leg side and places it up to mid-on. This feels a nicely paced effort from Zen Malik. He's got his boundary in this over. Warwickshire are ticking along quite nicely and he's unhurried. Maybe he's making the calculation, look, if we bat 73 overs today, then we might not be all that far away from 393. He goes back and he will have a run here. He's 50th. Goes back and hits it out to the deep extra cover fielder. 50 for Zen Malik, and a well-made 50 from 87 balls. The second time he's passed 50 this season. He got an unbeaten century against Surrey, a couple of other 40s. But taking his average back towards 40 in his first championship season, and that felt like a craftsman's effort. It's well played.
Yeah, for sure. He's just timed. He seems so collected and calm at the crease.
Yeah.
And really taking control of his Warwickshire innings, actually. And as you said there, I think he could have done some calculations, because if they bat all day, they actually could be in a shout for winning.
Yes, but they will lose the game for sure if they don't.
Yeah. Karam full of a length. That's played up to mid-on there by Malik. Yeah, as you said, he's paced it so well, and actually it's a really sustainable pace.
I think that's a really good way of putting it. Yeah, exactly that. You could, with the short boundary, an interesting factor, because there've been times in this game where the runs have dried up, and it looked yesterday morning when Worcestershire, when they wanted to force the pace to build that total, every time anybody played an attacking try, they got out.
Yeah.
But I mean, the overhead conditions were entirely different, but the pitch hasn't misbehaved at all today.
No. Karam once again full of length, and that's driven very handsomely towards mid-on. He tumbles to stop that one.
I think his pads underneath his trousers there, Kashif Ali, took a chunk out of the piece of a great clod of earth flew up behind him.
He's not going to be the most agile with those massive pads on underneath, is he?
138 for 3. Malik just looks nicely tuned to the pace of the pitch, but at the moment it's still, it's an under 4 and over chase still from this point if they do feel they can get it.
They're actually ahead of the rate slightly. Full of length, once again that's driven again handsomely back out the bowler. The current run rate is just under 4, so they need 3.5.
Now, in the event that Warwickshire started getting close to this with wickets in hand, there are things that Worcestershire could do, obviously, to slow things down. I mean, yesterday, Warwickshire went through all sorts of tactical contortions. There were, I think, over the 2 innings, a dozen calls of wide for deliberate wide bowling negativity. Yeah, there were when they were trying to bowl essentially 3 feet wide of the leg stump to stop Ethan Brooks whacking it into the stand, which he did a lot.
Do remember that. Graham once again on a length defended their 2 point. We were we were having a watch from in the gym because we were, what was the day yesterday? No, Wednesday we were in, Wednesday, Thursday, and we were just having a little watch, and obviously he was smashing it around the park.
Well, he's 15 sixes in this match, 8 in the first innings and 7 in the second. He's a record for this ground. Nobody has ever made. It was Ian Botham's and Dean Jones's record. So
it's not a bad record to beat,
Not a bad
is
record
it?
to beat. The record was 12 in a first-class game here.
Oh, wow.
So he was popping it into the stand for fun at a while. But for an hour after tea, Warwickshire stopped him doing it by bowling 3 feet wide of the leg stump.
Yeah. And that's played late down towards third man boundary. It's been chased hard towards that long boundary. It's been stopped and they've taken 3 from it. It's well ran and well played.
Felt like a controlled edge, if you can have such a thing there, from Malik, pushing forward very gently. So Worcestershire could resort to all that sort of palaver. Corey Rocky Chorley came for an interview last night. He's tremendous fun, by the way, very interesting person to talk to, and having a great time playing county cricket, by the way, which is nice to hear. But I said, look, what's the game here, bowling 2.5 feet wide a leg stump? He said, look, I like to. This is on. You can hear this on the BBC Sounds, on the BBC Sounds website if you want. He said, look, I like to bowl sexy off spin, and I can see that that's what we did today was not very sexy, and I can understand that people might have found it a bit boring, but needs must. So
what an interview. Final ball of the over, full of length and driven up to mid-on, 141 for 3. Now,
I mean, a little more seriously for a moment. There was a bit of grumbling yesterday about that tactic. And I can understand why. And I've had people on social media, hello Tom, if you're listening, who sent me some particularly message yesterday. There were others saying, look, it didn't look as though we were trying to bowl them out. And that's a bit negative.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there was a period, and a very odd period yesterday, where it seemed Warwickshire were quite happy to bowl at Ethan Brooks and giving him a single at the end of the over, such that Adam Finch in that long partnership went 20 minutes without facing a ball altogether.
Oh, wow.
But as Foreman starts a new over, bowling, well, that one turned onto the middle of the bat for Malik, and he drove it through extra cover a little bit straighter than the one in the last over and away for 4 runs. So, for the moment, Foreman is trying to bowl orthodox off-spin without resorting to the sort of tactics Warwickshire used. But yesterday, they did have this period where it might have been ugly, but for a while, Worcestershire weren't building the score up. They were only going along at 1 and over, and it wasn't pretty, and Warwickshire weren't necessarily trying to bowl them out. But it erased time out of the game, which they presumably thought they might have to bat for a draw.
Yeah.
And it stopped the total going on further than it might have done. Foreman bowls to Malik, and it's pushed up to mid-on for no run. So I think the point is, I think there's a reasonable debate to be had. And I understand why spectators looking at that were saying, I'm not really sure this is the sort of cricket I want to be watching.
Yeah.
I understand that, but Warwickshire, I think that it was a means to an end. I suppose the result will tell us whether it was worth it or not. Malik drives back down the pitch to Foreman.
I think sometimes sport just has to be a little bit ugly,
Yeah.
especially in that kind of situation where batters are absolutely
Yeah.
gunning it.
Yes.
You've just got to dry it up somehow, and if that's the way you're going to dry it up, then that's what you've got to do.
Yeah. And eventually it did work in that Worcestershire didn't go on to bat Warwickshire completely out of the game. So the ends, well, I think for the now, Warwickshire feel the ends have justified the means. By 6 o'clock tonight, we might all have a different opinion of that, but we'll see. Malik turns this one on the next one on the leg side for no run. It's 145 for 3, and Foreman floats this one right up to him. Malik, with a little shuffle out of his ground, drives it firmly back to the bowler. And goes for a wander towards short square leg, twirls his bat, and Foreman has him forward, defending bat and pad together. It's the end of the over, 145 for 3. One positive thing that Rocky Shirley did take out of it, because I said, look, what are you getting out of this spell? He's come here for 4 games, this is the 3rd, he'd play at Chelmsford next week. Firstly, he's really enjoying himself. I say you can hear the interview, you can find it online if you want. So I'm paraphrasing, but secondly, he said, I'm learning loads of new tactics and tricks. So I've come here with my game from Australia. I've played 3 games on entirely different grounds, in entirely different conditions to what I'm used to, and I'm learning stuff. And he's very, very up for another go at county cricket. That much I can tell you after talking to him yesterday. So that's good. It's nice to hear a fella enjoying his work.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear from overseas. It's actually they come over and absolutely loving it. Calm to continue from the pavilion, and Philip Lampton defended to start the over. And that's the thing, is because the conditions over here are so different.
Yes.
I think there still is a slight difference in the Kookaburra Red Ball. I was chatting to someone the other week, and something about the seam is a little bit more profound on the Aussie.
On the yeah, I think so. This is not quite necessarily the same.
Yeah, so you're still learning with different balls, different conditions.
But what I gather is, and again, talking to Rocky Chola previously at Hove, he said the ball just doesn't react here in the same way as it would in Australia. It's not a direct lift because it's it's a different kind of condition.
Second ball over defended late by Webster. Second dot of the over.
Because Warwickshire did expressly, when they signed Rocky Chola, they said we have specifically signed him for the 4 games with the Kookaburra. I mean, I think you can have a debate and say that's not necessarily the point of this, because the point of it was to get English players playing with the Kookaburra. However, there's games to be won, and so. But you'd have thought if you were Warwickshire, well, okay, this fella can at least teach us something. Anyway, these are all subjects we can debate between now and Chelmsford, but.
Halfway mark of the over, full of lamp and defended back to him. Cram's just really into his rhythm here, found and nailing his hard length.
What I didn't know until you said it the other day, I think it was you said it the other day, it must have been, was that women's cricket is generally played with a Kookaburra ball anyway. Yeah. Because Dukes don't make one for the pro size. I didn't know.
No.
So, but obviously an entirely different nature, being a white ball and
it doesn't do
different specifications and all the rest of it.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Do the men play with Kookaburra white ball as well, or is it Duke's white ball?
That's something that I feel I ought to know and instinctively don't. So that we can find it.
Karam once again on that length, once defended back to him. I've never really thought about it until just now.
What is really interesting is that in this game, I don't think we've had a ball change. I can't recall one over the 4 days. Whereas in the first 2 rounds with the Kookaburra balls, they were going all the time. Hove, they were, in the last Warwickshire game there, they were changing them all the time.
Really?
They changed one in the 3rd over of an innings, and they decided he'd already gone out of shape, which...
Oh, blimey.
I mean, you'd have thought you'd keep the receipt and take it back when it got to the 3rd over.
Yeah. Short of length, and that's attempted to whack into the leg side, but mid-wicket comes round, pick it up. We've got 2 mid-wickets in per area, 1 close and 1 kind of next to the umpire. Yeah, that doesn't last long at all.
No, it should be going longer than that. I I mean, if the score was 80-0 in the third over, then maybe you'd be pinging it off the scenery, but it wasn't really just one of those things. So,
Bizarre.
I was at a club game recently where 2 new balls were split in the first 5 overs, and they had to replace them
Really?
both.
Final ball of this over then, and that's outside off, and kind of thrown his hands at it, but it's found point. That brings the end of it over, maiden over, so 145 for 3. The score remains.
That's the first time anybody's really played an attacking stroke to Shazad for a while. And he found the fielder. I'm not quite sure he was hitting it exactly where he meant to. There's around, 7 minutes to 1. So if Warwickshire can get in with only having lost 1 wicket at lunch, I think they'll feel they're still in range here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They're not out of it for sure.
Malik's facing up to Foreman. Got to get to the break first though, and he's back in defence, stands up straight and turns it on the bounce to Kashi Valley, who's not had to break in his new shin pads yet. And into the smaller pads or bigger trousers. Here's Foreman, who has Malik defending into the offside. I think Foreman also probably needs to go to the Worcestershire shop because he's only a little fella. But I've had the impression since the first day that his shirt is slightly too big for him.
Do you think?
It looks, maybe he likes maybe he likes it baggy. He's sort of billowing around the sleeves when he was running around the field. Here he is bowling now to Malik, a little bit short. Malik was onto that quickly, but he's hit it straight to mid-on. And he goes for a wander, because I think that's the first time I think he's really missed out today. He's 57. There's a man out in the deep on the leg side. What you would have to say is deep square leg, even though he's 20 yards in from that long boundary. Foreman bowls this turning into the pads of Malik, who knocks it down into the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, any further away and he'll be fielding in the indoor school.
Yes, it's a long way away.
Yeah.
Behind him, there's a member, or I assume he's a member of the ground staff with a red cap on, who is twirling a yellow spade, waiting for his moment to come on at lunchtime. Malik goes back and hits this through extra cover. He's going to get a run. Goes to 58. But the fellow with the yellow spade over there, he's sort of twirling it about and playing. He's from a seated position, but in his head, he's about 30 not out. He keeps playing little shots with it. So he's frustrated. The ground staff are already they're coming to their starting blocks, ready to come out and remark the creases at lunchtime. Nice to see lots of people on the outfield. One of the other days earlier at the break, come and have a look at the pitch. Foreman bowls, and Webster reaching in front of his front pad a little bit, pushes it back to the bowler, and it's the end of another over. 146 for 3, Warwickshire, with 5 minutes to go till lunch. Malik's 58, Webster 6. Today they have lost so far only the wicket of Mosley for 69. I mentioned club cricket just then. If your club is playing a game this weekend, then let us know where. It looks, I think the weather forecast is quite good for tomorrow for the club games on Saturdays. So let us know where you're in action. Give your club a mention. Maybe you've got a big do going on at the club after the game tomorrow. Barbecue or something, good weather for it. Email me, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. We'll give your club a mention.
Karam in to continue back of lamp, defended by Malik for the first ball off this over. He's aligned really well there to start the over. His form and the shapes that he creates is so strong. I can't.
This is Shazad, yeah?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's a strongly built man. He's not a tall man. But he pushes the ball through quickly.
Yeah.
Those you haven't seen him, who he might remind you of.
Short of length, and that's pulled into a leg side. Doesn't get it away, but we'll take a single from it.
He's a little bit, in terms of build, he reminds you a bit of Hassan Ali, actually. He's Pakistan international teammate, stroke rival, because they had a terrific ding-dong going on in the T20 game at New Road the other week.
Could imagine.
It was all good humour, but it was a bit lively. There were a couple of short balls going down. but he doesn't quite run through the crease like Hassan does. But it's that same sort of strong, he's sturdily built and looks like he's putting all his body into the ball.
Yeah. On a length defended to cover there. Yeah, heavy ball, isn't it?
That's the phrase, isn't it? Which. So what can you do in your bowling action to bring that about, or is it just something in Bill? If you can say, I want to try and hit the bat harder, because you've referred quite a bit in the commentary in this game to a hard length. Is it about like driving the ball into the surface? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's that snap at the crease is actually how quickly can you get through your action, how quickly can your front arm pull the rest of you through.
Right, okay.
To just kind of put everything down into that length, rather than just pushing it up there a little bit. Once again, full of length and flicked into the leg side. Mid-wicket comes round to pick it up.
It's a little bit in the air, that from Webster. That's what those fielders are there for. Yeah, I hear coaches talking to the kids in club cricket about getting your arm high so that we're on the radio here, so this is only purely for Chloe's benefit, not that, although she already knows. But you get your left arm high, and then that sort of drags, there's a big lever effect, pulling your right arm through.
Yeah, it just pulls everything through the crease. But also it was interesting actually, we did some analysis of bowlers full of length and driven up to mid-off about how quickly bowlers get off that back foot. So when they land, it's actually how quick can you shove all your momentum onto your front foot, timed with your left arm pulling through. Just translate into a slightly quicker delivery, but it's so different for so many people as well.
Of course, it depends a bit on your body shape, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely does.
This might be the last ball before lunch. Depends what clock they're looking at. It's 12:59 on the digital clock on the scoreboard. Depends how eager Worcestershire are to bowl another one.
Yeah. Final ball went over short of length, and that's worked down towards fine leg. So score moves to 148 for 3.
So umpire O'Shaughnessy's walking in. It still says 12:59. So Michael Goff is standing by the stumps. He's not moving yet. He's got his eyes on the board. Depends how keen he is for his chips for his lunch. It says 1 o'clock now. No, I think we are going to get another one. So put Michael Goff's lunch back in the oven. He knows a chip when he sees it. Or a dink. What was this? Chip or a dink? Is this what's exercising the Bears women in conversation?
This is what for bench chat. I'm bringing a bench chat into a comms box.
Okay. Bench chat. That sounds like a podcast title. Is Foreman starting a new over, and this will be the last one before lunch, and Webster defends back up the pitch. On what? Begin to wonder whether I should ask you, how did you define a chip and a dink, or did you?
Oh, there was a great discussion about this actually.
Foreman goes wider of the crease and is punched into the gap by Webster, who takes one and trots off to the non-strikers in.
Because naturally there was a lot of disagreement within the group. So they were arguing that a dink was in the air and a chip was also in the air. So two types of shots in the air, but I disagreed and I said, well, a dink, you dink it into the leg side.
Oh, so dink must be leg side?
Dink it in for one, yeah. That's what's in my head.
I love the way you said that. Well, of course.
Why wouldn't it be?
Obviously, you just into the leg side. All right. Well, Malik doesn't want to dink this because there's a man at short mid-wicket, but he's thinking not of dinking anything. He's only going to push this into the offside.
But then a chip is like in golf, you chip it onto a green.
Okay.
That kind of thought process.
That implies hitting it higher, I think.
Yeah, a bit more trajectory.
Okay. Foreman bowls. This is pushed away into the offside, and by Malik, and there's no run. So is that did you settle as an official ruling for that? Is that how you're defining it?
Well, apparently everybody just kind of agreed that a dink, they kind of conformed to what the group, but I'm still holding strong with a dink is a dink along the floor into the leg side.
I'm glad you're choosing that particular hill to die on. The dink, it's a word that's crept into football commentary a lot, which I try to avoid dink because I don't really know what it means. Foreman's going to come round the wicket with 2 balls to go until lunch, and he's put a leg slip in. So a last gambit of this session for Foreman, who has Malik coming forward and running the ball into the offside. They don't take a run. In about 20 seconds I shall have to do a quick local radio sum up, which is about going to roughly coincide with the last ball of this session, with Warwickshire 149 for 3 and 243 more to get, which feels that's just about enough to keep them interested. Here we go. I'm just going to update local radio. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where we are almost at lunch on the final day of the game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. This match which has taken various turns, with both teams feeling they might have had the advantage at different stages. And at lunch on the final day, both still have a chance. Just one wicket has fallen in this session. Dan Mosley was very cross to get himself out after making a good 69, his highest championship score of the season, and reverse swept the spinner Bertie Foreman to backward point. Otherwise, Zen Malik's played splendidly for 59 this morning, joined by Bo Webster. At lunch, Warwickshire, with 7 wickets in hand, need another 243 to win. They're 149 for 3. They'll resume at 140. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And that's where we'll draw the commentary to a close for now. We shall leave you for 35 minutes to enjoy chips, dinks and whatever else you have for your lunch, and we shall be back with you at 20 to 2.
back to me straight away. You're not throwing it at any stuff. Your job is to either pick the ball up and throw it back to me. That's your job. It's not thrown to the defense. Okay? Any questions so far? These rules you chapter very Stop. Fielders, and leave some fielders around here behind me. Leave some fielders behind me. Around, back, everywhere. Stop this. What you need to do is line up to the goal, behind your hand, and then join the line. Ready? Yes! that's what I want you to do. Stand on this line here. Facing that way forward. Here. D, have you got crisp in your pocket? Okay, you go sit down out for me. Should be on here. Spread out, you go in tone, man. One way. Stop. No, that's enough. No, that's enough. Stay there, right there. No. Oh, you done. Okay, now, the aim of this game is, listen up. Make sure we're listening. Leave them. Yeah, listen. The aim of this game is to stop this ball from going past. If the ball goes past you, you lose the point. Okay? Understand? If this ball goes past you, which most likely it will if I hit it right now. Okay, so that's what I'm saying, spread out. No, you just want to look at each other, that's fine. Ready? Oh, we got a boys. 4. Hard much work to come here. Boys, are we ready? The ball in. You don't want to think about it. Put the ball in, put the stuff here. That's enough. We will do this now. We will do this if the ball goes past you. We will add 5 star jumps to your consequence. Okay, so you're always going to be a forfeit. If that was a practice course, you've got stuff, otherwise you're going to be 20, 50 star jumps. Guys, you agree don't want to do 50 star jumps? Yeah? Alright, then this one's for you then. Ready? Start. Good. Alright, again. One of you. Okay, Ibby, go stand next to Coach Rohan because you can't do it properly. Okay, we're not snatching the ball out of people's hands. Guys, come join us, let's go. Follow me.
Got another viewing. Yeah, like where we are in that state, it's quite desirable place. Well, at the moment, they're shut it.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston as the players and the umpires are on their way towards the middle, which is great because it would be a boring old afternoon if they didn't. In the balance, I think, this afternoon. Good morning for Warwickshire. They only lost one wicket, that of Dan Mosley, to the bowling of Foreman for 69. But Malik's still there, looking very good, very calm. Webster's just come in about half an hour before lunch, so not really got into his rhythm. Just a reminder, if you needed reminding, Warwickshire need 393 to win, and we've got 67 overs, a minimum of 67 overs left in the day. I'm Dave Bradley. Chloe Brewer is alongside me, who is now going to predict the result of the game.
That is huge. I think the balance of the game is going to weigh heavily on how this session goes.
Absolutely.
I think this is a huge session. I think
if Warwickshire were, say they lost another wicket in this session and they were 4 down at tea, let's give them another 100 runs, so they would need 143 after tea, and I think they would go for it, of course they would.
Yeah.
But if they lost, let's say they lost 3 wickets in this session, it'd be a different story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think you're going to be hobbling home if you've lost a fair few wickets, but for a loss of 1, I don't think that'll be the end of the world, but
No.
I think a lot could weigh on this partnership.
It's Tom Taylor opening up from the pavilion end post-lunch, bowling to Webster, and Webster is airily driving at this one. That's not a great shot for after lunch. He just plonked his pad down and wafted at it. Didn't appear to do a lot for me. I just don't know. Perhaps he's been told to go out there and clatter it around, so he's trying to hit every ball. But it's not a great start, was it?
That's one way you start your afternoon session, isn't it?
There's well, you could call him a slip, but Adam Hose is more, I don't know, if he was a slip, he's 4th slip. And in the morning session there was one from Dan Mosley that went between slip and wicket keeper, and Taylor is away, and Webster plays that shot but gets the bat on it this time and plays it out to Ethan Brooks. Brooks patrolling the boundary at deep extra cover and gets a good throw back in. Never 2 there. 150 comes up for Warwickshire. 150 for 3. Sun. I'm not complaining about the sun shining because we've had 3 fairly dull days. But the sun shining on the scoreboard makes it a little indistinct for my old eyes. Not that I'm going to get any new ones, I don't think.
No?
No.
No refresh there?
No. Too late for that. Tom Taylor is the bowler. Malik, who's batted very well this morning, is the batsman, and once again he's forward solidly, just opening the face, running it down towards third man. Jake Libby comes across to his left from gully to prevent any run. Nice to see everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people on the outfield at lunchtime, and some youngsters playing some games down here.
Yeah, we did. We had
All
some
to be encouraged.
good games going on, actually. I was watching them for a little bit. A lot of excited kids on the outfield, which is what you want to see when you come to a cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, get them out there. Taylor is in and bowls, and Malik plays sort of a little on the back foot, little coming forward. Not much foot movement, but he probably doesn't need it now. He's been in for a long time, and he's, as I say, batted very solidly. What was your first cricket match you ever saw? Can you remember?
I think it was T20 at the Oval, actually.
All right.
I'm sorry, we're playing not sure who.
They're good, they are, not sure you.
Yeah, rumour has it. Top of the table. Oh, very long time ago.
Here's Taylor's next ball, and Malik drives into the offside. A good stop there by Foreman, who was fielded very well for Worcestershire. He's looking down, he's actually fielding on the old wicket, so tumbling on there you could lose a bit of skin off your elbow, off your knees. And he's looking down suspiciously. He's even showing us where the ball bounced. Look, that's great work. 150 for 3. Last ball of Taylor's over. He's got 1 for 32. This is the last ball of his 11th. Turns and runs away from us. And this ball sees Malik letting the ball go by outside the off stump. 1 run coming off the first over after lunch. Warwickshire need another 242 to win. Worcestershire needs 7 wickets to win. 150 for 3. Yeah, so somebody said to me that I can't remember the first game I ever went to. I was only 5, and it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was Worcestershire played Essex, and my dad took me, but I can't remember anything about the game. But as I said, I can't remember much about the game last week. It all gels into one.
Yeah.
In the end, you know.
One big blur.
Cricket match, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, but yeah, and as I say, I think it's great that children are being introduced into cricket. Our club on a Friday night, All Stars and Dynamos. It's just mad. There's 100 kids running around.
Yeah, it's carnage, but it's really great to see.
200 kids running around, 200 parents drinking Prosecco. It's very good. There are other drinks you may wish to drink as well.
Foreman to continue after lunch, and that's just back of that played off a back foot by Webster there. What did you have for lunch?
Salad. I've had salad every day this week.
Have
I've been
you?
a really good boy.
Oh wow, you're staying pretty well behaved actually. No, what was it? No biscuits.
No, well, I had a biscuit yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, I felt guilty all the way home.
I bet. Foreman driven into the offside wave, taken a single from it. Took by Webster a little second to get going there after lunch. Lunch is weighing a little bit heavy.
Yeah, I think he thought the mid-off was a bit closer in than he suspected in the first place.
Yeah, we're just sitting quite far out actually. Long on's disappeared, but he's been brought back in. But we're just giving him a little bit of room here.
This is interesting. He's going round the wicket to the right-hander. So he's probably trying to do what they were doing yesterday, pitch it in those footmarks outside the leg stump.
Yeah, possibly. We'll see him full of length and defended. Back to Foreman there. Yeah, he's just trying to fire it into his legs.
Yeah.
Kind of shut down that offside and force him to play into that leg side. We've obviously got a short leg in, so that must be the way we're going to go about it. And full of length and driven up to mid-on, and they've just rotated a strike.
An old flag's fluttering away. There's a bit of breeze this afternoon. Must be quite pleasant out there.
Yeah, it's a good day for cricket actually. Foreman once again full of length, patted down back to a bowler who picks it up.
You get the feeling that Webster is a bit like a caged tiger at the moment. He's walking around. He wants to have a go at it, but he's a bit afraid to, particularly the way he got out in the first innings.
Final delivery of the over, short fluff and defended off the back foot, and that brings the end of the over, 152 for 3. And I think that's the thing here with batting in this sort of situation, is you actually have to get the balance right, because if you don't get the balance right and you go a little bit too hard and you end up back in the dressing room, that's the last thing that the team needs.
Yeah. If you put a couple of wickets on this score, let's say 160 for 5, all of a sudden that balance is back to Worcestershire, isn't it?
Yeah, but 240 seems a long haul to get to.
65 overs left, so it's less than 4 and over.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor is going to bowl from the pavilion end, and this is driven, but straight to D'Oliveira, who is at mid-off. There's no slip. Well, there is. I'm going to say that Adam Hose is a 4 slip. Backward point, sweeper out on the cover boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Must be a deep square somewhere. Yep, there he is, hiding behind the post. He's not actually hiding behind the post is between him and I, and a fine leg as well. A gentleman in a white Panama hat makes his way up the steps in the Hollies stand. He's not watching Tom Taylor bowl because he's got his back to him. Bertie Foreman, as ever, comes in excitedly from the extra cover position to cut that one off. No run. Lots of hand clapping and chatting from the Worcestershire fielders. Taylor turns. If there was a circle and there isn't, he would probably be on the edge of it. A circle of dots. And this ball sees Malik come forward, pushing away on the offside. There he is again. I'm sure there's 2 Bertie Formans out there, you know. I think he may have a tribute act out there, because every time the ball goes out, every other ball seems to go to him. And Adam Hose is telling him where he should be going now, so he seems to be stopping the ball on a regular basis.
Yeah, he's in and amongst it, isn't he?
Yeah, you can't buy enthusiasm. 152 for 3. Taylor in again. Malik forward, pushes away on the offside. Oh, that's a nice. That's a push drive, I'm going to call that. There's no great backlift. There's no great power in it. It's all timing, right off the sweet spot. Lovely shot. Gets it splits, short extra cover and mid off. Lovely shot.
That was effortless, wasn't it?
Yeah, shot of somebody who's got a bit of form and is in and knows what they're doing, wouldn't it? You know. Yeah. You get that occasionally, don't you? So occasionally, I think once I got it, where you're kind of in that little zone, and you know exactly what you're doing. And he certainly did then. Taylor is in again. This is a short leg stumpish, and he just flicks it away down towards fine leg for a single. 157 for 3.
I think that's called. This is really taking my knowledge back to like A-level PE, but it's like peak flow or something. Whereas it's an actual zone where your adrenaline and performance levels are at a peak.
Yeah.
And you're just so focused.
I've talked to lots of sportsmen about this, and I always remember Darryl Mitchell, former Worcestershire skipper. He was in a great run of form, couldn't get out.
Yeah.
And I said to him, you know, what are you doing differently? As Taylor comes in and bowls to Webster, who just dabs it down on the offside. Libby from cover point fields, 157 for 3 at the end of the over. He said, I'm not doing anything different. He said, just, you know, some days you get out there and it's coming off the bat, you feel good. Maybe you nick it, it goes through the slips, doesn't it? On a bad day, somebody takes a blinding diving catch.
Yeah.
And that I think is the difference. Mike Brealey, ex-England captain, wrote a book about all this being in the zone. I just find it quite interesting. And it must be all sportsmen must do it, golfers must do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the cricket.
Foreman to continue from the city end, remaining round the wicket, firing into the pads and played it to the leg side. Wicket comes and picks it up.
Yeah, he's not bowling wide enough to hit those footmarks at the moment.
I think he's just trying to contain. Obviously, Malik's been really good through the covers. He's played some gorgeous shots through there, so I think he's just trying to shut that down by firing it into his pads. Floated this time and picked out extra cover.
Yeah,
And
that one was outside his off stump.
Yeah.
One to hit.
Well, you've also got slip-in, so if he does push one across, that's another dismissal being brought into it. Full of length and driven up to mid-on. It was shy, it was stumps, but a big miss, and it's diving stop the other end of the boundary. There's a shout of buzzers probably from the changing room.
Yeah, well, it was a throw at the stumps from, I think that's Shazad there, it is, yeah. But nobody got round to back up, and it was Adam Finch who made a really good stop on the boundary.
Yeah, it was actually.
Yeah, might have been 5.
Foreman once again, that is driven handsomely through the covers. Do not bowl there to Zen Malik.
Yeah, a very juicy half volley just outside his off stump, and he's not going to miss out on those.
No, he's really bowling into his arc actually, because especially with that angle, it's always going to go across him if you're not bowling into his pads, and that's the danger. But 4 more added to the totals. Foreman collects himself at the top of his mark. Going again, round wicket. That's into the hip there, much better line, and worked to mid wicket. Oh, can you hear the planes?
Can't see him. Can hear him. Blimey, it's noisy. Got the red arrows around or something like that, have we today?
Oh, I don't know. It was actually the women's Bears game yesterday, we had the Jets going over, I believe,
Ah, right, yeah.
as well. So hanging around, last ball of the over, and that's worked up to mid-on, and a single to finish the over. Warwickshire 164 for free. On that, actually, I went to Wales a few weeks ago. This is a little diversion, but I went to the Mac Loop. Have you heard of
Oh,
it
yeah,
before?
yeah.
Yeah. We sat on the hill, and a hawk
Yeah,
came in and through really low, which was pretty insane.
yeah. I've watched the videos of that on social media. There's a
Yeah.
guy puts loads on.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Committed to.
yeah. I think he sits there for weeks on end. So did you know this was coming through, or was just
A little
coincidence?
bit.
Taylor's the bowler, and Malik covers up and pushes out on the offside.
So my partner's trained to become a pilot, and he was like, I really want to go to this thing. And I was like, okay, fine, it's good weather, I'm going to sit in town whilst we sit and wait for these jets. But luckily, I think we were about 40 minutes, and then
right.
it came through. It was so low. I'd say it's like 60 metres, 70 metres off the ground.
Yeah,
Which is pretty cool.
yeah. They're big things close up, aren't they?
Yeah, they're huge.
Massive.
And
We were, as Taylor is racing away, 164 for 3. Malik forward plays the ball out to Foreman. No run. Down in Lincolnshire recently, we're right next to Coningsby airfield, where the Battle of Britain flight takes off from all the old planes,
okay.
the Lancasters and the Spitfires, and
yeah.
there's a couple of Typhoons. I'm not an aeroplane geek, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to see things like that. It's just, but it does it. You think, oh my lord, how big's that?
Yeah.
Here's Taylor in, bowls, Malik chops it away. Might get 4 for this. There's work for Ethan Brooks. He gets round quickly, but they're going to come back for 2. Brooks, who is all on his own out there. He's patrolling an area the size of Rutland. He's all on his own out there. Nobody to talk to. So 2 more, 166 for 3. Malik is looking very good here. He's gone on to 70. He's very well organised. He just looks as he knows his game. I just get the impression that he, as Taylor is in, bowls, comes forward defensively, plays the ball back down the pitch. Whether there's shots that he doesn't play, I don't know, because he's played most of them today. But he looks like a bloke who thinks, no, I don't play that shot, so I won't play it. You know, if it's there, he'll probably say, I'm not going to play that shot. But he just looks so well organised.
Yeah, is really tidy batting, actually. And he's so, like, calm and collected at the crease. I think those go hand in hand. Is actually not frantic. He's chill, seems really chilled about the situation.
Taylor in, bowls, forward. A little hurried that time, but drops a dead bat on it and just rolls out to Foreman at extra cover. I mean, the pitch is a bit dead. The ball is, how many overs is that? 43? Can't read that on the board. It's not a new ball, so batting should be relatively comfortable. But as we were saying this morning, it's probably going to take a batsman's mistake or a wonder ball to get somebody out on this. Taylor is in bowls, and Malik not making a mistake at all, just pushes out on the offside. So 2 runs off Tom Taylor's over. He has 1 for 39 off 13 overs. And Chloe's disappearing. Mike Taylor's coming in to do his updating thing.
Yes, I shall nip back in for just a couple of minutes, and then Chloe back in. I always feel like elbow my way in rather rudely on these occasions.
No, that's all right.
Only for a couple of minutes.
We're not offended at all.
Well, no, that's what you say.
Now we got a guy in a shortish mid-wicket here. Foreman bowls, and it's Kashif Ali with the pads on. So he's been just easing it down there for a single. So we've got long on out, and then this guy Kashifali's almost stood on the cut strip and almost next to the batsman at the non-striker's end. 166 for 3. Foreman in again, goes back. Oh, there's a loud appeal here, and not out, says Steve O'Shaughnessy. It just now that did spin.
Yeah,
he's outside the line. That's why it wasn't out.
Yeah, it looks as though he stepped across to the offside, but it turned.
Might have been going over as well, but it did. It's really that's the first one we've seen with any pronounced turn on it. Foreman was leaping down the wicket, getting very excited. 166 for 3. Foreman in again, and once again going on the back foot here. Webster, as just a little hint of turn there. So he's turning this from outside the right-hander's off stump. And Webster's gone for a bit of stroll round. Now he's ready to go again. And he's gone for the reverse, and that's good work by Adam Hose, who anticipated what was going to happen there. In fact, it's not Hose, it's Ben Allison. He was at slip, and by the time he played the shot, he'd moved round and he was more gullyish for the reverse sweep. Foreman in again, and Webster goes back, but shorter this time. Bowler.
Warwickshire pulled one of those off earlier in the season. I forget which game it was in. It might have been the Yorkshire game, where spotting that a player was going to reverse sweep, ran round from slip to reverse to leg slip in time to catch it.
Yeah,
which was quite an achievement.
Last ball of Foreman's over. To this, Webster is driving. Ooh, it's in the air for a while. Was really totally in control of that. He's
let's get over that.
bounced about.
I'll just do this. Forgive me, Dan. Do this update now, and then
carry
Chloe will come back. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where early in the second session of the last day, Warwickshire 166 for 3, starting to eat their way into the target of 389 to beat Worcestershire. Zen Malik is the man they're batting around at the moment, unbeaten with 74, and has had an air of calm throughout what has been a very well-paced innings so far. Dan Mosley this morning made 69, and Bo Webster has come in, although he's been a bit fidgety so far in making 10. But the batting conditions look to be as good as they've been at any point in the match at the moment. Warwickshire, still with 61 overs available, have the target just about in range. So they need another 226 at 166 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Very good, that, mate.
And this is Dave Bradley, and Chloe's coming back for a few minutes, and then me and Phil will pop back in a bit.
And this is Tom Taylor bowling, and he is bowling to Malik, who has moved on to 74. Excuse my hesitation. The sun shining on the big scoreboard makes it a little bit difficult to read. So Taylor in, and Malik is forward, pushing away on the offside, unhurriedly. Oh, you're back, are you?
I'm back. I know, rudely elbowed out.
Well, there you go. You've been more rudely elbowed out like that in your life. If you haven't, you will be.
That was fairly polite, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like being on the underground and you're trying to get in.
Oh, do you know what? Yeah, I've done that before. I've been on a tube at peak rush hour, and I was in. You know, when you're in the middle of a carriage and you're far from a door.
Yeah.
There you go.
Horrible. Taylor in, bowls. Played up initially off the back foot, but then coming forward, Malik plays it out to mid wicket where Ben Allison is the fielder. Things slowing down a little bit from a batting point of view. Last boundary was that lovely drive from Malik off Taylor through the covers, and I think this is what Worcestershire got to do. They've got to start to frustrate or bore the batsman. Just bowl, good line, good length, nothing to hit. Taylor in, bowls, and once again it's a good ball. Malik has to cover up, just opens the face, dabs it down to Jake Libby, who is in a position just backward of square. He's not cover point.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a case of who cracks first, actually, whether the batters will lose their concentration or whether the bowlers will start hunting for wickets a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that this little period is important that they don't lose wickets. Pick up the odd run, wait for the bad ball. Taylor bowls. That's not a bad ball at all. He's going to concede a run, but that comes off a thickish outside edge, I imagine. Yeah, he kind of hurried and then dropped his bat on it, Malik, and it rolled away exactly square on the offside. Ethan Brooks is the fielder out there. One more to the total, goes to 167 for 3, and Webster to face. First time they've changed ends for a while, these two. Webster's been facing the spin of Foreman. Taylor away again, last ball of his 14th over, and this time Webster is forward, plays the ball away on the offside, 1 run off the over, and at the end of it, it's 167 for 3. Warwickshire need another 225 for victory, and Sports Extra 2 are with us, and we welcome you with open arms to Edgbaston on a gloriously sunny afternoon. Don't know whether it's gloriously sunny around the country or maybe around the world, because you could be listening this in anywhere on the planet. I'm Dave Bradley. Chloe Brewer is alongside me, and Warwickshire 167 for 3. The only wicket to go down today was that of Dan Mosley, who tried a reverse sweep off the bowling of Bertie Foreman and hit it straight to Jake Libby, who was at backward point. He went for 69, and since then, well, since lunch, we've seen one lovely cover drive from Malik, but not much else in the way of action.
Foreman to continue from the City end. Ground coming back over the wicket now, and that's short of the length and cut away towards deep point. I think I just had a little bit of discussion with the skipper. Actually, what do we want to do here? Because obviously before lunch we had a short leg in, a slip in, and he came round the wicket to send Malik, but he's just shifted up his tactics a little bit here.
Yeah, well, I think he's found there's a little bit of turn bowling over the wicket to the right-handers.
Once again, full of length, and he's gone to sweep that. Half shout, but Webster's got outside the line of that, so...
Way outside the line.
Yeah. No interest from umpire there.
Tis just going a little bit though.
Yeah. Once again, full of length, and that's patted down off back foot to mid wicket there.
Yeah, tall man Webster. Do you get the feeling that he wants to? He's just holding himself back here.
Yeah. Yeah, you said earlier it was like caged tiger.
Yeah.
Foreman for the fourth delivery, full of length, and that's worked to mid wicket, who ponders round and picks it up. We've got a deep square and a long on out on the leg side boundary for Bo Webster, so that kind of says a fair bit here. Foreman coming once again, and that's swept into the leg side. Will have some good cutting off there by square leg, who sends it back in. They ran 2.
Yeah, he's quick around that boundary, Ethan Brooks.
Yeah.
It's the get out shot, isn't it? If you're getting a little bit tied down, sweep across the front pad. As long as you get your pad outside off stump, you're safe.
Final delivery of this over, full of length and defended up to mid off. Warwickshire 170 for 3. And yeah, like, I think it's a really good shot actually if Foreman's bowling outside the line as well. You shove your front pad over and it's a really safe option.
Yeah, sweep around the front pad, unless it's turning a lot, or maybe you can, it goes on the one that goes on a little bit and get a top edge, but pretty safe shot. But I think I might be wrong. It's only been one boundary since lunch, and Malik hit that 4 through extra cover. I might be wrong.
I think so actually. Not sure.
Mike writes all these things down, he might know. Here's Tom Taylor in, bowls flicked away off the pads down to deep, fine leg. Who's that down there? Karam Shazad. One more to the total. The game sort of not meandering, but sort of going its own way at the moment. Nothing from Worcestershire to sort of disrupt the rhythm of it, and the batsmen are well aware what their situation is. Taylor in bowls, Webster pushes away on the offside, Brooks will come round, pick it up, they'll come back for two, although he's very quick, Ethan Brooks, over the ground. As the batsmen were into their work. Two more to the total, 173 for three, needing 393 to win. Umpire Michael Goff just adjusting the stumps. I don't know whether Tom Taylor might have brushed the stumps when that throw was coming back in. Can't think of any other reason why the umpire would want to suddenly decide the stumps weren't right. There's Webster waiting again, running it down to that beyond point position where it's Jake Libby is the fielder. Not a huge crowd in today, but those that are in, I suspect, well, I hope, are enjoying the cricket. Actually, there's four guys sat in the stand over the other side. They've all got different colour shirts on. Yellow, blue, brown and black. It's almost as if it's some sort of archery target. Here's Taylor in bowls. Forward comes Webster. It's all very tight, tense, gritty county cricket this is. Webster once again. He likes to go for a long walk, Webster. He's gone out towards square leg. Don't know whether he's got a Fitbit and he's trying to get his steps up. I think that's it.
Get it on the GPS data.
Yeah.
SSC, don't need to do any top-ups today. I've done enough.
Walking off, so just to clear his mind just for a moment, then he sets himself again. And now Tom Taylor is ready to bowl to him, and Webster is forward again defensively, plays to Donovan at mid-off, no run. It's I often wonder what he's off again. See Webster. What's in his mind now? What's he thinking as he walks? What do you think about in between balls? You know, everybody thinks about something different, don't they?
Yeah, not much, to be honest.
Do you switch off for that?
Yeah.
4 or 5, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely switch off between.
Clear your mind and then. Yeah. Here's Taylor's next ball, and this is going to be a single because cover point is out on the boundary, so they're able to take a quick single there. So 4 off Taylor's over. He has 1 for 44 off 15 overs. 174 for 3. Webster has. Let me have a look. He has 16, yeah, and Malik has 77. These two came together with the score on 126 for 3. So useful runs going on here.
Yeah, this has been a really solid partnership actually. Both shaping up really well, applying themselves, and that's all you can ask in this situation. Foreman to continue, full of length and driven. Back to him, just looked like he caught a toe of a bat and went around it a little bit.
Yeah, it was a bit of a swishy shot, wasn't it?
I think he's trying to play it up to mid-on, try and get out to it and work it up there for a single. But once again, comes in full of length and that's driven out to deep cover. And just rotating a strike. We've got someone in like a silly mid-on there. It's actually standing where the bat's non-striker would be.
Kashif is almost standing on the pitch.
Yeah.
The Worcestershire got no board at Southampton because somebody did put their foot on the
Oh,
pitch.
really?
Yeah. Adam Hose, I think, put his foot on the pitch.
Third delivery of the over, outside off, and that could have had a little tickle on it because head and hands from slip.
I'm not sure he got an edge on it, but it did go straight on. beat Malik, who's playing for the turn.
Foreman once again full of length, and that's driven up to mid-on, and they've taken a single, and that here, I think Zayn Malik could have been gone. That was close.
Yeah, Jake Libby with the throw. 50 partnership between Webster and Malik. Just getting a replay of that. And oh yeah, he was gone. Well gone. If that had hit from Jake Libby. Don't need to do that really. Takes short singles like that.
Fifth delivery of the over. That's short of length and slightly wider. Taken by the keeper cleanly.
Definitely getting it to go a bit, Foreman. I think he's in for a long bowl this afternoon.
Yeah, I think he could be. He's done a lot of the heavy lifting so far. Once again coming in full of length and driven out towards cover. Deep cover comes to collect it, and that brings the end of the over. 177 for 3.
On a glorious afternoon, the city of Birmingham is well, it's not glowing, but it's looking as distinct as it has throughout the 4 days here. Yesterday you could see the rain coming in over. You could actually see it coming in over the trees.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yesterday at lunchtime.
Yeah. Wow.
Tom Taylor, he's having a good old spell. He's bowled since lunch from the pavilion end. Maybe his last one. Yeah, he's pushed to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Same field. It's almost a gully now, Adam Hose, rather than a slip. Backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a fine leg.
I read something actually yesterday. This is just speaking of Birmingham looking rather presentable right now, is that they've got plans to become Europe's greenest city.
Oh, right. Here's Taylor in bowls. It just squares Webster up a little bit. I don't think the ball did too much. I think there was more of a just maybe shaping slightly away. Certainly from where we are, and we've mentioned this before many times, because we're high up in the stand, there's loads of greenery around.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Cannon Hill Park behind us, Calthorpe Park over there. Yeah. It's very, I was saying the other day, when you get London, when you get up high there, there's a lot of green, a lot of parks.
Yeah, there is.
Taylor bowls driven, but to D'Oliveira at mid-off. A more aggressive stroke there from Webster. A bit fuller from Taylor, so drivable. But he's off, goes off for his walk round, Webster.
Yep. Switching on, switching off again.
Yeah. 177 for 3. Off goes Taylor. And this time Webster is pushing rather than driving. Out to deep cover. Ethan Brooks is the fielder there. At the moment, the run rate required is 3.82. I'm only telling you this because it's on the screen in front of me. And the run rate is 3.45, so just under 4 and over, which is quite acceptable if you've got wickets in hand. The difference, of course, as Taylor is in and bowls and Malik plays defensively out on the offside. The difference is, of course, that the fielding team can put their fielders wherever they want to. There is no fielding circle, so you could have 9 men on the boundary. You could have 10 if you put your wicketkeeper back. So, it's totally different, isn't it? So, not totally different, but, if you got to 6 and over, you'd think, well, that's not much, is it? But it is in this form of the game.
Yeah.
Because you can bowl wides, or what would be called wides in Championship cricket. Taylor in bowls. Nice. Lovely shot. Straight back down the ground. Straight back past the bowler for 4. Lovely shot, perfectly timed. First boundary for a while. And Warwickshire are 182 for 3. Malik with that boundary goes to 82. Webster on 16. They need another 210, I think it says on the board. I should be able to work it out, shouldn't I? I need another 211 actually.
Yeah.
It says Warwickshire trail by 210, which they do, but they would need 211 for victory.
Betty Foreman to continue from the city end. And remaining right arm over wicket, full of the length and driven. First ball up, mid off, comes round to collect it.
He didn't take the single there, did he? Because they nearly run out. We nearly had a run out in the last over.
Yeah.
To exactly the same position.
Yeah. Once again, full of the length and patted back to Foreman, who collects it and just turns and heads back to the top of his mark. He's getting through his overs fairly quickly, but this is his 12th of the day. So he's done a lot of the heavy lifting so far. But in once again, back of the length and defended off the back foot by Webster. As we're getting almost up to halfway through this afternoon session, full of the length and again patted down by Webster.
Yeah, tea today's at 20 to 4. Whatever happens, set in stone on the last day of a championship game. Unless there were 9 wickets down, and there's not going to be, unless something very strange takes place in the next hour and a quarter.
Once again, that's worked into the leg side. Just a little look there. Just got a little bit of an inside edge. It's looking to work it into that vacant square leg area, but just ended up to go into 45. Final delivery of the over, full of length and defended off a back foot, and I think he was worried about he was going to roll onto his stumps there, actually. Just pushed it. Made sure it didn't roll on, but Warwickshire 182 for 3.
Yeah, Henry Cullen behind the stumps was coming round to pick it up. Cullen keeping wicket because Gareth Roderick has a injury. So Cullen came out and kept wicket yesterday evening and is keeping wicket throughout the day. Change of bowling. Ben Allison is coming on. Tom Taylor's just rehydrating, having a drink. So Allison, who has bowled 6 overs, been a bit expensive actually. 6 overs for 35 so far. I suspect that this is the plan for Worcestershire. Allison races away and bowls, and Malik gets a very nice juicy wide half volley, and he steers down to backward of square on the offside. Once again, Ethan Brooks busy out in the wide open spaces of Edgbaston. I think Malik might have thought he could have got more off that. Looked a little juicy to me, but there you go. He's got a single. He's batting well within himself, and he goes to 83. And Warwickshire go to 183 for 3. Allison bowls just a bit shorter this time. Webster just pushes the ball away on the offside, off the back foot. Being very restrained here, I reckon, Bo Webster. He's generally a fairly attacking batsman, but not what his team want at this stage of the afternoon. Still lots of chirping from the Worcestershire fielders. Allison runs away, leaves the pavilion behind him, and bowls, and Webster forward. Looks as if he was going to go into the drive there, but the bat was halfway down. He checked himself and pushed it to Foreman. at extra cover. No run, 183 for 3. The crowd, those that are here, most of them are still, I think there's one person with a shirt off is next ball, and that is driven out to Brooks, who's that sweeper on the cover boundary. Get my binoculars on this. 180. Not that I'm getting my binoculars to look at naked people, folks. Not on a Friday. I'll do that on a Saturday. Looking all around. Oh, there's a couple. There's a couple who are shirtless. Both of them gentlemen, by the way. 184 for 3. Allison in bowls, pushed away on the offside. Foreman strides into field.
Yeah, it is a sun trap over towards the city end. It's because obviously our changing rooms are straight ahead of us. Actually, when was it? It was really early in the season. I think it was April. And the guys were coming out of their changing room in coats, woolly hats, and we were all over there.
Yeah.
Sleeves rolled up to not get tan lines.
Yeah.
Because it just collects over there, and I don't know why, but
yeah,
he's strong.
Ben Allison is in and bowls, and this is punched away into the covers, but Foreman fields. End of the over, 184 for 3. I remember doing a game at Whitgift School, against Worcestershire a few years ago. There was a wall on the far side by the road, and a bank of seating, and the guys there, they were absolutely baking, shirts off, and we were sat with woolly hats and coats on. I think we're having a double change here. I think Chloe and myself are departing.
We're going for a double, Dave.
We're doing double up.
Don't mind if I do.
Change at both ends.
Yes.
And Phil is going to come in and replace me.
And in the meantime, Bertie Foreman is going to bowl again from the Birmingham end, and he very nearly gets Webster reverse sweeping like Mosley did, but I don't think he hit it well enough to get it to backward point, who on that side of the ground for the right-hander, the backward point is about halfway back to the boundary, but I think that was in the air, but it fell short of Tom Taylor. Foreman has another go, and Webster, who's not been terribly fluent since lunch, checks a drive, but he gets a run out to deep extra cover. And the game is in the hazard here, Phil, with both teams, I think, in with a winning chance now.
Yes, I agree. I kind of think they should be banned from playing the reverse sweep more than twice in an innings. You've had your two, now stop.
Like reviews and internationals, Malik's down the pitch and hitting this in the air. The first time today he's hit the ball in the air, and he's hit it for 6 over long off. I can't recall him hitting the ball in the air at all up to now, but on 83 he's decided this is the moment to pull the pin and hit Foreman over the long off boundary for 6.
Yeah, good use of the feet, came down the wicket, very clean right through it, and head down, he kept his head down and hit beautifully through the shot.
It's been a very assured effort so far. He's 89 and goes back and cuts aggressively for 4 through extra cover. And now Warwickshire need fewer than 200 to win. And at 195 for 3, I wonder whether we are getting close to the point where Worcestershire start to fret a bit.
Well, the doubts will start to creep in, won't they?
For a team that's been making the running in this game since Thursday morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning.
Yep.
But now it feels coming back towards even. Down the pitch comes Malik. He's going to get another run here, stroking this up to long on. To go to 94.
Again, using the feet, just taking the young off spinner on.
And he's going to give Brett D'Oliveira a problem if they start getting after Foreman. Webster faces Foreman. He's content to nudge this into the leg side. He remains 20. And at the end of the over, Malik 94 and at 196 for 3. Warwickshire starting to gather some momentum. 12 from that over.
Bo Webster coming down. Does he want to drink? These hot English conditions, the Aussies aren't used to the hot English conditions, you know. They've got to have drinks. Oh, he's having a sweater brought out, perhaps. No, he wants a towel. He's hot. And a drink. Look at that.
In the first innings, he was playing very nicely, and then it felt rather sort of gave his wicket away, sold it a bit cheaply when he hit Bertie Foreman to mid-off. At the moment, he seems to be playing within himself, but that's fine because the target is still potentially within range. They haven't got to. If they keep going as they are at the moment, there's every chance they'll get there.
It's just, what is it, about 3.6, 3.7 and over, isn't it? The required rate. In fact, I can read this. 3.72 is the current required rate. So that's very gettable, but in today's scoring ways. It was a time that 3.72 as that first ball from Allison is left, and there's no run. It was a time 3.72 would be. You sure?
It would have been
it's a lot now.
positively vulgar.
Yeah. Allison is on his way in again to Bolton Malik, who defends this next one. Just steps across and with a firm, solid defensive shot, and there's no run.
What he has brought so far in this innings, and I'm sure he will be thinking in his mind there's a long way to go yet, but he has brought an air of control since the start of today. Well, even yesterday, actually, when it was difficult, when he came to the wicket at 12 for 2 in the dark,
Yep.
that was quite difficult.
I think that was last night showed what he was like. This one he flips away down to backward square leg for what will just be a single. But again, they turned it away nicely. He moves on to 95 with that shot.
Feels like they're starting to move the fielders about now as well.
Yeah.
Because, and it's a tricky period for Worcestershire. This is the 56th over, so the ball is not at its best now for bowling. There is therefore going to be a new ball available in 24 overs time, so that's going to be maybe half an hour after tea, something like that.
There's Allison in, and this is turned away, but straight to mid-wicket, and Webster isn't interested in the run there. He goes and has a look to where the shot has gone, and there's no run. 197. So at the moment the target, remember, is 393, which are 197. So they're basically halfway there. Actually, I think they've just gone past the midpoint, Mike, haven't they? On the
Yes, they are.
The downside now. This one is going to be runs because it's turned wide of mid-wicket. It has to go running across towards square leg and pick the ball up, and they get another single. So Webster moves on to 21, brings Malik, who's on 95, back onto strike.
Yeah, he has been in some form, Webster. It's been, I mean, a lot of air miles with it, but he has four half centuries in his last 5 first-class stroke test games.
Yeah, funny old series though, wasn't it? That one.
Well, yeah.
Gosh.
There weren't a lot of runs being scored.
Last ball of this over from Ben Allison from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Malik defends this one into the onside. End of another over, ticks by. Warwickshire 198 for 3.
And Worcestershire now, not quite entirely on the defensive, but their field placings are more to protect against runs being scored at the moment, or that's how it seems. See how they are with Foreman. Still think Foreman might be their most likely route to a wicket.
Yeah.
But if they start getting after him as well, he's 13 overs, 1 for 45 at the moment. But they took 12 from his last over. There's a long on and deep square leg out for him to bowl to the right-handed Webster, who is being very careful against Foreman and defends the first ball. He's playing as if in some sort of penance for the way he got out in the first innings when, in Foreman's first over, he smacked him straight to mid-off.
Do you like the loop he puts into his bowling?
He scuttles up to the crease and Webster sweeps behind square on the leg side. There's a chase around the boundary and they are going to have 2 runs. Ethan Brooks, who is doing a lot of lonely work on that long boundary, throws it back in, and the extra round of applause is for Warwickshire reaching 200 in the 57th over. 200 for 3. 193 now to win from this point. Foreman bowls again to Webster, who is thinking only of defence. He's 23, Bo Webster. And happy to settle in Malik's slipstream a bit in this partnership, which is not, you would think he's normal.
Yeah.
Metier, he's
definitely played second fiddle, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's all right. The longer this partnership persists, and remember there is still batting to come. There's and aggressive players, potentially Barnard and Smith next, and then the lower order. There's some fidgeting behind the bowler's arm. Who's doing that?
There's only 26,000 seats, and you sit right behind the bowler's arm.
There's a chap in a very, very, very close to the tarpaulin, but he's sat dead still. Webster gets a ball from Foreman that maybe just scuttled a bit. Not many have done that, but Foreman looked down at the ground there as if thinking that nearly got through. Webster had to adjust slightly late to defend it. 200 for 3. A veil of very wispy high cloud appearing over towards the airport, but otherwise it is a lovely day. By far the best of the match. Foreman bowls a big, not even a bit of full toss, and Webster has stroked it through extra cover, and 2 fielders chasing it. One has staved it right on the rope. I think it's Finch out there, the big man, who's got down there to stop it, and they have taken 3. So Webster goes to 26, 203 for 3, and Webster didn't try and hit that too hard. He was just happy to bunt it through the gap.
Yep, good fielding. It was Finch down there. He's made a fine stop, saved a run, but it was just pushed away. I was going to use these binoculars to have a look, but have you seen these?
They are.
Dave Bradley's, he must have a boat somewhere, I think.
Foreman bowls, and Malik reaching a bit for a ball that's wide of off stump, drives it to extra cover, and it's the end of the over. 5 more picked up in that one. Warwickshire 203 for 3, 96 to Malik, 26 to Webster. Dave's been threatening to bring these binoculars all week.
They're like the ones you used to see, when they used to stand on the deck with their duffel coats.
Yes.
Could
have you imagined
sink the Bismarck?
Richard Harris in a war movie
they're
holding
like
those? They're rather good, aren't they?
You're only jealous.
I am.
Captain Bradley, or Commander Bradley.
I should say so. Gosh, you'd see.
Yes.
Who's coming on the starboard bow with
or
that?
The Navy lark, probably.
Yes, maybe.
Captain Bovey.
There's Ben Allison in the new over. This one is Webster looking to turn that one into the onside, but in the end it ends up with the ball coming out off the bat straight ahead of him rather than through mid-wicket.
I read a lovely quote once. The binoculars reminds me of Patrick Moore, the astronomer, who was a very enthusiastic cricketer. Apparently, I think
yes.
The Lord's Tavern and all the rest of it. Was famous. Obviously, wore a monocle on the telly. And the quote of a conversation where somebody said to him, "Do you bat with a monocle?" He was, by his own account, not much of a batter.
There's Allison on his way, and Webster gets an oohs and ahs as he chops this one out down to square on the onside. A little bit late on that, and in fact the bat was well away from the body when he played the shot. And it was like
wonder if he kept a bit low. He just awkward a bit. Anyway, somebody apparently said to Patrick Moore, "Would you not find it easier if you wore glasses to bat?" And he supposedly has responded, "To be fair, I don't think it would have helped if I'd worn binoculars." Rather good quote, but those absolutely marvellous.
Watch these things. He must hit the glass at the front of the stick. Well, he has to sit back when he's on. Malik plays this next one, looking for there's 5 runs to get to what will be his 2nd championship century this season.
They'd be good for reading a newspaper. You could read a chap's newspaper over his shoulder if he sat in the ball ring, couldn't you? From here, splendid pair. At 204 for 3, we are only jealous.
Yeah, I don't want to get mine out because they're much smaller than those. 204 for 3.
Size isn't everything, but
Well, here's Anderson in, bowls, and this one is lofted hard and high and has gone for 6, and it brings up Malik's century with a superb 6 over long on. The second century of his career, first-class career for Warwickshire, and what a splendid way to bring it up.
I'll say.
Crowd up on their feet, and a terrific innings from him. There was a little bit of it was on that flat wicket when he got his first century, but this has been one under a huge amount of pressure, and he really has batted superbly last night and again today.
Hasn't offered a chance. He's 101, as you say, second century, but this one, in a big moment. Didn't seem to suffer many nerves in the 90s, did he?
No, Anderson in, and this next one straight away back behind it, back to normal, and just what his captain's looking for.
But the job is not done, but
he's taken a big step, hasn't he?
He's putting Warwickshire in the game. There are 50 overs to go at the end of this one, and they're 182 runs away from what would be a bit of a steal, frankly.
Yeah.
Although if you can steal anything if you chase 400 to win, and they're a long way off it yet, but they're getting into range.
Allison in, and Malik is edging that one down in front of slip. There's a second slip, or a third slip even, almost like a gully position, and that one was the perfect position set by Brett D'Oliveira, because the ball didn't quite carry to him, but he was in the absolute spot-on place for that ball. End of the over, Malik survives it, Brett having brought up his century, 101, and well done to him.
Well, Brett Lee has one or two difficulties at the moment. His spinner, he's no longer exerting the control he was, and although he probably looked as likely as anybody else to get a wicket, it's not really threatened. He's got all these seamers, but there are still 22 overs to go until the new ball, and if they just sort of cycle through the 22 overs, then in 22 overs time at this rate, Warwickshire aren't going to be all that far away. So he could bowl. Shahzadi's his trump card, but didn't threaten this morning. Warwickshire sort of were quite happy to pat him back this morning, and you'd want him fresh for the new ball when it comes. So this is a bit tricky for Brett D'Oliveira, because he doesn't really want to spend 22 overs in a holding pattern. Firstly, because Worcestershire would still like to win this game.
Yep.
They've got 7 wickets to find, and secondly, they're not. The target is not so big that they can say, "Well, we'll just roll over for 22 overs." So this is tricky to get the balance right.
Well, he's gone back to Adam Finch
Yeah.
to see if he can get that breakthrough with that little bit of extra pace.
Well, he's bowled only 5 overs so far.
Yeah.
He's been rather to bowl.
Ethan Brooks hasn't had a bowl either,
No, he
has
hasn't.
in this one. So that's a little bit surprised they haven't tried that option.
Finch then, Foreman 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50, gives way, and Finch bowling to Webster. It's land of the Giants all of a sudden, and Webster is turning this up to mid-on, and there isn't a run. It'd be a good basketball one-on-one, wouldn't it? Finch
Yes.
and Webster, I reckon.
Yeah, you could put Hannon Dolby there to be the
Well, he'd be there,
the
yes.
referee. You could look down. I think he's fractionally taller, isn't he? He's 6'8", and these two are 6'7".
There was a good debate on the first day as to whether, or was it the other day? Hang on, Finch is going to bowl, and this is pushed away into the offside. Which game were we at the other day, where somebody asked me whether it was the tallest and the shortest captains in county cricket tossing up together. It must have been the last 2020 game. Because Warwickshire played recently had a very tall captain. It was Derbyshire. Anyway, is this the biggest difference between the height of the cow? Strangely enough, it had never occurred to me before. But it did make for a slightly peculiar scene at the toss. 210 for 3. Finch bowls a short ball. Webster, it was as if he had made his mind up to pull, and then thought I'd better not at the last minute, and grabbed his bat out of the way.
Still work to do. I can't go for that one.
No, he was dying to, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But he restrained. So there are two men back for it towards that long leg side boundary, and consequently, on a lot of grounds, they would be deep. You would say they were on the boundary. If they were the other side, they'd be halfway up the holly stand. Finch bowls, and Webster turns this off his front pad for one run out to deep square leg, where Foreman is there fielding. So Webster goes to 28, 211 for 3. I ought to run round what's happening in the other games, actually, because there are some interesting ones going on across the two divisions. Have a look at them over the course of this over. Webster settling again. England in front in the Test match, by the way, at 394 for 4, so very powerfully placed. You can, if you're listening on BBC Sounds or on DAB, you can get that on the main Sports Extra channel. Joe Root 98 not out, with England 394 for 4. In the Championship,
he must have moved up to about third of the.
Well, he wasn't very far behind, was he?
He wasn't far away from that.
No, he'd be moving up the ladder. Notts and Hampshire looks as though it is going to be a draw. Hampshire avoided the follow-on, which is the only real route to getting a result. So Notts 9 for none, second innings lead by 133, but that'll be drawn. Finch bowls a bouncer, and he doesn't tempt Malik, who ducks underneath it, and it's the end of the over. At Scarborough, this one also looks like being a draw, because Surrey not only avoid the follow-on, but got a first innings lead of 20. The champions making 537, in which nobody made a century, but Ryan Patel's 92 was the highest score, and Will Jacks's 17 was the lowest score. So a remarkably uniform scorecard, but that game, it looks a dead draw, with Yorkshire 24 for 1, 4 runs ahead. Essex beat Sussex earlier today by an innings and 39 runs. As a result in Division 2 in Cardiff, I'll tell you that in a moment.
Benelson to continue, pavilion end, and this is turned away nicely by Bo Webster down to deep backward square leg for a single, which will they take.
In Cardiff, Glamorgan 189 for 5 have beaten Kent by 5 wickets. Kieran Carlson 89 not out.
That must put Glamorgan pretty well up in the table, because Derbyshire were top, weren't they? And Glamorgan must be up there.
Oh, Leicestershire are top, I think, and then Derbyshire, Glamorgan moving ahead of Derbyshire at the moment, right. But I think Derbyshire might have points to add.
Allison in, bowls, it's run away into the offside, but there's no run.
But Leicestershire, I think, looking good to come up there. That one heavy defeat by Middlesex, and then they got right back on it this week. And in fact, they're about to beat Derbyshire. Derbyshire 220 for 9. The target was 446, so they're obviously nowhere near it.
Good last wicket stand, that'll be.
Yeah. Rian Ahmed, what a game. 7 for 74. So a century on the first day, when Leicestershire were none for 2, remember. He scored a century on the first day and has taken, so far, 13 wickets in the match.
Some bowls, and it's driven nicely down to D'Oliveira down at mid-off. There's no run.
I think he's made a reasonable claim to be man of the match,
well, I think
in that game.
Yeah.
Although Lewis Rees took 11 wickets for Derbyshire, has been rather overshadowed. But yeah, 7 for 75 so far, Rian Ahmed. So he got 6 in the first innings as well. And a hunt. You might go back into the dressing room and say, any of you blokes fancy having a go?
I should think Nottingham should be looking at him, won't
they? Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, he'd be in the first division next season, is right.
Yeah. This next one from Allison is played and defended by Malik, back to the bowler.
At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire hanging on a bit at 235 for 7 in the second innings of the Cheltenham Festival. The new ball nearly due. They are only 59 runs on. So there's a bit of work to be done. Tom Hartley's had a very good game there. He scored a century at number 10 and took 6 wickets in the first innings. He's got another 3 in the second. So he's having a bit of a week out as well at Cheltenham.
Allison bowls, and that one goes through. That's beaten Malik. His forward push didn't quite get across there just enough, and It goes through, misses the off stump and through to the keeper.
First one's gone past the bat for a while.
Yeah.
There's one other game I haven't got around to yet on this roundup, and it is at Northwood, where North Ants are clinging to the last branch on the cliff at 170 for 7. Yeah. They're still 194 runs behind in their second innings, so they are subsiding.
For Middlesex. One from Allison is played defensively, so good solid over there from Ben Allison. Warwickshire 212 for 3. Remember, the target is 393, so they require a further 181 runs, and we have 48 overs remaining.
Tea at 340, so that's in 50 minutes time thereabouts, so maybe another 12 overs between now and then.
Yep.
So if Warwickshire bop along at 3.5 and over, that'd be another foot. So we're looking at, unless there's a change in the rhythm, 140 or so to get in the last session, and there'll still be, say, 36 overs to get them in.
Yeah, it's just a question of Worcestershire need these wickets, don't they?
They do.
It's absolutely critical now that they start taking wickets.
A couple of wickets would completely throw that up in the air, of course.
So it's very much in the balance, this game still. Warwickshire have got themselves clawed their way back into some sort of contention, but there's still a huge amount to do. But
180 to win. Finch starting a new over from the Birmingham end with a very wide slip and a short leg, who takes cover as Webster pulls a short ball, pulls it down. Good shot. He's going to get 2 runs to Ethan Brooks if he's back quickly, and he is. The short leg was checking his life insurance there, I reckon, for a moment. When Webster wound up for that. He was under the lid there. Work it out.
it's Kashif in there.
Kashif, oh yes, he's had a bit of a... He's got all the padding on. He looks like a sort of an American football linebacker or something. There are... Or possibly a hockey goalkeeper would be a better description. Finch bowls full, and Webster nearly hits him the other side, but plays it with a straight bat, possibly in the air for the first few yards. Finch certainly thinks so, but he steered it safely enough past short leg, and this time gets 1.
And if you putting in perspective here, those 3 runs mean that for the next Warwickshire effectively only need 1 more run off the next 4 balls to meet the rate required.
That's it. They're
just. And it's it really is as simple and basic as that, and you don't need to take all these risks.
In comes Finch, and Malik drives for a good shot. He's going to get more than another 1 for the over here. He might not go all the way. Again, he hasn't tried to hit it hard. He's just placed it into the gap, and he'll be content with 3. But he's had quite a few of those today, Zen Malik, especially this morning, where he's just hit through the line of the ball, but just stroked it. There's plenty of runs there. The ball seems to have been coming onto the bat better today than it did yesterday.
Oh, I think the sun has made a huge difference.
It might have.
The wicket is looking more like a 4th day wicket, which we've seen throughout the season here.
Well, it does, except that some of those pitches appear to have lost pace. And it's been difficult to score runs quickly later in the game. It's not at the moment. Finch bowls on the pads of Webster, and there's another run here, pushing this wide of mid-wicket. And this is all a little bit too straightforward at the moment from Worcestershire's view.
I think Brett D'Oliveira's got a problem on his hands here. He needs to find something which can check it. I wonder whether he might... Dave was saying he's had a shoulder problem, but whether he might even be tempted to give himself a bold fight.
Just change the real Brooks, or change the rhythm somewhere.
Brooks or something like that. I think he just needs to do something a bit different.
Finch goes closer to the stumps. Malik turns this away in the air a little bit, but he looked like he was in control of it, and he went well wide of short leg, and he gets a run down to deep backward square. But yeah, they haven't got enough runs, Worcestershire, to be just in a holding pattern till the new ball. Quite apart from the fact that would leave them only 20 odd overs to get 7 wickets.
Yep.
But and I'm not suggesting they are trying to be in a holding pattern, but at the moment it looks a little bit like they're waiting for something to happen.
They have to force it just a bit more while they've got these runs still in hand.
172 to win. Finch bowls a short ball. Webster denies himself a pop at that.
What was that, 8 off that
Ducks
over?
underneath it, yeah. Well, 8 off the over, and it didn't feel as though there were any risks taken particularly.
No.
220 for 3. Webster 33 and Malik 106.
Yeah.
Which is his highest first class score.
So well done to him.
Will push his average beyond 40 in his first championship season in 7 games.
That's terrific.
He just looked assured. That's the thing. He's brought a certain.
It's been a strange season, because at times he's looked very assured, like as today, and he did against Surrey. Other times he's looked, the other games we've seen, there's been, sometimes you just think, well, is this just a little bit too much? So it's been a real learning curve for him this season. Although he's got 2 centuries, he's had to work at it. Well, we're going to see Karim Shahzad bowling from the Pavilion end. He's bowled mainly from the Birmingham end.
Yes, he bowled a short spell from here before lunch, but otherwise, I think that was the first one in the match.
So this will be an interesting one, as this first one is played away. It's a bit short outside the off stump, and plenty of width, which allowed Malik to chop that one away down to deep point. And they just amble the single. 221 for 3. So the required now down to 172. And brings Webster, who has moved on to 33 without really playing too many extravagant shots. It's sort of been nudging and picking up the 1s and the 2s. As comes into him and bowls, and Webster is playing this one down and into the onside, and there's no run. So one overseas player to the neck to another here. So it would have been interesting had Tom Latham been available. I know he wasn't, but which one they would have left out of. Presumably it would have been. It would have.
Malik or Mosley, I think.
Well, they couldn't have played the 3 overseas.
Oh, I see the overseas. No, I see what you mean.
Overseas wise, but that's it's not an issue anyway. This one is clipped away nicely by Webster down to the square leg boundary, but he's Finch down there. They've got a single.
Well, so I asked the question after the game at Derby the other day, where Tom Latham hit that blazing 100 and then seemed to land on his shoulder while fielding. And Ian Westwood said to me, he said, well, actually, as it happens, I mean, he's going for a scam, but he wouldn't have played anyway because he was due away with New Zealand. But Webster is back, so that sort of solved that.
This one is clipped away behind, again, backward of square this time, but again, out to the fielder out on the deep square leg boundary, and they again get a comfortable single. So that's 3 singles already off this over.
I mean, I'm assuming they would have definitely played Rocky Choli on account of the fact that they signed him specifically for these games, and made a point of saying so. Indeed, which, you know, when they brought him in.
Webster is forward to that one and defending it back to the bowler. Presumably, actually, they must have known though that they would have known Latham's going.
They
off
would have
with
known
New
that,
Zealand,
yes.
The Webster link, so it was all a planned link, so it was never going to be an option.
Because there's only these 2 championship games sort of isolated in the middle of the season.
Right.
This is the first one since the end of June, and there isn't another one until well into September. So
that's right. We've got the 100 to come, haven't we?
Yes,
the one-day cup and the 100. This one is driven by Webster down out towards mid-off. Field ball's fielded before they can get a single. End of another over. I'll make way for Dave, who's he is behind me, Commander Bradley, to get his binoculars out, and
I'll do the update for local radio listeners in about a few minutes, and then we'll have more from Chloe Brewer as well. And let me plug ahead that you can join Chloe and myself and a cast of not quite thousands but other luminaries at the Oval on Sunday for coverage of the Women's Blast for Tier 1 Finals Day, which is from 12:30 and will be the Blaze against the Bears in the first game. It's the Tier 2. Are you doing the commentary on the Tier 2 game as well? For BBC as well? Oh, good. So you can enjoy Tier 2 tomorrow and Tier 1 on Sunday with us on the BBC Sport website. We're going to have some fun. Hopefully it'll be weather just like this. I'll talk through this over, Dave, and then get the report away, and then we'll change it over. Here is Finch coming round the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Malik, who pulls away to deep backward square leg for 1. And I can't quite see at the moment, Dave, where Brett D'Oliveira is going to change the rhythm here before the new ball comes.
No, Foreman was just getting it to go a little bit. They've taken him off. D'Oliveira himself doesn't bowl these days. So, he's stuck with his medium pacers. There was just one ball that scuttled a little bit. Apart from that, nothing.
Finch trying round the wicket to strong arm Bo Webster, but he's easily in position to pull. Seemed to have a lot of time to do it, and guided it around poor old Kashif Ali, who's finding himself well and truly in the firing line at short leg. He must upset somebody, do you? Kashif, that looks a particularly short straw to draw at the moment.
Yeah.
Especially if they're going to be bowling this sort of... Finch is now going to resort to the muscle method here, coming round the wicket bowling bouncers at Malik, and we've got the 3 men in a line from short leg to square leg to deep square leg, all standing one behind the other, and Malik, who must have been prepared for a bouncer, ducks underneath it.
I'm not sure that they can all see from there, can they?
No. Umpire Goff's gone off to the other side to make sure that they're all the right side of the line.
Well, then Adam Hose is sort of the piggy in the middle.
Yeah, there's
Jake Libby is out on the...
Yeah.
Is that Jake Libby? I think it's...
I'll
it's
do the update in just a second. Here's Finch, bowls, and Malik is getting a run to third man. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are creeping up on their big target against Worcestershire, with a century partnership between Zen Malik and Bo Webster steering them closer. Malik has been the dominant partner and has reached his 2nd county championship century in his first season of cricket at this level. Reached it in joyous fashion with a 6-over long on off Ben Allison, one of 2 sixes and a dozen other boundaries that he hit. Bo Webster has made an unbeaten 35 to support him, and the target is starting to come within range. They need another 166 to win. There are still 45 overs available. Warwickshire 226 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And they are, in fact, 6 runs closer because Webster cutting a short ball away towards third man, but in fact over third man and away for 6.
Yeah, flat batted that away, didn't it?
So, treating this bouncer method pretty disdainfully, and Finch is going to go back over the wicket to try and cut off that angle for him to do that. He bowls a very short ball, and Webster plays a mock pull at that, but he doesn't commit to it. It's the end of the over, and after that Warwickshire picking up another 9 in that over, and they're freewheeling a bit at the moment. Webster 41 and Malik 110, and Warwickshire 160 runs away from what will be one of their more remarkable steals in recent years if it happens. A lot of work still to be done, but they're starting to... So they might not need binoculars the size of yours to see this target at this rate.
If I was Brett D'Oliveira, I'd have a little gamble here as Shazad comes on from the, or is on from the pavilion end, doesn't come on. Bowls a full length ball, push down, and I would throw the ball to Ethan Brooks for a couple of overs. He bowls military medium pace, but there are some days when it's your day and some games when it's your game. And I think, he's had a great game so far, Ethan Brooks. Chuck him the ball, give him a couple of overs before tea, which will be a 20-4 today, because it's the last day of the game and it's set in the proverbial stone. Chloe Brewer back alongside myself. I have a question for you. As Karam Shahzad races away and bowls, and this is forward defensive push down the pitch. When you go to the Oval on Sunday,
Yeah.
and you are working for the mighty BBC,
Yes.
isn't it a bit frustrating that you're not playing? You know, you'll enjoy being there, you'll enjoy the occasion, but you're going to be thinking, I should be out there, shouldn't I?
That's part and parcel of being injured, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a killer.
Yeah. I must admit that the standard of sport that I ever played, I was not a good watcher. I mean, even now, at my great age, Shahzad's in and bowls, and this is pushed to Matthew Waite, who's on his 12 man for Worcestershire. We'll try and work out who's gone up. You know, I go and watch a local club playing, go and watch our lads playing. I'm thinking, bowl straight, you know, hit the ball. Yeah, I'm just going through all these things. You know, what are you doing that for? So I just find it a bit frustrating. Don't mind watching this because these guys are far better than whatever I did. But it's just, you know, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, I could still do that at my age. I couldn't, but that's what you're thinking. Back to this. Shahzad in bowls, and that's short and pulled away into the stands for another 6. And Malik is batting beautifully, I suppose is the only thing I can come up with. He started off very slowly this morning, very in his game, and just looked, you know, as if he was building up for this innings, and that's just short of a length. And he's gone back and peppered that. We ought to work out how many 6s have gone into that stand. I reckon we'll get up towards 30, I reckon, because Ethan Brooks put 15 of them in there. So you'd probably, if you were sat in there for the 4 days, you'd probably need a helmet. Get splattered. Shahzad to Malik, who drives down the ground. This could race away for 4. It's beaten the infield, and that's another super shot. And Karam Shahzad, who was the Worcestershire hero in the first innings with 6 wickets, is struggling here to just contain Malik, who goes to 119, and the total goes to 242 for 3. So that runs needed to win total is just creeping down. Well, it's not creeping down if you take 10 off 2 balls. It's going down very quickly. Worcestershire need a little something here, and this one is dabbed down to just backward a square on the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, and the Warwickshire total is 242 for 3. Their target was 393, so I reckon that's 151. And we've got, I can't read that overs total on there. What's the overs remaining, Chloe? Come on. How many? 44,
yeah.
Says a voice from the back. Okay, my old eyes can't read that with the sun shining on that board.
Don't blame it on the sun shining.
Don't blame it on the sunshine, blame it on the boogie, blame it on the moonlight. We could write a song with that, yeah?
It'd be a pretty good one too.
Yeah. So we got half an hour till tea. If these two are still in tea, you would probably place your hard-earned pennies on a Warwickshire win. But as we always say, add 2 wickets to any score. Let's say it was 250 for 3 at tea, then 250 for 5 rather at tea, then might be a different story. But Worcestershire looking for some inspiration here.
Venture to continue from the city, and that's bumper to start. Square leg picks it up. One of 3 square legs. Collects that one.
It's quite bizarre, isn't it? So short leg, well, he's 2 pitches from the batsman. Then there's Adam Hose, who's a pretty standard square leg. And then there's Bertie Foreman behind him, who is another square leg. They do look as if they're... I'm not sure Bertie Foreman can see the batsman from there.
Finch turns and goes again, short of length again, played off a back foot. Yeah, so you've got a short leg, 2 pitches from a bat. You've got normal square leg, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pitches from the pitch. And then you've got 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. On the edge of the 18th is your final square leg.
Yeah. And if he was fielding the other side, he'd be in row F. Sat down.
Finch into the ground once again, and that's been pulled away and picked out the third of the 3 legs. Of the 3 legs? Of the square legs.
I think if Kashif Ali had a spade out there, he'd be digging himself a trench to go in. There's balls whistling past him. Just needs something a bit different, Worcestershire here. It's fairly military medium. The ball's not doing anything. It's not reverse swinging. I don't know. But Dolomira maybe bowl himself.
Finch coming round the wicket this time. Bumper ducked underneath by Malik, who is, I don't know if you've mentioned this, but this is his record.
His highest
high
score.
Yeah, previous being 105.
Yeah. I think he's going to get a lot more hundreds, this lad.
Yeah.
Okay, you could say it's a docile pitch. The ball's doing nothing. The ball is as soft can be. But you've got to get him.
Yeah, exactly. You still got to get him. Round wicket again, and that's pulled down to fine leg. He comes and picks it up, and short leg is not having a fun time up there.
No. He's ducking almost every ball, Kashif Ali. In fact, he's been moved. I don't think he's moving by his own volition. I think he's so he's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitch widths away with a helmet on. Looks a bit weird.
He's asking to take it off, but okay, leave it on. Finch for a final ball this over. No doubt it's another short one, and on top of it is Bo Webster, 244 for 3.
The only wicket to fall today was that of Mosley, who tried a reverse sweep against Foreman and swept it straight to Jake Libby, who was at backward point position. He went for 69. That's Worcestershire's only success of the day. It's going to be Karam Shazad. He did get it in the first innings to tail a little bit, but the overhead conditions, Worcestershire will find it somewhat ironic, because we've been playing under cloud most of the 4 days. Floodlights have been on, which they do say makes the ball swing, and today it's absolutely perfect conditions. So away he goes. And this time Malik is playing back down the pitch. Bowler himself just takes the pace off it. It probably wasn't going past mid-off anyway. It was a push rather than a drive. 244 for 3. 149 needed for victory. That 393 for Warwickshire this morning must have looked a long way up. Must a long way up when they were 12 for 2 last night. With some excellent batting. As the next ball from Shazad pushed away. Square on the offside. A comfortable single. I think Worcestershire just need something just to lift them. I wouldn't say they're looking flat, because I'm not sure that professional cricketers do look flat. People talk about body language, but they just want something. Even if the ball went past the edge of the bat or something like that, or they had a huge... We haven't had an appeal for ages because the ball's not beating the bat. Next ball from Shazad, pushed away on the offside by Webster. Good innings this from Webster. It's just what you want from your overseas professional. Just he's come in, he's naturally likes to get on with it, but he's played a really good hand for his team here. Foreman is doing some warming up again, as if he's going to come on. I still think I'd give Ethan Brooks a couple of overs. He's a relative, certainly in white ball cricket, he's a regular bowler. Next ball from Shazad, forward Webster, just opening the face of the bat, working it down to backward point. There's just for a mini moment they thought about it too, but not to Brooks. You don't take two to him.
No.
And they stay where they are. 246 for 3. That's single. Took Webster to 43. Malik has 121. And it is he that's facing the next ball from Shazad, which is short, and he goes back and pushes it back down the pitch. The bowler on his follow through does the fielding. The shadow of the floodlights, which was shining on the field this morning, has moved itself to the seating in the Hollies stand. It hasn't actually moved, the floodlight, just the earth. The earth and the sun are in different rotation. It hasn't sort of got up and
Crept around the
walked
ground.
over there. I've had enough of that. Too hot. I'm going over here. Next ball is well, just similar to the earlier one in the over, just dabbed away on the offside, and they'll pick up a single because there is no cover point, saving the single. That completes the over, and at the end of it, 247 for 3. Warwickshire need 146 for victory, and they have 7 wickets in hand. And there's the first idiot of the day. Oh, he has fellow idiots. That's nice. Always good to know. Always good to know you're not I hate to be a lone idiot. 42 overs left. But I'm not sure the overs will come into it now, because it's less than 4 and over, isn't it?
They're ticking along really nicely here. Finch to continue his round the wicket spell. 3 square legs in play, and first ball bumper ducked underneath by Malik. And I think they're just going to carry on going with this plan until something works out. Obviously, the pitch not really offering the bowlers anything, to be honest.
It's deader than a dead thing that's very dead, as Blackadder would say. Stickier than sticky, the stick insect.
Finch turns once again, full of a length this time, and big shout there. They think he's got a tickle down the leg side, but umpire not interested at all.
Finch is very interested.
Yeah, it was a big appeal, that.
It certainly, well, it obviously came off something. I think it was probably a thigh pad. Seeing a few replays of it, it's yeah, it is difficult to tell, but I think that's a thigh pad.
Yeah, I reckon that's gone past the bat when it's made a noise, like as in like hitting a thigh pad.
Yeah, it's very close betwixt one and the other, but I could see why Adam Finch thought it was the bat.
Turn again, and that's defended off the back foot up to mid wicket there.
It's a sort of afternoon here at home. You might get your deck chair out in the back garden.
Yeah.
Have the cricket on the radio, of course.
The
local BBC.
Yeah, of course.
You might just nod off for 10 minutes.
Little doze.
Yeah.
4th ball of it over on a length defended up to mid wicket.
If you're a Worcestershire supporter, you would hope you would doze off and sort of wake up and there was 6 wickets down. What's happened here? Yeah. No, never a bad thing, you know, an afternoon nap.
No?
Just, it'll come to you when you get older. You'll want to just doze off in the afternoon. Lovely. Don't do it while you're driving.
No,
No,
definitely don't do it whilst you're
That's no
driving.
good, no.
No good. Next delivery, back of a length, patted back to Finch there, who's just returning to the top of his mark, ready for this final ball that I'm sure will be short of a length.
Well, Kashif Ali's gone back in. I think he's gone out to steady his nerves. And he's back. We've got 3 square legs again.
Yep. Yeah, just 2 pitches from a batter, so he's in nice and close for whatever this next delivery will be, which short of length, and that's hit him. Just got his hands through it before the ball's got to him, and it's just got him on the shoulder. So don't rub it, and end of over. 247 for 3.
Live cricket coming to you from Edgbaston, the final afternoon between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. I won't tell you what's happening around the country, but I haven't got my phone. You're a tears. We'll bring you up to date with events elsewhere in the cricketing world as Karam Shazad is about to bowl from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Bo Webster, and the first delivery of the over is pushed away on the leg side. Some oohs and ahs from the Worcestershire fielders, but looks as if he got plenty of bat on that, no great problem. In the test match, England are 420 for 4, so they lead India by 52 runs, 62 runs. The game down at Southampton is going to be a draw. Nottinghamshire batting again are 153 runs ahead, but they're all... That's a shake hands at 10 to 5 if ever there was. As Karam Shazad in and bowls and turned on the onside and nicely timed. Could go away for 4. No, it's a good stop there by Ben Allison, who rolls his big frame on the outfield and gets it back in, so keeps it down to 1. Essex beat Sussex earlier today by an innings and 39 runs. Yorkshire against Surrey at Scarborough, that's a draw. The score is 49 for 1 Yorkshire in the second innings. They lead by 29, but that's another shake hands, thank you for coming. Karam Shazad is bowling at Edgbaston. He's bowling to Sam Malik, who's pushing away on the offside. He'll get a single. Ethan Brooks will field. 250 up for Warwickshire. Kent Glamorgan down at the Gardens. Glamorgan have won that by 5 wickets. 189 for 5 in their second innings. Derbyshire have battled it out, but they're about to lose to Leicestershire. They're 235 for 9. They would need another 211 to win that one. In the match at Cheltenham, that could be a good finish there. I'll tell you for why very shortly. Webster waits and that thuds the pad. There's half an appeal, but nobody really is taking it seriously. Now, Gloucestershire 264 for 8, so they're only 88 in front against Lancashire.
Okay.
So if those last 2 wickets were to tumble, they might win that one. At Merchant Taylor's, Northants are heading for defeat, one would think. They're 184 for 7. They need another 180 to make Middlesex bat again. And those are the games that are still taking place in the Championship, plus this one, of course. Karam Shazad, what could he do? Bowls to Webster, and Webster is flicking this one away on the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket, where Kashif Ali is the fielder. You can tell it's him because he has the great big pads under his trousers. Now, I was watching a game the other day,
Yeah.
a ladies' game, a women's game, and the wicketkeeper didn't have any pads on at all.
They have shin pads on.
They must be very thin shin pads.
Very small shin pads,
It
yeah.
looked no thicker than my varicose veins. It just looked as if they'd... I'd swear she hadn't got any on. But
Yeah. They're really small. They're not like proper.
lightweight.
Mm.
Karam Shazad to complete his over. Bowls to Webster, and Webster push drives out on the offside. And there is Ethan Brooks, pick up a single, and the game meanders along. 250 up for Warwickshire. I think I said the 250 was up before, but the scoreboard beat me and went to 249. But the 250 is up on the board. So needed to win now 135.
143.
143. Oh, that's the. Sorry. So I'm looking at it. It came up with minutes and all sorts of things. Very confusing.
Yeah. Well, we've got a change of bowler at the
I think
City end.
yeah.
Bertie Foreman's coming back into the attack after, well, a pretty needed rest, but he's so far bowled 14 overs for 50 runs, 1 wicket from it.
Well, Worcestershire need him to do something a bit special here.
Yeah, I think that's what they need. Seam isn't really offering too much, so get the spinner back on and swept first ball on an Ethan Brooks, a man perusing out on that boundary, and it's taken 2 because of a little fumble.
Most unusual. We've seen a D'Oliveira misfield and a Brooks misfield today, and they are the two people you would put your granny's hat on, not misfielding. That's if your granny has a hat, or if you have a granny.
Lots of variables.
Yeah.
Foreman once again, and that's reverse swept, and that'll be 4 more added to the total by Webster. He's seen it like with beach ball, and that brings his 50. That's a very, very class way to bring up a very gritty innings.
Yeah, 103 balls for Webster, as we were saying. It's not his natural game, but he's played a super knock for his team today. And he and Malik have taken them into, well, you would think from here, a match-winning position.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Foreman once again on a length defended off the back foot by Webster.
He's got a bit of turn there, but it's slow turn, and it's the ball is as soft can be.
Yeah, well beat up is the ball. Full of a length, patted back to Foreman this time.
Worcestershire will get a new ball in 11 overs time after this one. That I would suspect might be their last hope.
Once again, reverse swept and dropped to the floor. He must have just got a pad out to it this time. Oh, I just mistimed it. But
Yeah, and he's one outside off stump, so no chance for the LBW out there.
yeah, it's a good plan here actually, as Foreman's bowling his last ball of the over, and that's patted back to him, and Warwickshire 256 for 3, but Foreman's just kind of hanging the ball outside off, and that's a pretty safe option if you're hitting towards a short boundary. Obviously, unfortunately, it didn't come off earlier today for Dan Mousey, but that's a pretty effective option.
And we are going to get Ethan Brooks onto ball. Well, he's had a pretty decent game so far with the bat. He is not of great pace, but certainly in white ball cricket he mixes his pace up very well. Ball's a very good slower one, and it's maybe what Worcestershire need, just something a bit different, just to upset the rhythm that these two batsmen have got into. He's going to be bowling to Malik, who is on 1, 2, 3. Bowling right arm over, in bowls forward defensively, pushed out to D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there is no run. Umpire off just goes down, checks the footmarks, draws his little line with his foot. Can't imagine that it is his pace. Ethan Brooks is going to be overstepping. Shouldn't be anyway. Bowls played back down the pitch. Brooks and his follow through is the fielder. There are, you could call those clouds away in the distance if you wanted to. I'm going to call them just wispy things.
I was thinking wispy as well.
Not real clouds. As the next ball is pushed wide of D'Oliveira. It's the ball is it's one of those where it's 5 metres in front of the fielder. He just cuts it off before it gets to the rope, and that's a couple of runs for Malik. He goes to 125, and Warwickshire go to 258 for 3. Brooks chugging away again. Malik forward, just drops a dead bat on it. Hose at extra cover does the fielding. There are no close fielders as such. There's 2 men on the rope on the leg side. There's a mid-wicket and a shorter mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off extra cover, sweeper on the cover boundary, and a wide-ish third man gully position, saving a single as Brooks bowls. And this is just pushed out on the on side where Ben Allison is the fielder. Last ball of Brooks over, tidy enough so far. He's conceded a couple of runs, and this ball is pushed to D'Oliveira. That indeed is the end of Ethan Brooks over. Warwickshire 258 for 3. The time is 3:32, and we have 8 minutes till tea. And Warwickshire have lost 1 wicket in the whole day. Game at Southampton, which we did the other week, on the last day, 1 wicket fell on the whole day there.
Oh, wow.
But that ended up in a ball draw, which I don't think this is going to do.
No.
The least likely result there is a draw.
Yeah, I reckon so. 34 men to continue. 16th over of the day, well, of innings for him. He's in just a little inside edge to start us off.
He plays that shot. He's played it before. He just comes forward and he kind of flicks it, doesn't he? You know, it's as if there's a wasp there or something. He's trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, he just rolls his wrists over it to access the gaps, but that's been defended. Like, getting a little bit of turn in this pitch. It looked like that turned a fair bit.
Yeah, it's just turning off straight. Trouble is the ball's soft, so there's not bouncing.
No, just skidding through a little bit. As turns and goes again, just patted down at silly mid-on position, comes round, it gives it a little bit of a shine and passes it back. And Foreman turns, getting through his over pretty quickly in a reverse sweep out to a deep cover this time. Just a single from it. Just rotating the strike, taking 1 more off the chasing column, and final ball over. We've seen a little bit of a field change. So the mid-on goes across to extra cover. Cover shoves round a little bit. And short of length, punched off the back foot into the offside, and cover comes round to collect it, just taking 1 more off. And it's a good rotation of a strike, these last 2 balls.
Yeah, you'd imagine they'd be playing for tea now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Don't want to lose a wicket this side of tea.
No. No, so the mid-on goes back in for this final ball, and it's been defended to finish the over. Warwickshire 260 for 3, but Webster 52, Zayn Malik 126.
So the day started with Warwickshire on 55 for 2.
Yes.
So they've added 205 for the loss of 1 wicket. And I don't know what the bookmakers' odds are now, but I would imagine they're swinging heavily in favour of Warwickshire, unless something strange happens from a Worcestershire point of view.
Yeah.
And indeed from a Warwickshire point of view. Ethan Brooks is going to bowl. Could be the last over before tea. He's going to bowl right arm over to the right-handed Malik. Again, no close fielders. Malik is edging, and that's gone down for 4. Well, it's gone straight through where first slip would be. Henry Cullen, the wicketkeeper, had a dive at it, but a false shot. I'm just trying to see what that did. We're hoping for a replay, but looks like we're not going to get one.
No.
But that was sort of out of the blue that came off the edge. Is Brooks getting it to swing a bit? Such is the game, of course, that Worcestershire haven't got a slip in there. So Brooks goes away again. This is driven to Hose at shortish extra cover. Doesn't stop it cleanly, but it just bobbles away from him, so no chance of another run. 264 for 3 is the Warwickshire total. Discussions here betwixt Hose, the fielder, D'Oliveira, the captain, and Brooks, the bowler. So the batsmen are going to take the opportunity to have a little natter. I think both teams will be quite happy to go off to tea now.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what this is.
There's a clock on the top of the scoreboard, which I think says 3:38.
3:36.
3:36. See, your eyes are better than mine. Push down the field to. Still got the 12th man on here. They got a 13th man on actually, because Henry Cullen, you could say, is the 12th man. He's keeping wicket. But Matthew Waite is on at mid-on. Not sure who's off. We'll have a roll call in a minute as Brooks leaps in again and bowls. Pushed out to Waite. Comes jogging into field. 2 balls left in the over. I think they might have to bowl another one before tea. We'll have a field change.
Depends on how much we can shuffle the field around.
Yeah. Batsman's lace will come undone in a minute. Hey, I think putting a slip in here. Adam Hose goes to slip. I don't know whether Brooks. I've not noticed that he's getting the ball to swing or do something unusual. Batsman's not ready now. Brooks is in and bowls and played comfortably back down the pitch, and there is no run. Just a little bit of shape on that, but maybe it's my imagination. And maybe they put the slip in there because they think that Malik's not going to try and smash it out the ground before tea. Brooks bowls again, and this is pushed to extra cover, and we will get another over before tea. Tidy enough from Ethan Brooks. The 4 off the over came off the edge, so he's bowled a couple of overs for 6 runs. This stands so far. Well, the last wicket was 126, and it's now 264, and my basic mathematics says 138. Not bad for a comprehensive education, you know.
Not too shabby.
Left school at 15. Went down the mines. No, I didn't. We didn't have any mines where we were. Foreman to bowl. The last over.
He's got a leg slip and slip in. Mid wicket in. And other than that, a pretty bog standard field out and about. Foreman full of length, and that's flicked into the leg side. They should collect at least 2. And they've gone for a third, and there's been a mix-up. But both get home safely. I think Sen Malik was too interested in that third one. He was happy with a 2, but Bo Webster called him through.
Well, Jake Libby's throw, as you would expect, went to the non-striker's end, and Foreman gathered the ball and threw it down the other end, by which time Malik had got to the other end, but there was that. You know, they would have been happy with that, wouldn't they? Run out before tea.
Yeah. Foreman just switching it up and coming round the wicket this time. It's leg slip, unslip, still in. That's just full of length. Smothered by Malik. Foreman just getting back to the top of his mark, getting around it pretty quickly because he wants to get in for tea. And goes again once more on a length. Patted down to mid wicket. And fires this one into a pad, and it's no run once again, just played into the leg side. I think we're going to want to see this over out just before tea. Get right on top of a bounce. Foreman back of a length, defended by Malik off the back foot, and that leads us to the final delivery of the over and final one before tea, as it's 20-4 at Edgbaston, which is smothered, patted down, and that leaves Warwickshire 267 for free at tea, by Webster 55 and Zen Malik with Centurion on 130.
So another 126 to win. Do we agree? Yes. 126 to win. Warwickshire favourites. You wouldn't obviously think by now, but as we often say, Worcester should come out, take a couple of wickets, and it could be a very different story. If it is a different story, you can follow it here with us in about 20 minutes' time.
And my school chum from early to go to school when I was 11 lives in Brisbane. So I've got the job because they both follow each other. But it's travelling by myself with this arthritis thing. To be honest, it's not cost me. It's just the actual paying. I'd have to go with a group because then I'd get the transfers from the hotel to the top. But from the hotel to the ground, people say, oh, make your own exchange. Well, if you're on your own, you need a bit of company. You need somebody telling you that we're all meeting at 9 in the morning, we're all going on the bus. I don't know what to do, really. I'm nervous. I'd like to see her again, because it might be the last time I do. She's 2 years older than me. Well, it's not bad. I'm a bit
Right. Okay, the players have come back out onto the field. We've just been having some shuffling about, so we're going to see if we can step up the smoothness of this in the last session. I think after 3.5 days of faffing about,
I don't think we've got any
so
chance at all.
we're trying to avoid some double changes. So if you and I start,
We'll
and
be
then
very good tomorrow, though.
when Chloe's finished doing some stuff she's dealing with Warwickshire in a few moments, if she comes back for you, and then we can, yes, okay. It'll all work. Now, what's going to work out on the field is inordinately more important. Warwickshire needing another 126 in this final session. There are 7 wickets still for Worcestershire to get, and I don't think we should erase that possibility yet, because the pressure of a situation can bring all sorts of things. And there is a new ball due in 7 overs' time, which may be the last major moment of this match. We'll see. Here's Ethan Brooks. He's going to bowl the 74th over and the first after tea. And Bo Webster, who's played very much within himself, but responsibly for 55 so far. He's defending the first ball away on the offside. And having been behind for most of this match, suddenly for the first time, certainly since Tuesday, Warwickshire are in front, if indeed they've ever been in front in this game. But it feels as at the moment, given the momentum of it, Webster's going to drive this square on the offside for 1 run, but it's the first time they've been favourites, really.
Yeah, I think at one stage we finished on a closer play on the first day with, I believe was that Warwickshire had the better of the opening
Yes,
day.
perhaps, yeah.
And we were just looking to see what they can finish it off.
Well, it went a big turn towards Worcestershire for the next 2, certainly. Brooks is starting a new over, he's continuing this over and has Webster pushing away on the offside. We'll do a local radio update in about 60 seconds.
Yeah, the Brooks and Allison Finch partnership was the one which really turned it, wasn't it, on the second morning.
And here is Brooks with an outswinger that beats Malik, and not much has, but that beats his forward push. I'll do a local radio update in about 50 seconds. Let's have a look. So, to set it in some sort of historical context, and I'll repeat this in the radio update in a moment, but Warwickshire have only twice made more than the 393 they require at the moment to win in the 4th innings of a game. Brooks defends away on the offside. And in fact, there's going to be a run here for Malik off Brooks here, just pushing this backward a point. And he goes to 131, and it's 269 for 3. We're still in lovely sunshine. It's been a beautiful day, and Warwickshire have taken advantage of it. The next Webster defends the next one. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire, for perhaps the first time since Tuesday, have the advantage in the derby game here against Worcestershire. We're just starting the final session, and Warwickshire at 270 for 3 need 123 more to achieve one of their highest 4th innings chases if they can pull it off. Zen Malik is leading the way. He's played serenely for an unbeaten 131 and sharing a big partnership with the Australian Bo Webster. There's plenty of time left, 34 overs still available. A new ball will be due to Worcestershire in about half an hour's time, but Warwickshire, perhaps for the first time since Tuesday, are favourites. They need 123 to win at 270 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
So we're going to see Bertie Foreman open from the Birmingham end. His first ball to Bo Webster is pushed back to a very straight, short mid-on. One of those positions which has come into favour. He stands almost by the bat at the non-striker's end. That's Foreman in, and the reverse sweep has seen that one zip down to the what effectively is the right-hander's cover point boundary, but as he sweeps it with the reverse sweep, it's almost like the square leg boundary, but whichever boundary you want to call it, it's 4 runs and hit very cleanly and sweetly by Webster to take Warwickshire on to 274 for 3. So that was the reverse sweep, beautifully applied by the Australian. This next one sees come forward and just run this into the onside, and there's no run.
The only wicket to fall today was Dan Mosley playing the reverse sweep at a point where he obviously felt in control. He was playing very well for 69, but Webster has played it successfully so far.
This next one is clipped to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And the target is not so steep that they need to take huge risks.
No.
They do need to have the new ball in mind.
Of course, the new ball will, of course, go off the bat that
Potentially,
much faster,
yeah.
quicker as well. There's Foreman in, and there's no run. So Warwickshire got the runs they need off this over. So to keep up with the rates at the moment has dropped down below 3.6 and over. As Webster waits 274 for 3. They're given plenty of air and turned round the corner by Webster off the final ball of the over. David Oliveira does the fielding. Brett Oliveira does the fielding. They would drop into the trap again, and it's 274 for 3.
So 5 overs to the new ball. The historical context of this chase: Warwickshire, I mentioned, have only twice previously made more than this to win. The highest they've ever made in a chase is 417 for 2 to beat Glamorgan. That was with a big Alvin Calicharan double hundred in a declaration set-up at Edgbaston in 1983, and 405 for 7 to beat Sussex at Hove in 2002. Brooks starts a new over and Malik defends into the offside. They made one fewer than this target, 392 for 1 to beat Sussex here 100 years ago this year with a century from Tiger Smith. So that is the... And I appreciate that, you know, there's bigger bats and a short boundary and scoring seems to be faster these days, but 393 is still a lot of runs, and it's not made very often, but they're going to be at least a couple nearer with this drive by Malik through extra cover. And as so often in this game, in this partnership, he hasn't forced it, he's just content to stroke the ball away rather than whack it and take a couple of runs, taking the partnership to 150 in 43 overs. And they have paced it just right so far. Brooks bounds in, bowls his medium pace outswinger well outside of off stump, and Malik's not playing at that.
Substitute wicketkeeper Cullen is up to the stumps for now for Malik.
I haven't to mention him very much because the ball hasn't often gone past. It's down the leg side here, and there's a run for Malik, turning it off his hip. Away to long leg, so he's 134. Warwickshire, without any major time pressure on them. That's the thing. I mean, normally in these sorts of chases, time is running out, and it is, but they've got enough in hand at the moment at this rate. Webster pushes away into the offside.
I think the other aspect is that this wicket is just getting better for batting on it. We've seen this throughout the season, that whilst it may not be the quickest of wickets, it's difficult to get people out on, and with the sun down on it all day, it's not helped Worcestershire.
Brooks draws Webster forward in defence. I think he's a little bit different to some of the others, and I think you're entirely right. The wickets have tended to get easier for batting, but often they've got slower. So it's been easier to bat, a bit like it was on... Was it yesterday or the day before when we said that you could bat all day, maybe even on the first day, you could bat and bat and bat, but it was hard to lift the tempo. When Worcestershire tried to do that in their second innings, they lost wickets.
And yet both sides, excluding Ethan Brooks, who has been the star batsman in this match up until along with Malik now, but everybody else really struggled in those first 2 or 3 days.
That's right.
So there was something there, because Worcestershire struggled, then Warwickshire struggled right the way through their innings.
But it felt like you could bat time, but it was hard to score runs. Whereas Malik's, without undue risk has gone along at a scoring rate of about 60 per 100 balls quite happily.
Foreman starts a new over, and the first ball is pushed up to mid-wicket by Malik, and there's no run.
And again, we don't know the eventual outcome of this game yet, but I wonder what context we're going to see Warwickshire's tactics yesterday in if they win.
Exactly.
It'll be case proved, I suppose.
This is fired in shorter and quicker by Foreman, but Malik just moves to it and flicks it away through the vacant mid-wicket air gap. And they get a single.
If they get the runs, they'll be justifiably able to turn around and say, well, look, we might have been chasing 450 if we have not tried to contain Brooks, and it's worked out.
I just wonder whether, well, let's see what the result is.
Yeah,
but I just
I
wonder whether maybe that Worcestershire might look back and just think, well, we did waste a lot of time and potential opportunities for scoring runs. This one is hit up to long on for a single by Webster, and they just literally walk the single.
And to be fair, Dermot Reeve was saying yesterday that in that period where we were finding some of Warwickshire's tactics peculiar.
Foreman in again, bowls. Malik works this one away to deep extra cover. And again, the run's coming a bit too easily here.
Yeah.
Much too easily. The field needs to, I think, he almost getting to the point where he needs to start to tighten and try and put a block on these.
Well, three overs to the new ball is going to be the key moment.
Yeah. Foreman again is in and bowls. And Webster defends back to the bowler. So just one ball to go in this over, the 77th over of the innings. It's at the moment 1 for 68 as he goes back, and Webster again just pushes it back, fielded off his own bowling by Foreman. It's tidy, it's not really threatening too much at the moment.
Welcoming listeners to Sports Extra 3 who are with us on BBC Sounds, and I think will be with us now for the duration. The point I was going to make was, I know, I admit, I found some of Warwickshire's tactics in that hour after tea yesterday. I couldn't figure them out. Why they were seemingly happy to bowl at Brooks all the time, rather than trying to bowl at the number 10. Here is Brooks, and Malik hits him over long on for. So I'm listening for what's that's going to hit rather than looking for it. Didn't hear it, but it's certainly gone for 6.
A little bit of his own medicine back.
Yeah, well, that's true.
He still owed, how many was it? 15?
15 he scored in the match, so
he's still
a few in credit.
Yeah.
But that looked so straightforward. But playing shots like that, apart from Brooks, others have found it more difficult than that. Malik just hit through the line. He's 4th 6. And the 26th of this match, I believe. Brooks has Malik defending into the offside. Dermot Reeve in that period after tea yesterday, he said actually he thought it was Worcestershire who were getting it wrong rather than Warwickshire. And I'm bound to say the situation now is bearing that out. And there are... It's funny how things work out, but we're not at the end yet. And there's still time for Worcestershire to put another twist in. Malik is hitting. He hasn't got all of this. He's going to be caught by Taylor. And he is. And Malik falls with 107 still needed, taking on Brooks once too often and ending what has been an outstanding innings of 142, and several of the Worcestershire players have come across to congratulate him for it, underlining the good spirit in which this match has been played. But Malik hasn't quite been able to see the job done, and he walks off looking a little disappointed. He should not berate himself too much, because his outstanding innings of 142 has set up a winning chance here for Warwickshire in the final session, and he's played with a great deal of self-control throughout the day. And let's just hear some of the reception for him from those in the pavilion here welcoming him back. Whatever the eventual outcome of this game, I think we can say, Phil, that Zen Malik has arrived.
Yep. Second century of the season. He got his first in that run fest against Surrey here back in June, I think it was. And people said, well, question the quality of it, but today has been a superb effort. It came in last night in difficult conditions. Both openers had gone cheaply, and it could have been disaster for Warwickshire, but they battled through the session last night, and he's been there all day today. Little unfortunate, he's picking probably the shortest boundary to go for on the ground.
Yeah.
But
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll wait for the new batsman to come in. So I'll try and jumble things up a bit in the commentary here. So if you move over here, we'll let Dave move back in, and then when Chloe returns, we can all move round one. Then we'll mix up the pairings a bit. Here we go, while we're waiting for Barnard to come back out. With 107 or 6 wickets needed to win, Dave. So it's all up for grabs now, as the man once said.
Yes, I think I still know where my money might be, unless something strange happens. This is cricket, and very often something strange happens. Brooks it is, into bowl. And Barnard just lets the first ball go by outside the off stump. Matthew Waite, the 12th man, is on for Worcestershire. The 13th man, actually, because Cullen, the wicketkeeper, is the 12th man.
Who's gone off there, Dave?
I don't know who's gone off now. Let me have a look round.
That's a bit unfair to ask you that. You just sat down.
Probably Adam Finch is not out there. Brooks in bowls, and this is just jabbed by Ed Barnard down towards the vacant third man. Jake Libby from a backward point position goes down to pick it up. Barnard off the mark, one more to the total. Oh no, that's Adam Finch's out deep square leg. I suspect it might be Karam Shazad. I can't see.
Is it Karam Shazad? I was going to say, I wonder whether he's getting ready.
Might be him down at fine leg.
He's presumably going to get the new ball in a couple of overs' time.
Brooks in bowls and driven by the tall Australian Webster, the tall Tasmanian Webster, because a lot of Tasmanians don't think they're Australians, and he picks up a single. And
why is that?
63. I don't know. There's a guy I met 3 or 4 years ago, and I said, "You Australian?" He said, "No, I'm Tasmanian." It's a bit like,
is it
if you like Northern Spanish, if you say to you're Spanish, I am Basque. I'm not Spanish. So he was adamant that he was Tasmanian. Not an independent country, Tasmania, last time I looked anyway.
No, I don't think it is.
What's going on here?
Is Foreman going to continue? Yes, he is. He's Bertie Foreman continuing at the Birmingham end. So perhaps maybe unless he rips through Warwickshire, this might be his last over in the spell. He's bowling to Webster, who gives this a mighty wallop, gives himself space and picks out the deep mid-off and straight to them, and there's no run. Libby there.
Phil, isn't there? If he gets it in there.
This next one he sweeps down to deep backward square leg for single. That's all it will be, as Kashif Ali does the fielding down there. Gets the returns, brings Ed Barnard on to strike. 289 for 4. So the total going down to going to be an interesting finish, this one, where the other. Both sides still feel they can win this game. That was a terrific innings by young Malik, and looking to pick the shortest boundary on the ground. He got under it, and he had a good catch by Taylor there.
Yeah, it was.
Foreman comes in and bowls, and this is hit by Barnard through mid-wicket. The long run round for Kashif Ali, and they'll get back comfortably for a couple of runs, just slightly over-pitched, and Barnard was onto it in a flash, hitting it through the vacant mid-wicket area. So 291 for 4. And just brings a slight change in the field now for Barnard, who would dearly love to be able to bat this one through. against his old side, I'm sure, although he will have some thoughts one way or the other. This one's in the air. Oh, and he's got away with it, Barnard. It was in the air for a long time. It's going to race down to the boundary. It's chased, but he gets away with that. Could easily have gone to hand to that man they've just posted round the corner. But Barnard chances it, and it was Brooks. They can't keep Brooks out of the action here. He was almost in a catching position there. He got that last wicket, but just evaded him. And Barnard now gets Warwickshire down below the 100 to win. 295 for 4 they are now. As this next one from Foreman has gone through, beaten the wicketkeeper, and runs down towards the boundary, and they will come back for a couple of byes. But that beat everything, but nearly bowled him.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that.
How it evaded the stumps. I think everybody thought it had bowled him.
Just looking at the replay. Oh, yeah, that turned a long way.
So Barnard is just chancing things at the moment, but getting return. And in he comes again. Backward, Barnard gets this one. It's pushed through, and Barnard digs it out and runs it behind point for a single. So an eventful over there, which might make Brett Oliveira have some thoughts about whether he keeps him going. Although the new ball will be available. 298 for 4.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a conundrum. When that one turned, it's not every ball isn't turning square.
No.
Yeah, I think he'll take the new ball. Just trying to see.
I don't think he's got much choice, to be honest, Dave. I think he's got to try something different. Although Ed Barnard was doing his best there to get himself into trouble.
Ethan Brooks bowls flicked away off the pads, and it is Finch, deep square leg, who does the fielding. Just looking, I can't. Who would be warming up? Tom Taylor, Karam Shazad's doing some bending down at backward square leg, so he's probably coming straight on at the Birmingham end.
Taylor there looked like he might be.
Brooks bowls. Foreman fields at a short extra cover position. So there's actually a slip in for Webster. Very patient 64 from him today. 131 balls he's faced so far. Brooks on the turn, jogs in, bowls forward, pushing. Thinks about a single because it's to the left of Foreman, who comes from extra cover to field, and to the right of Libby, who comes from that backward point position to field. But in the end, the batsman decides it's not worth it. Umpire O'Shaughnessy doing some warming up at square leg.
But he's going to take the new ball.
It's a while since he
might be the man.
Turned his arm over for Worcestershire.
I'm going to say he's
Brooks in bowls, and this is comfortably eased out on the offside for a single. 300 comes up for Warwickshire, which, to be honest, at one time last night when they were 12 for 2 looked unlikely, but some fine batting today from Malik, with good support from Webster this afternoon, as Brooks is in and bowls, and this is just pushed out on the offside. No chance of a single there. Foreman, as enthusiastic as ever, races into field. 300 for 4. 93 needed to win. So they've changed it on the board. It was trailed by, now it's 93 to win, which
they've ticked out.
Brooks is in and bowls, and that's driven, but it's a straight to Foreman at short extra cover, and end of the over. Tidy enough from Ethan Brooks, but and he's taken the wicket, of course. But let's see what's going to happen here. In fact, it's going
to be Foreman still.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised, because that last over he caused a whole heap of trouble.
Yeah. Could always, of course,
He could bowl with the new ball,
yeah,
couldn't he?
yeah, it'll bounce a bit.
Yeah.
Good seam on it.
Well,
Make it
it's
rip.
he's bowled well. I'm impressed with him on his. He's just with you for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, be next week, the game against Hampshire.
This one is played back by Webster. It's gently played back to Foreman, who we thought might be out of the attack, but he did enough in that last over to suggest there's something there. And so McDonald has kept him on. He gives this one a bit of air, and it's swept away down to deep backward square leg by Webster. A little bit in the air, but perfectly safe. And he gets a single, 301 for 4, 92 required now by Warwickshire. I don't think the overs really is probably going to be considered now. I think it needs wickets, and Warwickshire to keep scoring at this sort of 3.5 and over. And they should be there or thereabouts. As Foreman in, and it's a reverse sweep this time from Barnard, which is going to be stopped just inside the boundary, and so they come back for 2. So Barnard getting on the reverse. They all want to do this reverse sweep. Now, so 303 for 4. As Foreman in again and bowls, and this one is swept with some power, but down to deep backward square leg. It's Keshi Valley doing the fielding down there. Restricts to a single, but runs coming a bit too easily here. It's just working this total down to for victory. It's bringing it down a bit too quickly from Worcestershire's liking. Foreman in again, and this time Webster is happy to play it back to him. So just one ball to go in Foreman's 21st over. The Bears 304 for 4. Webster waits as he comes in and bowls, and he drives a bit not quite where he'd intended. Got a bit of an inside edge which led it up back to the ball. He was looking to push it away through extra cover, but end of the over, another tidy over. He's bowled a good tidy line, and he certainly looks like he's got some potential there.
Looks if Tom Taylor's going to bowl, so we would assume that he's going to take the new ball.
Yeah.
Probably Worcestershire's last hope of victory. In fact, Michael Goff, the umpire, just waves the ball to the scorers to tell them and everybody else on the ground that the new ball has been taken.
Just to update you on the test, 457 for 4 England. Joe Root, yet another 100. He's still there on 132.
He's a machine.
It's incredible, isn't it? Stokes 46 not out.
But I think the amazing thing is that he wants to do it,
Yeah.
and he still wants to play in every form of cricket. He just goes on and on. What's he now, 33?
Yeah, 33 or 34, isn't he?
So he could still play for another
3 or 4 years.
Yeah. We've got no cricket at the moment because Bo Webster, I think, has got a fresh pair of gloves on. He's doing something.
Can't you use those blooming sailor's glasses?
Is he pushing the rubbers down on his bat handle? Oh, sorry for the muffle on the microphone, but I've got the old bins on it. Yeah, I think he's just got a fresh pair of gloves.
What's the magnification on those, Dave? Is it?
Oh, it's all right. I can see.
You can.
Yeah, I can see my house from here.
They can certainly see your glasses, that's for sure.
Next ball is pushed down. Have a trundle if you want me. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. I actually had a pair of binoculars last year, a smaller pair than that, and lost them.
I can see the stains down the front of his shirt from his teeth. God, they're powerful ones.
You can see the fillings in his teeth from it. And those were a bit of a bargain, actually.
They're all right, aren't they? A bit awkward to carry around. You wouldn't want them around your neck for too long, would you?
No. Well, don't go racing, so... Here's the next ball down the leg side, and that's gone away for 4 buys. Poor Henry Cullen didn't have a chance with that.
No, not what they wanted.
Started wide and went wider.
Yeah, it didn't give him much of a chance, that.
I'm just watching the replay. Yeah. It's... yeah, he's kept tidily today. Henry Cullen keeping in place of Gareth Roderick, who was... got an injury. The ball has disappeared. I think it's hit the rope and gone over
the top of those.
Boards. Yeah, they found the ball anyway.
That's the new ball, which has just been
yeah
banged into the concrete and thrown back.
It's a bit like village cricket. That two blokes, looking in the
Well,
nettles.
at least they hadn't got a stump in each of them in their hand to beat the nettles down.
Yeah. Of course, if you were the batting team, as Taylor is away and bowls, and this is pushed out by Barnard on the offside, no run. If you're the batting team in the village game, and the ball goes into the nettles or into the hedge or into the next door's garden, it's up to you to go and get it. But if they're bowling really well with a new ball, it takes you a long time.
Don't have to take a long time.
Yeah.
It doesn't help your ankles either when you stand on it, does it?
No, I've been there.
There's stud marks on that ball.
Said, oh, it's here. No, it's not. No, it's not. Don't be stupid. We can't find it. Tommy Taylor from the pavilion end, right arm over, he's in and bowls, and this is I think about a run there for a split second at Barnard, but it's pretty much straight to Ben Allison at mid-on. 308 for 4 is the Warwickshire total. They need a total of 393 for victory, so I reckon that's probably 85. I am working that out myself because I can't read it on the scoreboard now because the sun's shining on it.
Sunshine doesn't help, does it?
I'm not cheating and reading it off the bottom of the scoreboard.
Doesn't it tell you on the screen?
Yeah. That's what it is. Well, no, it gives you the total and the target. You've got to work it out yourself. Taylor is in, and this is turned away by Barnard. I could waste away for 4. Allison's after it, but he's not going to cut it off. Very well timed to that short boundary by Ed Barnard. And,
do you know, we've not heard a shout. The only shouting we've heard from the Warwickshire supporters is jeering on the second day.
They did break
and suddenly
out
they've now broken into, all
about,
the...
About half an hour ago they had a bit of a go, but now they're on the verge of victory. But there you go.
It's,
you pays your money.
Well, it is fair weather today, isn't it?
Yeah, I always say strong beer and weak minds.
Yeah.
Not a great mixture. There's actually Tom Taylor. I'll just interrupt myself as Ed Barnard's gone. Took a big swipe at that one outside the off stump, and Tom Taylor got the wicket. There was some shouts from the balcony down in front of us because Tom Taylor and Ben Allison both turned round. Tom Taylor just took that wicket and immediately spread his arms and turned round and looked back up at the balcony. So I don't know what was said, but they obviously didn't enjoy it. But Ed Barnard has gone. Is there a twist in the tail for this one?
Well,
not a great shot, I've got to say, from Ed Barnard.
Almost, I would say, go to the far to say an unnecessary shot. They'd already had 4 buyers. He put a beautiful shot through mid-wicket for 4. That just need to be careful because Warwickshire have got quite a long tail.
Ed Barnard made... Sorry, it's gone off the board. I'll find it in a minute.
16.
16, thank you, team. Well, this cricket, is such a tough game. You never know. You just never know.
Brian Halford has told me at lunchtime, I think I've pretty much written a report where this game's going. Then he came in at tea and said, I've changed it. He might be scrambling again, Dave.
Yeah, rewrite.
That pile of scrap paper I can see building up over there in one of the other boxes.
Yeah.
Well, now here's this. This is going to be interesting because Karam Shazad is going to bowl from the Birmingham end. Bertie Foreman out of the attack.
If Webster was to go now,
Yes, then suddenly these 80, what is it, 82 they require?
yeah,
Could be very interesting.
Bertie Foreman has just been. He was racing across the field. He suddenly stopped. I'm not quite sure where Worcestershire now or Karam Shazad.
Going to bring him back
knows.
to mid-wicket because there's a huge gap there. So I think that very much now with these two, Kai Smith and Bo Webster, as Karam comes charging in and bowls. Ooh, and that is going to be a run there for Webster. But I don't think he knew too much about that. It's got an inside edge which has run behind through and between the wickets and his pads, and they get a single. But I have to say, he wasn't in control of that shot.
No, very thick inside edge. Never going to go onto the stumps, but didn't look to me as if it did a lot. Maybe kept a little bit low.
I think
crept on
he
him.
just seemed late actually getting to it. But anyway, he survives and picks up the single. 313 for 5. This is the beauty of these games of cricket. Swing and they change very easily as comes in and bowls, and Smith is beaten outside the off stump. And if he produces a spell with this new ball, as he did yesterday, then it could be a very different game.
Just a hint of it going away off the seam.
So the shouting seems to have died down from those Bears supporters at the moment. They'll come back into life if they get a bit closer, but
I think there was some abuse shouted out as well, judging by Tom Taylor's reaction.
Yeah. Well, we've got now 3 slips in place, and so brought the man in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, so more attacking, which is as a result of what they've seen so far. As come in and bowls, and Smith leaves this one outside the off stump, and there's no run. So we've got 3 slips, got a cover point, an extra cover, a wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And that's the field as Worcestershire strive to get these 5 wickets for victory. Warwickshire requiring another 80 to win.
Good, gritty county cricket, this.
One thing about the light's not going to have any
No,
input
that's true.
today. It's come in to bowl to Smith, who defends this out into the offside, and there's no run. 313 for 5.
Proper job, this, as my Uncle Bert used to say.
Yeah. Well, for those people who've come along today, they've had a cracking day's cricket.
Yeah. No, actually, if you've been for the 4 days, it's been a good 4
Yeah,
days.
yeah.
If you like your county cricket, if you like your biff bash cricket, it's probably not for you at times, but yeah, good game.
And again, he comes, nice straight runner, as Smith is defending that down, just down to square behind him on the onside, but it's sent back by, he thought about the single, but Kashipane was in quickly and kept him down. In the end, Webster said no. So 1 ball to go in this Karam Shazad's first over with the second new ball. Kai Smith still to get off the mark. He's there, 313 for 5. As Shazad is in, and Smith works this one away to deep backward point, where a really good stop there by Jake Libby going down to his left. Prevents the single. It stays on 313 for 5, and Smith still to get off the mark.
Yeah. So, 80 to win. 25 overs left, which shouldn't come into it, and 5 wickets left.
So the scoring required rate is what, just a tad over 3 now, isn't it? That's all. 3.2 or something like that.
That, let's say, really shouldn't come into it.
Yeah.
Taylor tosses the new ball from right to left. You see the shiny gold badge on the ball. Comes in and bowls with it, and this is eased away by Webster on the offside. Pick up a single. It's to the left of Kashi Valley. 314 for 5.
I think Webster needs to bat through to
Yes.
the end if Warwickshire are going to win this game.
Yeah, yeah. And I think he probably will, because the way he's played, I've been very impressed, because he's normally
Yeah,
likes to have a go.
yeah.
He's been very, very controlled. What's he faced now? 139 balls for his 68. Taylor to Smith, who's forward very solidly, pushing out to D'Oliveira, who is at mid-off. The best day comfortably weather-wise in this game, and there's just a few Simpson clouds, if you ever watch The Simpsons, drifting across the top of the city of Birmingham, which will be emptying of those who don't live in the city for the weekend.
Or filling up, whichever they.
Yeah, Taylor in bowl, Smith forward, just nudges it on the leg side. Foreman comes into field. 314 4-5. Yeah, the motorway is on a Friday night around the Midlands. Are not joyous places to
It's the last weekend of the Birmingham Jazz and Blues Festival this weekend, and so lots and lots of venues. Yesterday down in the Tom Dollery there was a 4-piece band.
be. Yeah,
They're
lunchtime.
part of the
That's
Jazz
very
and
nice.
Blues. Yeah, they're
Oh,
part of the Jazz
yeah,
and Blues
I
Festival.
thought that was a very nice touch.
And they've
Thoroughly
been
enjoyed that.
groups and playing all over the city.
Taylor in bowls, Smith drives, but there's more oohs and ahs. I'm not quite sure why. Looks as if he got enough bat on that to me. To Finch, who's at mid-on. Tents around the ground now. Not people are erecting tents. The atmosphere is tense, is what I'm trying to say. We haven't suddenly got a rock festival, and it's not Glastonbury. They're putting tents up around the ground. Taylor turns, pavilion end, bowls to Smith, who drives. Good stop, half stop there by Kashi Valley, saves 3 runs. I think that
Yeah.
would have raced away over the square
Yeah.
for 4. And a single.
He gets Smith on his way. It's taken him a little time to get off the mark, but he's done it.
Certainly batted well in the first inning.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
315 for 5. 78 needed. 5 wickets remain. Taylor, blonde of hair, turns and bowls, and this is Webster. Oh, it's an inside edge. Down to fine leg. Wasn't totally in control of that one.
Not totally convincing, that shot. I'm going to wait for Chloe Brewer, and
Okay,
she'll join you, Dave.
Yeah, a little inside edge. I was just looking for a replay of that one, but I'm not going to get one. Might have come back into the right-hander, just a tad. It's another run, if it's nothing else. 316 for 5. Webster has 69. Smith has 1. All right.
All right.
What? Hey, another wicket here. And it'll be edge of the seat time. Biting your fingernails.
Yeah, well, hopefully it won't come too close, but that's what spectators want, isn't it? This is what county championship's about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Shazad bowling from the city end. It's a nice shot from Webster. He's only going to get 1 for it though. Just easing it out on the leg side. Well, in front of through mid wicket is what I'm looking for. Not finding.
That's the one.
That's the one. Pick a fielding position. That's where it's gone. Yeah. 317 for 5. Wherever it went, it's another run. So that runs required figure just creeping down slowly. 76 to win. Smith, bat held high, waits, forward, bowler fields. We've got 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and mid wicket. And if there's not a fine leg down here, Worcestershire are fielding with 10 men, and there is. The shadows just beginning to lengthen. Smith's shadow is just probably the same height as him. Shazad, right arm over, City end, Smith, forward, defensive, plays the ball back down the pitch. Still, for me, nothing in this pitch really, considering it's after tea on the 4th day. Foreman got a little bit of turn, and there's been a bit of movement from the medium pacers, but nothing too exaggerated. Now, square leg, mid wicket he was, wasn't he? Kashif Ali has gone down to deep square leg, almost on the boundary. Well, on that side, if you're almost on the boundary, you're about 3 miles away. As Shazad is in and bowls, and this is flicked away to that very fielder by Smith. So there's a single to be had there. 318 for 5. 75 needed for victory. 5 wickets needed for victory.
There's been a little bit of movement with a new ball actually.
Yeah.
Not as much as what you probably saw in the first couple of days, but
No, I think the overhead conditions have made a difference, haven't they?
yeah,
There's,
huge difference.
well, certainly when the floodlights came on a couple of times, seemed to do a little bit. Here's Webster waiting and spinning and clubbing this one away down backward of square. They should come back for 2. They do come back for 2. A useful 2 runs, 320 for 5. I get the feeling that every run is going to be applauded here.
Yeah, I've got 73 more to clap.
Yeah. Just check on the old test match score, which is
What's going on now?
coming up on my phone in a minute. Wonderful how you get test match score on your phone. Who'd have thought it? 468 for 4 England here. Down the leg side, oh, he's tickled that one away. Conan Dyer's full length, can't get a glove on it. 4 more to the total. Ben Stokes has 50, Joe Root has 138. He is a machine, that fella.
Yeah.
That one game that we were looking at in the 2nd division where there was a likely result was down at Cheltenham. Yeah, Leicestershire have beaten Derbyshire by 189 runs. Leicestershire going well in the 2nd division. Sorry folks, I can't find that score now. I will find it for you because I am a determined
What tease?
I am a determined person. It seems to have disappeared. I need a small rifle to shoot that bloke. If anybody's got one. Not really. No,
See, I quite enjoy view bears
Yeah,
around the ground.
yeah, occasionally. Gets boring.
Taylor in from the pavilion and full of length, and that's driven through cover. They'll come back for a couple here. They've taken 2, and the fielders sent it back in. Sliding effort there to cut it off.
Lancashire need 99 to win that game at Cheltenham.
Ooh, okay. How many wickets in hand?
Oh, they just got to go there. Oh, in fact, they're 11 for 1. So
Could be a tough 99.
yeah, 22 overs remaining in that game.
Could be a tight one. Taylor once again full of length, and that's flicked down to fine leg, who doesn't pick it up cleanly but hasn't gone over the ropes, and they've picked up 2 from it. Crowd liked that one.
Yeah, Shazad down there, I think, got round and stopped it but didn't pick it up.
No.
into the 60s now. 65.
Slowly ticking down those runs
Count them in
required.
tens.
Hmm?
Get them in tens, that's what you do. If you're the batsman out there, you say, do this in tens. I don't know whether Shazad injured himself a bit there, but the physio is running around.
Not a Scooby. Taylor in on a lap, defended, and that's beaten slip, and that will go away for 4. Getting these runs down pretty quickly are Warwickshire.
Yeah, a bit edgy that one. I'm not sure that was where Smith was aiming.
What?
Not got a replay. No, got
Yeah.
a replay of the ball going down to the boundary, but not the shot. I
Four.
might have done him a disservice. We've got a replay. Yeah, he's aiming extra cover and it's gone away off the outside third of the bat. But he's got 4 runs.
Yeah, it's 4 in the scorebook, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Smith to face once again Taylor on a length, and that's played down into the ground, squirts off to point and passed back around the field. 8 coming from the over so far. Big over.
Yes. Yeah. Smith wasn't looking too much trouble, to be honest.
He batted well in the first
He
innings.
did bat well.
He was 67, was it? On the top of my head.
I could tell you if I was efficient. He got 68.
Oh, close. Taylor in on a length, defended by Smith. He's having a little walk off towards for Holly Stan, taking some time to reset himself before the last ball of the over. That's
They pushed the fielder way out deep on the offside. Sort of a wide-ish third man.
yeah, I was going to go.
Not quite sure why.
Yeah, just somebody hanging out around there. Taylor outside off, and that's Smith's thrown his hands through that into the offside, and they've taken 2 from it. So that brings the end of a very good over for Warwickshire. 10 coming from it, and the score moves to 334 for 5, 59 to win.
Yeah. Edging towards it. So you're got cricket tomorrow, you're watching,
Yes, and
and then cricket Sunday watching.
big weekend.
So you're not having a big night out tonight, are you?
Oh, absolutely not. I'm going to get myself, have dinner, get into bed.
Listen to the Archers and go to bed. The Archers is on at 7 o'clock, by the way. It's a radio programme. Do you know what the Archers is?
No.
No.
What is the Archers? Come on.
It's a radio programme.
Okay.
In days of yore, everybody used to listen to the Archers. Karam Shazad is bowling, and forward comes Webster, plays the ball out on the offside. It was like a kind of a soap opera on the radio
Okay.
on every night,
Yeah.
and people of a certain age will remember it, but sort of just about 50s and 60s, everybody listened to the Archers.
Mm.
And my granddad listened to it every night. Lived just
Yeah.
over in Erdington. And if somebody came to the door or the phone rang, he wouldn't answer it. The Archers was on. You had to
Priorities.
sit there quietly. Shazad in and bowls, and this is off an edge, and did it carry? Oh,
No.
I'm not sure if it did. It certainly went to slip. It certainly went to Adam Hose, and they're just looking where it landed, I think. So
Yeah, I think it was just on a bounce.
yeah, let's have a look at it again.
Oh yeah, I love slow-mo.
Yes, it did. Bounced just in front of him, but he found the edge.
Mm.
And again, if Webster was to go here, we might have another twist in the tail. The tail being a story rather than a tail. Is Shazad in again and bowls
Shot.
flicked away. Nice shot. He's only going to get 1 for it because it's just to the left of Libby at mid wicket, who gets down but can't stop it cleanly. So Webster gets 1 more, and the scoreboard's gone blank. Zippity doo dah. I can tell you it's 335 for 5. Smith has 12 and Webster has 77. So there's another scoreboard at this end, isn't there? So whether that one's working, I don't know. You're going to have to guess. What a time for the scoreboard to give up. Just as we're coming towards the end. Karam, Shazad, Bowles, Kai Smith lets it go by outside the off stump. There was a game here. Oh, it's back on. A T20 game some years ago. Phil might remember it when there was a power cut and the scoreboards went off altogether.
Oh, really?
And there was a bloke. He got some numbers and he was putting the numbers up. He was putting the tins on the nails, and they were giving the score out on the PA at the end of every over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What fun! Oh, it's got to be. I don't know. Probably 20 years ago. Here's Shazad bowling to Smith, and that's a nice shot. That is a good shot. He's just over pitched a bit. It's not a half volley. It's hit that on the off. Played it lovely cover drive for 4. As good a shot as we've seen today, and we've seen some good ones today, particularly from Malik, who made 142, career best for him, and got out unnecessarily, I felt, trying to slog it over the top. But fine innings. There's Karam Shazad is in and bowls, and he's repeated that shot. That's a beauty. A couple of lovely shots from Smith. Just opened the face a little more there and hits it just a little bit squarer, and picks up 4 more. As is he a 12th man? Or no, he must be a 13th man on for Worcestershire, who is Fateh Singh. So somebody else has obviously gone off. There's a lone steward patrolling the Hollies stand. I'm not sure what he's looking for. He's probably looking for somebody to move. Boy, go on, sit there, mate. He's wandering around over there. He's happy in his own world. 343 for 5. 50 to win. 5 wickets left.
Getting to final part of his run chase. It's Warwickshire have had a good couple overs. Last few overs gone for quite a few. Taylor into the attack from Pavilion end, and that's shot of length, and that was a mighty swish from Bo Webster there. He's thrown a kitchen sink at it, and it's just sailed through to the keeper.
He would not have been happy if he'd have nicked that through to the keeper.
That's the thing with those kind of balls, your eyes light up.
Yeah. It's there to be hit, but he's batted really well today, Webster, for his 77. 147 balls he's faced. Batted very calmly. That was not the shot to play.
Taylor in on the lap, defended by Webster.
Adam Finch is doing some exercises, so I think he's probably maybe coming on at the City end.
Yeah, he's just having a little jump around, isn't he?
Yeah.
Looks like he's a great day.
Steve O'Shaughnessy, the square leg umpire, he's doing his warming up again. He was doing that earlier.
Really?
Surely you're not going to bowl. You haven't bowled for 30 years. You've got to bowl now, mate. That's probably longer than that since he bowled.
Taylor turns and goes again on length, and that's been caught. Umpire not interested. They're convinced.
They'd got him
there are some very disappointed Worcestershire players out there at the moment. They think that they've got him, but umpire's not interested at all. But Webster lives another day. What do we think?
Well,
third umpire.
If it didn't hit his bat, I don't know what he's hit, because his bat was a long way from his body. We've got a view from behind here, and well, if they heard something, it certainly moved. If they heard something, then it couldn't have come off anything else but the bat. But Michael Goff, very experienced umpire, says not out.
Taylor, short of length, flicked into the leg side. Square leg walks round to pick it up. Very nonchalantly. And just a single from it. Good over this so far, actually. Seen a couple boundaries in the last few overs, but just
Well,
one.
he's beat the bat twice.
Yeah, pretty good over. Got that point is disappearing off towards the boundary. Not quite making it to the boundary because you don't need to be that far away from a bat. But Taylor in full of length, driven into the covers, tumbling stop and dot ball. Bo Webster's just shouting for a drink. Hard work out there, so 12ers, please can I have a little bit of hydration. And final ball of the over for Taylor. Very good over so far. Getting all Worcestershire players a little bit excited. As he bowls a final ball, and that's driven so handsomely through the covers by Kai Smith, and it's trickling away out towards a very long boundary and across the ropes. And that is a boundary to finish the over. Warwickshire moved to 348 for 5, requiring 45 to win.
Yeah, rather sporty's over there. Tom Taylor bowling a nice juicy half volley. I'm going to go and spread joy amongst the population.
I don't doubt that at all. So we're just having a little bit of a shuffle. Mike Taylor to rejoin me.
Kai Smith's in a nice groove at the moment, isn't he? 3 very attractive cover drives in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, they have been big, booming cover drives. And he hasn't missed out on those half volleys. Or not even quite half volleys, some of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Been
He's the scourge of Worcester, Kai Smith. His big sort of coming out innings for Warwickshire last season was the unbeaten 130 made in the One Day Cup quarter-final here. I'm barging for this over if I may, because I've got a radio update too. We're doing a moment, and there's going to be another edge for Webster, and that one might have carried to second slip. Brooks tumbled over and stopped it, but they nearly had a run. Smith was on his way down the pitch. That one looked a bit more like it might have carried than the previous one, but hard to be sure from here. Replay on the stream might tell us it was a proper nick. He was pushing at it. No, it hasn't carried. It hasn't carried. It actually landed quite some way short, pushing it down into the ground. So Webster continues. He's 78, and Shazad goes a bit wider on the crease and angles this into Webster, who turns it into the leg side. Right, radio update coming in about 5 seconds before the next ball. There we go. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are closing in on what would be the third highest score they'll ever have made to win a county championship fixture if they complete the task. They need 45 more runs to beat Worcestershire at 348 for 5. Since tea, they have lost the wickets of Zen Malik for a splendid 142 caught in the deep, and Ed Barnard trying to top-edge the cut to the wicket-keeper in the second over with the new ball for 16. But Bo Webster and Kai Smith are seeing them closer. They need another 43 runs now to win at 350 for 5. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And they raise 350 with a flick through the leg side by Webster for 3 runs in the end, out to that long boundary. And all these 3s and 4s are suddenly knocking big holes in the target.
Yeah, they've actually been knocking them off really quickly, actually, considering.
Urgently needing a wicket now, Khurram Shazad, the hero of the first innings for Worcestershire with the ball, and he draws Smith forward, pushing it square on the offside. Some players thrive in these situations, don't they? Maybe Smith is going to turn out to be one of those, because he's still a kid, frankly.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like situations like this is a little bit of a pressure cooker, because you're walking out and you know that you can't stuff up.
Yes.
And you kind of really dig deep into and throw yourself deep into the situation. And I think that's what Kai Smith's doing. He's walking up and stepping up to the challenge.
He's 24, and he's waiting for Shazad. 2 slips are hoping that Shazad will find the edge, but he doesn't. Smith pushes this firmly back up the pitch. In his first championship season, so he played in the One-Day Cup a little bit in the last couple of seasons. He made runs in a 1-wicket win at Hove, and then the century in the quarter-final here, which was quite an emotional day for his family, as I remember. They were all here, up from where they live in the south, and Ed Barnard was captain, and with Robinson they took his mum and dad in the dressing room to hear the celebration. His mum was in bits, bless her. It was great. It was a smashing day. He pulls, and this is in the air, bouncing down towards long leg, and it's away for 4. There are 2 men back on the rope for it, but neither of them could make the angle quickly enough. And another boundary to Kai Smith, who is speeding Warwickshire at the moment towards the target. He's 28. And at 355 for 5 at the end of the over, Warwickshire need another 38 runs to complete one of the biggest chases they will ever have made, if they complete it.
A little disclaimer at the end there.
Well, it has to be, because many a slip and all that, but they have the game there to be won now, with still 19 overs available, so that's no longer really an issue. If they bat the 19 overs, they will surely have got these runs.
You'd sure hope so. I think we're just having a little play around the field, sticking people in different positions. Point goes out towards the boundary. Bo Webster on strike with 81 so far. Is a seriously fine innings, and been involved in a crucial partnership for Warwickshire. But first ball short of length now has been pulled into the leg side, and you can see that sailed into the advertising board as 4 more comes added to the total.
Felt like he was playing within himself for a lot of this innings, Bo Webster, maybe countering his natural game, and sort of operated in the slipstream of Zen Malik for most of the afternoon. But that was the job description.
Yeah.
Now he's the senior man.
For sure. Taylor full of length, and that's kind of squirted towards cover, and they've taken a single from it. Yeah, he's batted really well, and I think that's what you want to see from your overseas, is taking control and responsibility in these sorts of situations and seeing you through.
Yeah, he miscued a bit there. I think he was aiming to mid-wicket. Short doesn't look as though it's the way to go, because Webster was quickly onto that previous one, and Kai Smith has played the pull very well. Maybe there is just a little bit there for Taylor if he pitches it up.
Taylor full of length and driven through the covers. A great shot, a ripple of applause from around the ground, but it will be cut off because that is that slightly longer boundary. They've taken 2 from it, and that's a 50 partnership. These guys have ticked along really quickly. 50 coming from 45 deliveries.
This is the way to counter nerves. When Barnard went, they still needed 81. But these 2 have punched a big hole in it very quickly. So 50 stand in 8 overs.
Taylor just collecting himself at the top of his mark. Turns in again, short of length, and that's been driven on the up by Kai Smith, and repeat of the last one. Bo Webster taking a big turning circle. Just jogs through for a second. Got his skates on a little bit when he realised they were chucking it at his end.
He's run about 60 yards for those 2 runs, but in a big circle. But mind you, he can complete that in about 15 strides. Look at the size of him.
True.
29 to win now.
Slowly ticking through these remaining runs as Taylor comes in short of length. It's an attempted pull, half a shout from a keeper, giving him a mention running a mile.
Looks as though it hit him about the belly button. He's not a very big fella, Kai Smith, but
it's not that small.
No. This is going to potentially be, and we still don't know the outcome for sure yet, but it feels like quite a significant day in the championship for both of these teams.
Taylor for the final ball, outside off, left alone, and 29 left to win.
Because this is going to hurt Worcestershire if they aren't able to win this game, a game in which they have made the running for the last 2 days, certainly.
Yeah.
And will leave them, if that's the outcome, bottom of the First Division.
Yeah.
Had they won this game, with Yorkshire in the end not winning, Essex have won, who were second bottom, so they would then be pulling back potentially Warwickshire, given Warwickshire have got what look like quite difficult fixtures. On the other hand, if Warwickshire do go on to win this match, the leaders, neither of them are winning this week. Surrey have drawn, or are going to draw, and Notts likewise.
Okay.
So, and Warwickshire still got to play both of those two.
Yeah, okay.
And Essex, who apart from this week have had a difficult season, they've got to play Essex twice, including going to Chelmsford next week. So
Oh, blimey.
the alternative spin on it is if Warwickshire complete this win, then suddenly they might even be back in the frame. Change of bowling for Worcestershire with 29 to win. Finch is going to charge in from the Birmingham end, and Webster meets his first ball, moving his weight forward, pushes it back down the pitch. Finch has been used in short spells today, just 10 overs, no wicket for 45. He's replaced Shazad, whose burst with the new ball did not bring the desired effect for Worcestershire. He's 4 overs costing 25, and they really can't afford to be shipping runs at that rate now, needing a wicket very urgently. Here's Finch bowling short to Webster, who punches off the back foot to a man at backward point. That's Libby, and they get 1. So 87 to Webster, 365 for 5. And other options they've got is use the spinner, Bertie Foreman, who bowled tidily, did find some turn. There was a bit there for Foreman.
No, there was a little bit in the surface, enough to create a little bit of something.
Yeah, both times I think thought it would spin, and he did spin, but it was quite slow spin. Finch bowls, Smith uppercuts for 4. It was saves for 6. It's gone over the short boundary, and taking that shot on, there are 2 slips but no third man back, and that was just cuffed away in the air by Smith, going with the rising delivery, and clears the rope at third man, and judging by the way that people were looking for it, cleared it by quite a bit. Smith up to 38, and it's a sprint for the tape now from Kai Smith, 38 off 31 balls. It might have been a nervous finish. He doesn't look like it at the moment. Finch bowls. Oh, he gets a bonus here. Smith off the inside edge. And Finch puts his hands on his face. He can't believe it. That was finding the inside edge. It went past the leg stump and away for 4. And that might be the moment where Worcestershire think that this really isn't going to be their day at all, because that did everything but bowl Kai Smith.
Yeah, when it's not your day, it's really not your day, is it? Bowlers, they've had a pretty gritty day out there. They've bowled and had not much given to them.
It just nibbled back a tiny bit, went between bat and pad, and just kissed the inside edge and away for 4. 18 to win. Finch bowls. There's another run here for... No, there isn't. Smith aborts, takes 3 steps, and then he's sent back by Webster. They don't need to give it away now. Turning it into the leg side to Worcestershire captain D'Oliveira. What? This is going to particularly annoy Worcestershire, not just because of their position in the table, but given the rivalry between these 2 clubs, and there are so many former players playing against one another, that it's going to be quite keenly felt. Finch bowls a very high bouncer, and Smith decides that he doesn't need to chase that. Worcestershire haven't won a championship game on this ground since the 1990s.
Wow.
think that's been called. The one before was called no ball. So that was 2 runs closer, the one that Smith nudged away on the leg side. So 16 to win. At 377 for 5. Smith is an ace bat twirler. How come it always ends up facing the right way when he twirls it like that? Finch comes in to bowl to him now. He lets this guy outside the off stump. They picked up 13 runs from that over. And Warwickshire at 377 for 5, with Webster 87 and Smith out of nowhere 42 are closing in on the finish line.
Yeah, just 16 to win, and they've made some serious ground in this run chase. The last 10 overs or so, they've really closed in on it. And
Well, he's been through all the seamers. I think now have had a go, apart from Allison with the new ball. He gave Foreman an extra over. I think this is Allison now, isn't it? So he's
I believe
been through
so.
all these options, Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah, just returning to Allison, some fresh legs for these final few overs. Allison from a pavilion end on a length, and has been driven hard through the covers. It's been cut off really well, and they've taken 2 from it.
That was very confidently hit by Webster, like a man who can see the finish line coming into view.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played a serious role in this run chase.
Responsible job.
Yeah.
He's read what's been required. When he came to the wicket, he didn't need to make the running because Malik was going along quite happily.
Allison on a length, defended by Webster. Yeah, he kind of had a more supportive role in that partnership. But now he's kind of shifted gears a little bit and kicked on. That's batted all day in pretty perfect conditions for batting.
Certainly the best conditions of the match. I do think it's interesting, we were talking about it earlier, the pitch here. Some of the pitches this season have flattened out towards the end of the game, but they've also seemed to have lost pace for run scoring.
Okay. Allison full of length and driven into the covers. Webster interested, but not enough to take the single.
It was a good stop by Libby, just taking some of the way off that. So sometimes you get pitches here which they slow down, so you can bat quite happily, but you can't necessarily score runs at pace.
Yeah.
Today, Warwickshire have been able to rattle along at 4 and over, although I would say without really at any stage forcing it. They've just hit the ball confidently, timed it well.
Yeah. Allison once again on the length, and they've snuck a single. Big shout from Allison, and I think that's the thing. They've gone out with really strong shapes and just hit what's there. They haven't taken any risks today.
Yeah, I mean,
really,
they've scored quicker than I think Worcestershire did at any stage of the game, apart from those short spells where Brooks was pinging it into the stand. But over the pace of the innings, this has been a 4 and over inning, without trying to hit the ball especially or taking wild risks all the time.
No, exactly. I think, yeah, we had a conversation earlier, didn't we? Allison, full of length and driven up to mid-off. Oh, and it's been missed. He slid past it. It's not what you want to see for Worcestershire. They've knocked another 2 off because of a misfield. Yeah, we had a conversation about it just being quite a sustainable run chase, and
yes,
they have sustained it with not too much ebbing and flowing. It's just been pretty easy.
They've found exactly the right tempo to bat at. They've got it just right.
Yeah.
At the end of this over, I think, if you'll forgive me, I'm going to
gonna
bring Dave in so that we can get Worcestershire view on as the game ends as well.
Final ball defended to cover, and I will make way.
Thank you, Chloe. You can hear a lot more from. I'll move across, Dave. You'll hear more from Chloe Brewer tomorrow on the BBC Sport website. The Women's Tier 2 Blast Finals Day at Northampton, and then on Sunday, when we shall be at the Oval for the Tier 1 Finals Day. And now we are in the final stanzas of this game, which has been quite a saga over the four days, really. Both teams have had opportunities.
Yeah, it's been a good game of county cricket, this. Adam Finch is the bowler, and on his toes, playing the ball back down the pitch, is Webster, who I think, I was just saying to Phil, Malik will get the headlines, but I think Webster's played a superb innings today.
I think he is, the senior man, has batted with that sort of air of the responsibility.
Yeah.
But altogether, set by Mosley from this morning, then and Malik, carried on by Webster, and now Smith applying the punch at just the right moment, the pacing of this innings has been perfect.
Finch bowls and Webster smashes it through the offside for 4. Just whacks it. Just you get the feeling he's playing some shots now. Webster, that he wanted to play all day.
Yeah.
But because of the situation in the game, and because of what his team required, he didn't. But now he's 6 runs away from a century, and there are 7 runs to win.
And that's exactly the point, isn't it? He could have taken these risks earlier in the day,
Yeah.
and did wrongly in the first innings. He's got it absolutely right today.
Finch is in, and Webster pulls this one away for 4. 3 required. Webster needs 2 for 100, and I'll hand over to Mike to commentate on what will be the end of the game, we assume.
It will. Finch was the last throw really to come back and try and hit the pitch hard, but at the moment he's hitting the middle of the bat hard. And when Barnard fell, that was only 10 overs ago, and Warwickshire still needed 81 at that point. That could have been a nervous period. Felt like it. 3 to win. Finch bowls, and a high bouncer which Webster has chased, and he's poked it into a gap near the square leg umpire, and it's run away for 1, leaving Webster 99. Oh dear.
So what do they do here? Smith's going to have a conversation with him. Okay, 2 to win, 1 for your 100. Do you want me to play this over out? And you get 100, which I think he will probably.
He probably will do. I mean, there's a certain noble honour in walking off 99 not out. All for 1 and 1 for all.
I'd sort of walk off 100.
Well, I dare say you would. Not a question I've ever to ask myself, to be honest, Dave. Here's Finch bowls to Smith, who lets it go outside the off stump. So
it'd be ironic if Smith, trying to play defensively, gets an edge and it runs away for 4 or something. Be interesting to see if he did get something on it and it sort of goes down to fine leg. Would he take a single?
Yes, don't bowl a no ball.
Yeah.
391 for 5.
A wide that goes for 4.
Oh dear. Well, Smith gives his bat an extra twiddle. Umpire O'Shaughnessy's stroking his chin, waiting for Finch to come rumbling past him again, and Smith lets that go. What a gentleman.
He gets a cheer for letting the ball go.
He does. He might well have said to Bo Webster, look, I only need 6 for a half century, you know. Oh boy. Anyway. Well, it's at the end of the over, 391 for 5. Webster is 99, and he's going to have the opportunity against
Adam
assumes
Hose.
Ben Allison.
Adam Hose has a long conversation with umpire Michael Gough. Not sure what that was about. Perhaps he's not happy with a couple of decisions. They certainly thought they'd got Webster caught behind.
Indeed. That was the most fervent of a series of appeals. There were a couple of edges that fell short of the slips. But that's been a feature of the whole game. 391 for 5, 2 to win, and Allison bowls and Webster. He's going to get one of them and score his 100 by turning the ball to mid-on, and he points his bat directly at the pavilion, and now acknowledges applause around the ground, a crowd which has grown noticeably louder in the last half an hour, and no surprise. The scores are level. Smith comes up and slaps gloves with Bo Webster, 100 not out, and he has brought the Bears to the brink.
Yeah, well batted, good innings, very restrained throughout the day, played a few shots, now he's got nearer to his 100, but a well-deserved century.
His first century for Warwickshire, and now Smith has the chance to apply the final touch, which he does with a handsome drive down the ground for 4. And Warwickshire have completed this giant chase at 396 for 5. They've won a game in which they were second best, certainly on the second and third days, but they have come charging back today to recover from 12 for 2 in the gloaming last night, to chase down 393 and win, record a win which not only makes their first division status considerably more secure, but looking at the games ahead, and if they go in with their head up, still with the top 2 to play, might think they still have an outside chance. It will hurt Worcestershire badly, not just the local derby element, but it puts them deeper in trouble.
Yeah.
The fact that they've lost a game in which they were in front for so long will really sting.
Well, they've got 4 games left, and they will probably have to win 2 or 3 of those to stand a chance. If they'd have won today, maybe 2 of the last 4 would have kept them safe, but it's a long way back from here. They take 5 points from the game, whereas it could have been 21. They'll be disappointed with their bowling today. They were bowling in the best batting conditions of the game, but they lacked that third and fourth seamer, I felt, today. But congratulations to Warwickshire, and Bo Webster walking off, getting a huge round of applause, thoroughly deserved. And all the Worcestershire players are clapping him off. So
yeah, it's been a game played in a pretty good spirit, I think. Dave, keenly felt, because there are players on both teams playing against their former clubs, and obviously there's, among the coaching staff and whatever, there's a lot of keenly felt rivalry. There are going to be lots of discussion points about the tactics and the methods and the way that the teams either took advantage of or countered the things like the short boundary and the way the pitch was playing. But a game that's been through all sorts of moods ends with a home win and protecting their proud record against Worcestershire. And we'll see where the last 4 games take these 2 teams. But quite a story it's been over these 4 days.
it certainly has, and as we said before, it's good county cricket. It's what makes test players for me.
Well, quite.
And the fact that there are proposals to reduce it in the near future, I think are crazy. But there you go. Thanks for your company, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And to all of our contributors this week, Chloe Brewer. Go on.
Chloe Brewer is the only one of our team,
Yes.
5 of us that have been here this week, who could sit cross-legged on the table behind us.
That's it.
Nobody else could do that, trust me.
That's what a morning gym session does for you.
Is
So
it?
there's the
I'll
tip.
try it tomorrow then.
Yes, all the best to you for that. To Phil Britt, who'll be going out to do his gym session shortly. To Dermot Reeve, who was with us the last few days, and most of all to you. And whether you're a Worcestershire or a Warwickshire supporter, then you'll get another live game on Tuesday on the BBC Sport website and in all the usual places. And before then, of course, don't forget the Women's Blast finals, where you can join Chloe and company at Northampton tomorrow and at the Oval on Sunday for those games on the BBC Sport website. Look out as well for reaction from both clubs later in the usual places on your local radio stations. And until next week, we will wish you well and enjoy your weekend.